So let's go ahead and jump into the live stream chat in the event that people decide they wish to. Well, what do we roll? A 92. We got a Treasure Hunter's Elixir. I guess we're just going to chug that. I don't think it's anything I particularly care about, so chug away. Alright, so I considered taking a minute and looking for a little bit more in the way of spell power items and gear in general, stuff like that. But I think I'm going to look and see if I happen to have one. If I happen to have an acid spell power. I got just acid. They're rubies, right? The spell powers are rubies. Okay. Corrosion. It's called corrosion. So that's 55, and that's level 4. What am I doing? Am I just dyslexic in this right now? No? That just happens to be the only one that I have of corrosion. Alright. I'm sure that's not really intended for me. Okay. So, guess we can hit the DDO store. I think it's probably the easiest thing. Unless there just happens to be a corrosion one over here. You can take a look. 12, 16. I guess 12 it is. Okay, never mind. This is pretty easy. I mean, that literally cost me nothing I care about. Alright, so that should do a couple things for us. First of all, it should increase our acid spell power by, what, 80 something I think it said? $84, putting our acid spell power at 257, which is significant over the rest, I think. So we'll give that a shot. We'll see if this feels any better with this guy here. That +1's not going to matter. Oh, that's fine. It's fine. Anyhow, you're having a good day, everybody. I got a wee bit of a nap myself, and ready to start the evening stream. Oh, fresh is not the right word, but here at least. Yeah, that's fine. Dump that over there. Alright, was there anything in particular that we wanted to change from before? Not really. We just got one quest done previously because I had friends that I haven't seen for a while come by and visit. Check out the bus. Let me see their daughterling. Daughterling? Ah, daughterling. And, yeah, we gotta have a little bit of fun. Alright, what's our damage out here? Yeah, that's about double what we were seeing, maybe even triple. We were seeing about like 25 to 30 previously. So it is big game. Normally when I pick a school or a spell area to like focus in, I go hard on it. And I'm not going to do that right now. But I could see making that change in the future. we're gonna go back to Giant Hold, finish up Giant Hold, and then we'll go from there. See what's going on. Before we get too crazy, I believe, yeah, we got at least one person on. Looks like Michael logged off just a little bit ago. Let's actually make sure there's not like already a group going to town. Ooh, here's a group doing content more or less that I'd also like to do and would also not be afraid. Oh, but they're just doing an elite though, so never mind. I don't have to do everything on like High Reaper, like 5 or 6 or whatever, but I would like to at least get my first times on Reaper. Pick up all these quests just so I don't make the mistake of not having them like I did in the past. I think you can still do Prison of the Plains even if you don't have the quest. I think that is a thing that still happens. Do we want a healer? Yeah, let's also grab a healer. Even though we are in undead form and we can heal ourselves reasonably well, I'm gonna go ahead and grab a pocket person. Oh, I forgot we did actually complete a quest. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. I pretty much always take legendary victories over everything. Durham, my man. Durham does a great job. People like to give Durham a bit of a hard time, but I always feel like he does a great job. Alright, so on this side, the left side, we have Crucible left. Then we have the rest of the walk-ups to do in general, so we have quite a few goodies here to knock out. Just keep thinking about like weapon opportunities here. Oops. And what may or may not be situationally a lot of fun. So I grabbed a variety of weapons here just to kind of play with and experiment with this life. I don't have a preference picked out yet, but I probably will have at least a main weapon sooner than later. Obviously at 18 things will probably motivate for me to go ahead and work on the quarterstaffs. Oh wait, I am gonna need a helper for this, assuming that we get this going. We may not, because our bluff is probably not very high. Oh, we succeeded. Never mind. We are the champion, my friend. Alright. I took all that time and hassle to summon my helper, and then I didn't even summon my helper. We will definitely need him for a Crucible. It didn't have to be necessarily Durham. It could have been Ellery, which we could have summoned on the fly, or another trash helper. But it's kind of nice to have a helper or two ready to rock. It's just the one of us, so we're gonna see if we can't invis past some stuff. We may not be able to. Champs have a nasty tendency to see you anyway and then let everything know where you are. But if we can get away with it, we're gonna do our best to get away with it. Did we break Irma's ability when he picked up that collectible? That's good. Yeah, I feel like our damage is slightly higher. Just like already. Over our green steel maul. I'm gonna miss that maul, but it may just not hold up right now. Or we may have to do like a Sylvanas maul build at some point, I don't know. See if that's even still good by the time we're ready to knock one out. Okay, never mind. We just critted a bunch before. Critting is a viable strategy for figuring out if something's good or not, though. Put a little finger in your heart. Okay. Fortunately, you do still have to click on that or highlight that to click it. Durham is confused, working on it. He's probably going to get encountered by this guy. Which means we may end up de-dooring right away. Nope, give us one more, Durham. He's running the wrong way. I don't understand why they do this weird pathing scenario that they do. But if that guy gives Durham like 5 seconds to pull that lever, then we are golden. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to. Oh, nice. Good job, Durham. Man, sometimes Durham just is like the best hireling ever. Alright. So Durham can pull the lever while I... Oh, really? Alright, fine. Still aggravating, but I'll make it work, I guess. I have to pause and put the pain cream on again. I don't know, my wife came down and her hands were cold, so they do that thing that they always do when you have cold hands and try to get your spouse to warm your hands up with a little bit of chill. And I had her put them on my neck instead, because I usually run extremely hot in my neck because the migraines have something to do with it. And who's shooting Durham? Durham, who are you getting shot by? I don't see anyone. You? Might be you. Alright. Anyhow, so I had her put her hands on my neck and she told me that my neck were not as hot as usual today. Whoa, what's this? Deep Gnome. Alright, well, I'll do that. I'll take 5 more acid spell power right now. My acid spell power life. Seems good. Here I was going to take sprint boost and put it on my bar, but not now. Alright, Durham. Oh, no. Give me... I messed up. I don't know if Durham's going to see that lever now. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, that was my bad. I got him off on the wrong path. Now he's interested in attacking, so he probably immediately started running off to attack somebody. That's my bad. Not all Durham's fault. A lot of people are not comfortable with the maze still. There are lots of great videos out there on how to do the maze and whatnot. So I'm not going to get into it. But needless to say, if you struggle with the maze, there are quite a few resources to help you learn the maze. I may have just broken Durham. No, he's on his way. Mr. Cow does have a great walkthrough. I was actually thinking Mr. Cow, but I don't know if his YouTube video channel is still up or not. And then he ran nowhere near where he needs to go. Yeah, looks like he's probably stuck. Which is fine, because we can always detour. Yeah, my friends and family can respond to a text message that somebody else has about some nonsense like that. But I send somebody a text message, or my wife sends somebody a text message involving like a serious question, like the general goal of Christmas gifts and blah, blah, blah. And nobody can respond for years. Or at all. Like we're blocked. I am very confused how the eye door got pulled. With the eye door pulled, we may be done actually with this run if the eye door is pulled. Because we did not get to do the lever on that side. How did we get past it and the eye door is pulled? Unless Durham ran over there and pulled it? Yeah, that must have been what happened. Alright, well never mind. Guess we're gonna take another crack at this quest. Yeah.
Oh, Regal, this dragon.
I didn't see him go that far, but
Is my reflection in its side.
you watched him on the map. Yeah, I didn't see him go that far on the map.
Myself in fire here.
I knew he ran
This
all
pain
over.
I feel will wash away, along with my flesh.
Let's try it again. Maybe also we'll have 2/3 of the things be on the right side. That'd be a nice change. Oh, I know. We also have this spell that should be on our bar somewhere in the long buff section. Hope I had a good afternoon. It was okay. Like I said, I got to hang out with Witty, and that was always fun. And I got to see his youngest daughter, Everest, who, last time I saw her, I wasn't even sure it was a her. She was a wee lad. Now she's got a head full of hair and walks around and can't acknowledge questions and, like, is a real person. That's where I start to like children. There's a stage where I find children to be acceptable, and it's in that like 2 to 5 range is when they start to become acceptable, and then Usually after 5, they figure out that they can lie and get away with crap. And then I start not liking them again until, like, they're 13 or 14 or something. They just become much older. And then I did some work. Sent out arena codes and took care of some arena work type stuff. So it's always... I keep forgetting that's not on the 7 button now. So I've had the color spray on 7 for so long, I just don't know if I'll be able to get used to it on the 3 button. So 3 is where I normally put my primary crowd control effect, which is usually web on a caster, on a wizard anyway. But color spray is just so much better right now that it makes no sense to screw around with anything but color spray. But it's weird. Yeah, kids are sweethearts until about 2nd grade. Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark. Somewhere in that ballpark. And then... it's, kind of like, get away from me, kid. But, they're still in that sweet age. And then, for whatever reason, it didn't dawn on me that Whitty's oldest daughter, Elena, who I actually really like, she is, if she didn't look exactly like Whitty, I would say they are not the same monstrosities, but she's like loud and rambunctious and full of spit and vinegar. If you're not into, like, I love it. I find her to be absolutely adorable. Other people, not as much. I guess. I don't know. But turns out even now they're having kids go to school, which I think is pretty good. Like, I'm glad that Barton... You have got to go pull the lever. Here he goes. I'm glad that their county has decided to allow them at school. Again? Are you kidding me right now? Oh my god. Double runarounds. Very unfortunate. Here the high schools are learned from home, the elementaries are in person. Yeah. So that's part of the reason that they came down today, was to do some shopping. And Elena was in school, so they only had to worry about the one small child. And I was just like, alright, right on. I'm glad that you guys had the opportunity to come hang out, because it is one of the real advantages of Whitty being so close again, is that you get to hang out. I did. I thought that was a good suggestion, and I thought if we were going to give it a go, we should give it a shot. So I just have the 84, I think. Yeah, 84 gym in. Because 84 is the maximum you can get at that level. Since we have to run all this way, I'm going to go ahead and have Durham pull this lever now as well. It already had an implement bonus. It already had that 15. Spellcasting implement. It's the very top thing listed. I think it has something to do with the spell sword, though. That one's already put in, right? Yeah. That one's already put in. Yeah, I think it's an Eldritch Knight. So, like, if I switch to the Sword of Shadow here, it's already got that same spellcasting implement, 15. So, I'm pretty sure this character won't be able to test because Eldritch Knight weapons are considered whatever implements in your hands as an Eldritch Knight or something. But yeah, the tail's doing work. Feels good. The attack animations look like they feel reasonable. Damage just a hair lower than I'd like it to be, but I mean, I'd love it to be 1,000. But all things considered, you know, I mean, we were walking dual pass for a while. Doesn't mean we're going to always walk dual pass, but we are currently walking a dual path. Take a peek. Oh, you look killable. So my favorite playstyle has everything to do with the fact that I have a lot of flexibility in my character. I don't have to be the biggest DPS. I don't have to be the most reliable this or that or the other thing. But I personally enjoy being able to fill those slots, right? If I need to, I need to be a little more DPS-y, I can switch into that more of my focus. If I need to cover traps, if I need to just go full-on spellcaster, I can make a few swaps and do the same. I like that kind of that kind of flexibility, and I'm willing often to give up a lot of hard power at the very beginning to do that. I just like that style. You can ask pretty much anyone who's played with me for a long period of time. It's been my philosophy for almost the entire time I've played Dungeons & Dragons Online. This kind of brings all the things in that I love. I've got a little bit of melee action, which is kind of like casting an SLA that costs no mana, that does a couple hundred points of damage. You have to make an attack roll, but boo. You know, like, I like that kind of thing. Then it being able to switch my mana into a bigger need for important things like Finger of Death and circles and heals and such. Just kind of like fits all the things that I like. You should try 18 Bard, 1 Rogue, 1 Cleric. I will be doing that at some point as well. Butters will probably get switched over to something very similar to that. Right now, Butters is 16-2-2. 2 Rogue, 2 Fighter, because I didn't want to spend a heart to take out the fighter level from being a PDK. Because remember, she's first generation PDK. She has a Bard life under her belt already. She started out as a Dwarven. So she's technically a second life character. But she was one of the very first PDKs. Because I was one of the people who were like, you know what, I could use a great sword and on my Bard and make blah 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 happen. And so she has been a great sword Bard forever. And now that it's really good, I might tweak it some more. So she originally TR'd with the original epic level 20 epic stuff. She was my... again, because it's the playstyle I like, right? Crowd control, traps, a little bit of DPS, not the end of the world DPS. She was my epic runner while Samus was working on heroic lives at a much slower rate than he is now. So, that's why she's set up that way. So, she might get a TR to get a third TR just to have a third done. I don't know if it's strictly necessary on her. It is also possible that she just gets a lesser and keeps her weird class split. Or I think I have purchased some, like a +3 or +5 or something from when they were back on sale and stashed away. So it's also possible that I'll just +3 out of it too. I don't know. But it's likely that she's going to get a big change at some point. If I find myself really enjoying the rating as we get up to... Or I have goals that I really want to achieve with the rating, then I might take another shot at it. Okay. That was why I couldn't get that. That one was technically behind me. So, like, for example, one of the reasons that I'm slightly more motivated now to raid than I was before was the raid augments, which at some point we'll talk about. I don't know if we necessarily need to talk about them now. But as I was crunching my numbers over the weekend, I had a mini rant over on the Discord about what the hell DC is good enough. I'm sitting at 119 on my PKs, and I feel like it was 50 to 60%. And I could boost a little bit and get it 80 to 90, but it still didn't feel as consistent as I wanted. I was just... I knew I could do something. Alright, hat and eye. I think this one's red, right? Yeah. So I'm going to have to get, like, some of the raid augments and stuff like that to raise my DC / intelligence even more. But long story short, she's likely to become my raid character. If you were making a bard for raiding, it'd be fine as one fighter, one cleric. You wouldn't miss much by not having traps. It's a bigger deal for questing. Yeah, it is. And to be fair, I like having that rogue level, those 2 rogue levels. But again, I haven't decided if I'm going to iconic her or just do a lesser to try to fix it. Like, honestly, she'd probably be fine the way she is with a lesser, just to, like, adjust a couple of things here and there. Like, make sure her feats are lined up correctly with the two-handed fighting stuff. They weren't very good then, when she was last played, so I honestly don't know if I took them previously. Stuff like that. I could probably also do it slowly over the course of a couple of weeks with feat swaps also. But I honestly haven't taken the time to even look at it. I used to be able to juggle alt-itis real easily. I don't think I can do that as much anymore. That's why I kind of focus on one character at a time. Because of PRR at the end game, you'd be better in a heavy medium armor, so 2 rogues is necessary. That's fair. Oh, there's no reason though I couldn't switch armor also. You know what I mean? Like, for situations where, we're going to go through traps or something, I could switch off. But the other problem is the saving throws were just not great. That would change with like some Reaper points and twists and things. I think she has her Epic Destinies filled in. Maybe, maybe not. I would have to look. Javas are filled in. That's part of the thing, is that Javas are filled in, but every time I build a character for Java, they nerf the build and I get unhappy really fast. Although I could TR him into a Sork and he would probably be fine. Honestly, I could probably look at Extreme Tom's robot Sork build and extrapolate. You can still do like a melee charisma based Eldritch Knight and probably be perfectly happy. Just switch him over to a Warforged and call it a day. I have just not 100% there yet, is all. Do I care about mana? I don't think so. I think we're fine. There's a lot of possibilities. If Java didn't already have a bunch of Paladin lives, I could just turn him into a Paladin. He's got a bunch of Paladin lives. He's got a bunch of Druid lives. He's got a couple Wizard lives, I think. I really just need to keep cycling through the things so he can get his completionist eventually. Is the leader of the pack. Ho! Made chili for dinner and ate too much. You may need to lay down. I hope because you're full. I don't know. I had probably not enough. But we're getting close to my week of pigging out. So I'm gonna be extra cautious with myself this week, I think. And to be fair, I'm going to try to keep the intermittent fasting going as well. I'm just going to eat a lot of crap. I.e., I'm very much looking forward to Wendy's.
Regal, this dragon.
I know, people don't like it. Doesn't matter. It's my favorite place. It's fine. You went back for a second bowl. You did not need it.
This pain
Sounds good then.
I feel will wash away, along with
I
my
like a thick, meaty chili. Like, I follow a recipe very similar to Alton Brown's chili, except I don't like beer, so I don't put beer in my chili. Where he does like beer, so he puts beer in his chili. And I like more peppers than tomatoes. I don't like tomatoes in my chili. I don't like tomatoes at all. I think the flavor really is particular and really stands out to me.
the best solution. The only solution.
So I don't care for those.
Before me. Death to us.
I think I'm going to go up here and pick up this explorer point. Just for efficiency's sake. Like, it's not going to cost us that much more to pick this up.
Brother, fighting a dragon. Both petrified in the service of history. Who is the hero? And who is the enemy? I wonder.
You did 1 pound of hamburger, 1 pound of beef tips. Yeah, the difference is that I'll do a pound of pork, I'll do a pound of beef, and I'll do a pound of lamb, all cubes. Super good.
A maze of ledges and rocks.
And then like I tend to hit a bunch of roasted peppers with the blender until they're kind of liquidy, and then I use that as my sauce.
And why?
Alright, let's see, where were we? Having stunk chunks is where it's at. Yeah, the pork gives a nice texture, and the beef and the lamb have a really nice texture. Pork, if you're gonna do lamb though, you have to do the pork, so you get the fat back that you're missing from the lamb, because the lamb is very dry. Yeah, you could probably get away with venison. I just don't have any here, and all of my hunting friends haven't actually taken down a deer and or brought me any. My old man probably. I don't know if he's actually hunted in a while, to be honest, besides like pheasants and stuff. I would not believe if he was not doing pheasant season. I don't know. I'm going to see if we can go visit him. Actually, I think his birthday's tomorrow. I can never remember. I can never remember if it's the 15th or the 16th. Terrible, right? Always put your like universal spell stuff in a deep spot, and then if you want to stick it on your bar and keep a note of it, it's a great way to know if your spell components have ran out. Instead of putting all of them on your bar, just put this universal one there. Then you're like, oh yeah, we're out of something. Speaking of out of stuff, I didn't grab any of the potions. Oopsie. Hey, would you like to attack? Learn more now. was unnecessary. Before you TR, I should try a vamp form on this build. I think you would like the added CC. Yeah, I could try it. Because remember, I'm going to be doing an epic, so we could even epic. I just don't know how likely it is that, or when we do our epic TR, we could switch to it. Every time we TR or epic TR, every time I want to try a slight variation of the different builds that go with this. So I was thinking about doing a crossbow type theme with the next pass. But we could definitely do the swaps and give it a shot at some point. You get nuked so hard from light damage. You just explode. And when you're by yourself, and like, it can become an extra ordeal to deal with. Which is the main reason why I don't do it very often. I find the vampire form to just be the worst of the forms. Come on, just give me my trap bonus. Doesn't even have to be that great. I just want my trap bonus. I know you're going to give it to me eventually. There we go. Alright. Good enough. Just want to fire off whatever you can. Both melee attacks and range or spell attacks, so you can stack up these extra bonuses. Get them all going. Attack a spell, attack a spell, attack a spell. Again. It was pandemonium. We could have rode around for, or ran around for that extra chest. Just didn't feel necessary for the time it was going to take to get that chest. I should have probably picked up that extra, like, 600 experience or whatever. But, whatever. Wow. That's some unreasonable server hiccups.
When I look upon this battlefield, giants have done great evil. I feel it in my gut. I fear we will do evil again if we are not stopped.
You go ahead and hit this now. And then we'll just skip it. I'm not worried about chests, really. Fortunately, these spiders are going to see us anyway, so we can't invis past them. Otherwise, I totally would. If they were something we could have invis past right here, I would have. Also want to do like a stealth variation at some point. I don't know if that'll be on another 18-2 rogue type variation. But I'm a big fan of having that as an option. Just gets really hard to work all the skills into a build like that. That's true. Shatterkai lives require rogue, so it's possible we could do it that way. Give up some goodness. I think we're actually going to take a break from the Wizard Rogue after we finish our last PDK. Or sorry, not PDK. Our Deep Gnome. We'll pick a different area to kind of play around with for a little while. Just to continue to explore the end game with stuff. I don't know why I'm killing that guy. I don't know why I'm killing any of this stuff. I'm invisible now. Oh, I didn't put my trapping skills on there. Do Sun Elf next. It'll be a bitter pill. Best to get out of the way. That's what I like to hear. You're not going to like this. You should do that. I know, I hear light brights are good sometimes. Can that be a mall build? I wouldn't mind trying one of those Sylvanas mall builds, I think, at some point. We don't have a lot in the way of weapons for that, but do you need a lot? Yeah, 6 cleric is very strong. I feel like the Sun Elf is going to demand everything. All the cool decisions are going to be decided for me automatically by being a Sun Elf. Sylvanas excluding more. That's what I figured. Oh, hello. I didn't realize you were already here there, guy.
I see the terror of our history when I look upon this battlefield. Giants have done great evil.
Oh, giants have done great evil.
I
What hasn't done great evil? You tell me.
Again, if we
My Little Ponies have done great evil. Aww. By the way, I realized in hindsight we were missing out 1 point of damage from the imbue with Shadow. Yes, they have those ponies. That's what I'm saying, DDO Central. Everything has done great evil. Racist? Thinking that only giants have done great evil? What about the great good? When's the last time you have heard of a giant healer? What's his name? The actor. He also happens to be a great healer. Brawn Pits with his mighty loincloth. Whee! Hey, welcome to the stream, DDO Central. Good to see you.
The long history of mankind is told in these statues. They are eroded, as are we. We have become wicked and worthless. This world.
Man, the Stormreaver's like the most emo guy I ever met. I'm worthless. He's like the Eeyore of giants. We're all worthless. We all should just be put down. Woe is me. Everything. Oh, there's a trap here. Dang it. I'm gonna have to do this trap for the trap bonuses. Can I do it from over here? Ha ha ha! Trap disabled. What a loser. Catch us if you can. Bearded Reaper and Famine? Famine. Plague! Famine and plagues are basically the same in my book. That's racist! Probably. You don't want either one of them to touch you because they smell bad. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Not above eating the souls of my enemies. Not at all. Aw, look at this guy. He's trying to get me. Well, cutie. I think this side is the optional. Yeah, it is. Okay. I don't care about the optional. beef, I think I decided I'm going to farm for that Indiana Jones hat. I want the cosmetic. I think that's going to be the hat that we're going to cut. We're going to resistance or whatever. As my spare. It's my spare cosmetic for lives that I don't want to wear my sweet pointy Samus hat. Oh, Trapping's here, huh? Nice. Get that trot box on the way out. I feel like that guy is going to be problematic. Ah. Okay. That's the problem. Like, I can't find my rogue skills. Look under their feet, idiot. So I haven't picked a school to focus in also. I'm thinking... enchantment. For like hold monster mass and stuff. We're going to be trying to melee. At least as a secondary focus. Like, we're never going to be as good as somebody who's focused at melee. But if we can hold something still, we can kill it. Or we could switch over completely to necromancy at level 20. Also perfectly acceptable kind of like way to go. These guys not know that we killed that other guy? I think we killed him with the acid rain even. That was weird. I always feel like acid rain never does enough damage. If Firewall's bad, acid rain seems to be just as bad. The worst firewall.
The long history of mankind is told in these statues. They are eroded, as are we. We have become wicked and worthless. This world would be better off without us.
Alright, emo. God. Listening to the Storm Reaver just makes you want to self-cut, doesn't it? We're worthless.
I once saw a strange creature carry someone inside here. It had a tiger face, full of hatred.
Tiger face.
A distressed female voice faintly calls from deep within, her words lost in the cavernous depths.
Tiger face. Tiger face. Should be unlikely to encounter anything from here to there, right? Yeah. Ho ho. Of course, there's a trap. Alright, come on. I don't know if this is a trap that hurts monsters or not. Plague Reaper doesn't have feet, so he doesn't care. How about you, Rashasha? It's off now. We never know how many licks it takes to get to the center of that question. Oh, again, I forgot to do this. It's twice now. I have to get in the habit of hitting that. You know what? You guys can all come with us. I don't care. You guys too. Everyone over here. Come on. Everyone within strike through range. Everybody was taking strike through. There's a damage in there, like damage. I don't know. There's something. There's a saying in there. I just haven't figured it out yet. Bum 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 bum. Everybody was taking strike through damage. Bum ba da dum bum 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 bum. Probably something about a blender. Definitely something about a blender. I thought I saw that sign go off. There's another example of a fight that I like to skip if at all possible. Hi, please hit the 3 button. So I guess we can discuss the pen and paper campaign a little bit. Nobody from that group is over here, so I had a lot of fun. The party started to explore the dungeon that they had spent the previous week getting to and setting up, and they started piecing together some of the stuff at a reasonable rate, and then some of the stuff they were not interested in. But the highlight encounter for me was a role-playing situation that I honestly thought was going to work out a little bit differently than it actually did. So, story is these 2 researchers are off in this deserted ancient outpost. They're archaeologists. They're researching things, and in the course of events, they free at least 1, potentially more monsters into this dungeon or into this area, and they flee, and they lock themselves into a essentially a broom closet. It's a partially collapsed hallway. And they tighten themselves in. So the group is doing a good job of exploring all the nooks and crannies and stuff, and they get to this door that's tightened in, and they figure out that in fact it's tightened shut. So they decide they're just going to smash it down. Well, their perception checks were not very good, so it wasn't good enough for them to have heard the voices of the researchers that have tightened themselves in, becoming more and more afraid. Well, as the encounter, the way that I had planned it, the more people banged on the door, the more frightened they would become, and the higher their persuasion check would be to calm down. So naturally, they didn't hear it for quite a while, and they just kept banging on this door. And then I told them it was going to take them 6 checks in a row to knock this door down. So the idea was to get them all working on it together so they would knock it down. Instead, one person was just like, whatever, I'll just do it 6 times in a row and it'll be fine. I'm like, that's fine. You can do it that way if you want to. But had like a bad roll in the middle, and it didn't work out. It stopped them. Well, in the course of banging on this, they eventually heard, because it became easier to hear them freaking out, the more their persuasion adjusted. So eventually they heard them freaking out in there, and then they started trying to talk to the people in that room, where had they started talking with them earlier, it would have been much easier to convince them to let the door down. Instead, they freaked everybody out. They made it more hyper. They started talking about killing them and Somebody suggested flooding the room and then freezing all the water in the room to be able to get the door to bust down. Like, they were discussing killing these people, so they freaked out. Well, apparently that was quite aggravating for a couple of the players in particular, who just got more and more frustrated at the fact that they weren't just gonna breeze through this role-playing session of the encounter. So eventually, another player's like, what if I just, like, ethereal walk into that room? And in retrospect, I should not have allowed it. I shouldn't have let that kind of spell work. But in the moment, it kind of took me by guard, so I let it slide. But in retrospect, I shouldn't have let that spell work in that area. Because it turns out that they're in a special prison. An ancient special prison. And so certain spells don't work in a prison. Right? Like, you can't communicate with the outside. They haven't figured it out yet, but there's in fact a special place where you can do that. You can't teleport, which is something that they haven't had the ability to do, but you can't teleport. And I should have taken that to the ethereal jaunting as well. Oh man, people, they're very frustrated. They're like, my spells are completely worthless. And I'm just like, they're not worthless. They were working right over there. They're just not working here. It's fine. Oh, man. And I don't want to say that I get pleasure by them being frustrated, but I do a little bit for a couple of reasons. One, if they're frustrated, then I know they're in the story. Right? Because you don't get frustrated over something you don't care about. In general. I feel like Tobrell wasn't paying close attention. Like, he's not into it. He doesn't seem to care that much. But I think he was TRing also during the time. I don't know that for a fact because I was DMing. It's fine with me if somebody, as long as they're there enough to do the things that they're there for. I don't really mind too much. But everyone else seems to be pretty in. And again, that to me that's partially determined by their emotional reaction to certain things, like being aggravated with stuff like that. So yeah, overall it felt pretty fun. People are certainly in the right mind space. Oh, this person's doing giant hole. I'm also going to take a couple of moments here and put my pain cream on my neck. Oh, I'll make a big mess since I'm trying to use my left hand to do it. I don't know. I think we've done a lot of pre-planned modules lately. So people don't realize, as players, we don't realize what it's like anymore to think about consequences of our actions as much, because usually the pre-con adventures have more railroads. So if you step too far outside the line, it's up to the DM to bring the people back onto the tracks. And things like, hey, if you scare the piss out of these people, that makes it more difficult to talk them out of being scared, isn't necessarily something that comes to mind. Anyway, Rhett, how's it going, my man? I'm level 15. I don't know if you're in range. Honestly, haven't looked. So we have some upsides and some downsides here. Also, we have a new trash can. $13? Well, it's up to you. I'm about to go work on the... Attack on Summerfield questline. If it's something that you don't normally do, you're welcome to come along. If it's something you normally do, you might want to wait until level later. Anyway, this is our new trash can. Night Mother's Scepter. It's currently at 4 slots. It's half of my auto set. The other half is in my artifact. But I'd like to charge this up as we play along here.
I wonder what you'll pick. So many choices.
Well, even if your contributing level is low, that's fine. I only bring it up because, again, at I would not probably move 2 levels ahead on my level 15 or my level 13 unless it's a quest thing that I would not normally do. If it's a quest that I normally do, I would probably pass. But if it's a quest area that I normally skip, then I would probably tag along. That's how my brain handles it, but of course everyone can be a little bit different. I think we care about crits on this currently. I think so. Let's see, I also want to go ahead and grab my bind. Don't want to make the run of shame here. Ah, so you normally... Okay. The reason why I have to do that chain is for the favor. Sure. I like the chain well enough as well, but I need the favor for... Because you end up skipping all of the lower level Coin Lord stuff. So if you want to get your Coin Lord favor, you kind of have to do that stuff. And even then, you sometimes still have to do some miscellaneous Coin Lord stuff. Like last life, I think I did... What did I do? I know I did Irestone Inlet, because there was a lot of chests. I did one other, like, little low-level thing. Let's do this now.
Howdy.
Hey, what's up, man?
I'll be down to doing chain 1 and 2 if you want to do that. If you need favor that bad or not.
Well, I won't need it that bad, but...
No worries then.
I wouldn't want to hurt your experience for doing chain 1, you know what I mean?
I'm close enough to level it where it wouldn't be an issue on chain 1, but if it's not in your plans, it's good. It's good.
I don't know. We'll see how it is. Maybe I crunch through this really quick and then do it. I don't know. We'll see. I do think I end up needing like just a little bit more than you normally plan. So we're almost 3 dots in. These are not quite as good as Giant Holds, so might need a little bit of filler experience, and if so, then I'll yell at you for chain 1. missing? Oh, this guy. All I know
We
is,
run some Negro 3 while
yeah,
waiting.
sounds good. All I know is, I have a guildie who's kind of like recently back, Michael the Wise from DDOcast, and he inferred that he wanted to, like I told him I'd probably be TRing on Monday, and he was very excited. He's like, oh! And, but I guess he's decided, he like, either played over the weekend or did something so he could get in the raid group, the Monday raids. So like, no, I'm gonna be doing the raids today. I'm like, okay. Like, I am just letting people know what level I am, so if people want to ride on my coattails, they are welcome to do so. I love me heroic levels. I could heroic level for years.
Though.
I don't know. I have not been having that many problems with the. I still don't feel like I have a very efficient pattern from leveling up yet. And I looked at your spreadsheet, and I'm not in love. Some of those quests, I just don't. I still don't know very well, so I don't. It's not the button one.
It gets easier when you learn them, obviously.
Yeah. Well, just like. They're also reasonable first times, I think, as well. Some of them, like tireless. I forget what that thing is. That area is called. The mountain. Tireless track and.
Oh yeah, the. Dang it! You got me doing it too now.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it. Not Wayloon, but the other one.
Yeah, like level 27 is quests.
Yeah. So like, it might be worth it to get those in there for first times if I can, but since I don't know them, it's hard to convince myself to do them on higher than like.
The good thing about those is that they're pretty good quests. Like the design of the quests are pretty entertaining, at least to me. I like running those.
Except for the last one in particular.
Yeah, that's usually when we skip. We don't normally do that one.
Where are you going? You're running around like you're crazy now, Gold.
You're a techie kind of person. I got a question for you.
Alright, good luck.
Hardware question, okay?
Even more good luck.
So, my kids are getting old enough where they're able to play on my computer. And they do a pretty good job. They don't fight over or anything like that. They follow the rules. But every time I sit back down to play after them, it feels like my mouse is considerably less reactionary. And so I go into my mouse sensory settings, and it's still up to the max, but yet my mouse is still reacting very slow as if it was not. What could possibly, and it's literally at least 90% of the time after they've played. What could they possibly be pressing or doing?
Yeah, I don't know. Because I would say if a lot of this kind of situations, I would assume like maybe they're physically dirtying the mouse, but it doesn't necessarily sound like that's the case.
Mm-mm. No, usually if I just restart the computer, it fixes it.
I wonder if they are running some sort of mouse tracking software by accident somehow, like some sort of app that does some sort of mouse or keystroke management. You should probably look to see what kind of software they're actually running. Get an idea of what kind of programs are actually being ran.
They're usually just playing a game off of a stream, a little dinosaur game they like to play.
Yeah, you might check that particular, like Google it, make sure there's nothing weird going on. As for particular settings that they might play with or something, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I'm not saying there's not something, but I can't think of anything.
That huge explosion blocked off the rest of the tunnel.
Yeah, those are not the kind of
Moved by hand and too dense to smash through.
like you want to talk about gardening, can help you out. You. So like this, I physically assembled this computer for the first time in many years, like 20 plus years. But another person designed it and put like the parts order all together for me, and I just ordered what they told me to get. It's like I have not. Those are not my passions, so I rely on people whose those are their passions. At least that's my general goal. Like, I'm one of those people that dives deep into things that excite me at the moment, and then everything else can just go away. Now, once I've researched it, I'm usually pretty good for quite a while, but...
Yeah.
Sometimes I surprise myself by the amount of knowledge that I've gained in the past and have forgotten. So, like, for example,
This cavern is crammed with
I did a whole bunch of stuff and I put a whole bunch of products into my Amazon cart for the bus, like, some time ago. Right? I have no idea what the details of these items are because that was past Samus's problem. So, we go to order some stuff. Oh my god. Past me knew what the hell was going on. Like, stuff just fit right in place. Everything looks great. Current me is like, I have no idea. I just hope this is alright. No idea. It's like, I'm pretty sure we need one of these. Why? Because it's in the cart, and I wouldn't have put it in the cart if I didn't need it. My wife gives me this look. I'm like, what?
Hey, she said yes.
I used to know. I used to
Well,
did.
it's in my life.
Just because I don't know now doesn't mean I didn't know then. And that is unfortunately how I have to roll. I just have to trust past self knew what he was talking about. I really am one of those people that feels like there's two different people, past me and current me. When I start leaving notes for myself, then you'll start freaking out. Future Samus.
Dear diary.
Yeah. Just so you know, X, Y, and Z. What? That's nonsense. Get out of here with that commie bullshit. Why didn't I listen to myself? I'm so dumb. Anyway, anything else exciting going on?
Hey, it's my birthday.
Wow, you and
Trip around the
Rose
sun.
collab together, huh?
Yeah, 12 the day before mine.
Yeah, well, happy birthdays. Figure he'll jump into stream sooner or later before he heads off to work.
He's probably already at work.
Really? Oh, I guess he's working like a really super long shifts right now, isn't he?
Yeah. Poor
Doing those
baby.
12s. It's been a while since I've had to do 12s.
I did one last Tuesday, but it wasn't too bad. My days of doing them 6 days a week are long done, and I'm so glad about that. Because that shit's for the birds.
Yeah, Remington's experiencing life as the
smell of smoke in the air
knocking out the
suggests
12s
the
right
presence
now.
of explosives nearby, as does the
doing
charcoal
many days a week of 12s.
What's he doing again?
He is
I'm medical.
yeah, he's a CPA, right, or not a CPA. He's a nursing aide right now at one of the nearby retirement homes.
Yeah, they all call them different. I've heard some call them CPAs. They're always a different acronym.
Yeah, he's got some sort of title. And then or not title, but some sort of letters, and then he CNN, CRNs, I don't know, something. He's not a CRN. He's going to be getting his CRN soonish, I think. CNA. He's a CNA.
Yeah, my wife was did that to put herself through nursing college, and then she became a nurse.
Yeah, well, that's what he's doing. That's what my brother did, sort of, except he got in as a... Oh, what is it called? When you run the dialysis machine, some sort of tech for dialysis machines, and he got in there. And I felt like he was making some dollars for somebody who literally had 15 minutes of work at a time per patient at most. And then the rest of his time was sitting on his phone and making sure that nobody died in his chairs. It's like, I watch so many hours of this TV show on Netflix, or, you know. It's like, yeah, you usually get like 3 people at once, so you work really hard for about 15, 20 minutes, and then they have like 3 hours or 6 hours on these machines, and you just put on their show, and you watch a show, they watch a show. I'm just like, yeah, that sounds real terrible. Like, what were you making? Oh, like $17.50 an hour. I'm like, yeah, that sounds real bad.
It's a rough life for him.
Yeah. Well, Remington's wiping butts and taking people to...
Oh, yeah, that's what my wife did.
now, but-
That part, I mean, of course, no one's gonna like doing that part. Like, it's just... That's difficult to do.
So I think that stuff's not as problematic for him because certain people don't want the male nurses to help them doing certain jobs. So,
That's fair.
like, there are jobs where he ends up spending a lot more time on than other people. Like, because he's a male, he's big enough to pick people up and put them in bed a whole lot easier than others.
Yeah.
So he does a lot of, like, putting people in bed, putting people into their chairs, you know, stuff like that. And I don't think he has to do nearly as much butt wiping as... I mean, obviously he has to if there's nobody else, but...
Yeah.
Just don't think he has to worry about it as much as the other people on the floor. Again, not everyone is good with having the 21-year-old boy come wipe their butt for them. Just go ahead and pull my balls to the left and... Yeah. Mr. Franklin, perhaps something a little bit less dirty today.
Now you got me picturing the old guy from Family Guy.
Oh, I'm sure it's that guy. Ha! Should have probably checked the rest of the stuff for double items. Two-handed fighting weapons in particular, if they're double slotted, seem to be going for a very pretty penny on the Shard Exchange right now. At least they were. This week, not so much. Last week, or the week before, quite a bit. And I did a bunch of re-rolling last week, so now I'm down to 78 shards again.
I live at about 3 shards. I refuse to get into that currency.
I did for a really long time until I realized that these the shards are like rolling in on the double items right now. Like I went up to 300 plus shards in a couple of weeks by selling off like a couple of rings and a couple of
Summerfield's fate will be shared by every district in Stormreach.
a couple of rings and a couple of like great axes or something.
Troam has begun their new assault.
So it worked out pretty nicely. But that it may have also been that I had double slotted items, and now that they're you're starting to be able to see them a little easier, and the bug is not there as much. The prices may have come down. Because I haven't sold any in, like I said, about a week since the patch came out. So nerd news that may or may not be exciting for some people. Saw a post today from Nerdist on Facebook. Chris Pine is now confirmed for a new and upcoming Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Who?
Chris Pine. Captain Kirk.
Okay.
The boy toy in Wonder Woman. A couple other roles, but nothing I can think of off the top of my head. I do like Chris Pine though.
One of the games I used to play during one of my GDO siestas just announced they're coming out with a sequel starring a character based off of and voiced by Vin Diesel and Russell Crowe.
Portals appearing.
Voiced by Vin Diesel and Russell Crowe, or they?
Well, two different characters.
Oh, okay.
Chance to dispose of enemy
Wait, that's a weird combo, but okay.
Yeah, I'm like,
broken walls.
what kind of character is this? I don't know. Poor Russell
This
Crowe.
is likely the last working fountain in the Summerfield district.
He was the mighty for a long time. You gotta ride that stuff hard. Like, he was
I'll back in a minute, Sam. I gotta put my dart bed.
all right. He was the guy for a long time. Gladiator. Something in the Commander. I can't think of what it's called now. Yeah, he was all over. He was the Ryan Reynolds of that era.
The flames engulfing the battleground too hot to brave. Another path through the district would be advisable.
But I haven't seen him in anything in quite a while. Good to see him back in some stuff. Tell you the guy that you never really think of as a great actor until he gets out of some ridiculous roles, but Kevin Costner's actually been watching him lately in Yellowstone, and that is a great show, by the way. And he does a really good job in it, I think. There should be a guy right here. I do not see that guy right here. A little bit on the aggravating side. So there's one over here on this side, and there's one over here on this side. Yeah, I just don't know where it is. Strange. Alright, so I think I'm just gonna kill these things and then click on this guy.
The burning ruins.
I'll clear my aggro over here, but I'm just gonna detour back. I'm not gonna go to the run across the map to the Sally Port.
Starting blocking the Sally Port.
I guess you can hit me with the heal spell. I guess you can just come along. Why not? Not do anything else. It's getting killed.
The sewer tunnel beyond this hatch leads just as you try engaging the sally port lock. Droam flankers pour through the passage. Summerfield's different crash of a battering ram erupts from the direction of the southern barricade.
Alright, we're gonna put her up here.
The sally port
We're gonna
diversion. The
mono
true
mono
assault
the
is
big
just
guy.
beginning.
Love the artwork on this. I don't actually know anybody who doesn't, though.
It's just a well-designed quest. That chain.
They definitely have quest chains where they're more on the balls than others, and this is probably one of those where they are mostly on the ball. I have a little bit of issues with some of the mechanics in the last quest in this chain, but that's
Also,
more some of their implementation, I think.
Also,
Specifically like the poop optional, for example.
oh yeah.
It's not always easy to trigger, and sometimes if you click things wrong, it will.
Yeah, it's kind of janky.
It'll mess up forever. I don't like that there's no way to like clean the stank off of you if you get stank on you.
Store pots, I think.
I don't think so. I could be wrong. I could try it. But I don't think so. I don't think you can get rid of it. Like, at the very least, dancing around in that water should probably take care of it. You know, like, if you're going to stand in a waterfall, you should be able to get clean, right?
I wouldn't think.
And then obviously I had the problem on the hardcore server season 2, I believe, where I had a barrel explode for no reason.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was good times.
Yeah. Maybe it was season 1.
It was early. It was either 1 or 2. You're right. I think it was 2. I got a good laugh out of it.
Well, I didn't have any deaths season 3. Well, I did. I took a death when we tried to do Reaper 1 Asharan Welcome, just like 3-man it. And I did not spot a spider because I didn't think that guy could drop a spider. And it turns out he could. I killed him, but he went ahead and dropped the spider anyway.
He killed you back.
He did. And that's where everyone was like, whoa, this is actually going to be dangerous. We're not going to do it. I'm like, I already took the death. What's the problem?
Right. At this point, I'm committed.
Well, I wasn't. We could have left, and we did. But I think at that time, I was the only one that hadn't lost a death hadn't taken at least one death in our group. So... And had I not done that, I think I would have been the only person that didn't have any deaths in the top 10. So I had seen others in that group take a death.
All is quiet in the lower decks.
All is quiet.
With enough care, you can keep it that way. The alarm rings out. The hatch to the mine bay looks like it requires some kind of crest to unlock.
Unfortunately, I don't have enough rogue levels for the mine thing here, but
from bays like this,
I don't think it matters
the
too
Droam
much.
fleet has deployed enough mines to stop all shipping in Stormreach Harbor. If you can get past the Kobold engineers, you can find a way to deal with the mines. This panel controls the detonators on all the mines from the Vengeance, both those already deployed in the water and those still here in this bay.
2 minutes. I think 2 minutes should take care of it. I feel like you should be able to do things by classification. For example, I should be able to say all SLAs have the following metamagics. So I don't have to click every one. Now granted, if you're leveling up normally, it's not that big of a deal, but things iconic wise. Setting up a character, man, it's taken
takes a
long
while.
times. Take a long time. Took me the whole stream basically to TR and do one quest today. Although I did in the stream like an hour early today. Oh my goodness.
The vengeance has been alerted to your presence.
Also, how do these bells just not go off non-stop?
As he takes his last breath.
They're on the water. I don't know if you guys have ever had anything on the water, but it rocks back and forth a little bit. A little bit of motion,
You can hear the growls and
a little bit of grind, a little bit of
for the intruders who raised the alarm. They're looking. The hatch to the mine bay
Little
looks
bit of
like
good
it
times.
requires some kind of crest to unlock. It's likely secured somewhere else on this ship. From here, the Vengeance uses a complex system of rails and pulleys to deploy mines into the water. Alert Kobold and 1 down, 2 to go.
looks like we may have slightly agitated some individuals here. Yeah, I think we can get away with 1 minute on this one.
Even the deepest
I already know we're
suffering
here,
Droam
so
soldier would have awoken from that explosion. The remaining Droam forces will now be alert to your presence.
will they though? I don't think they're going to be that aware of my presence. Loading screen say what? I think they know where I'm at. I think they know where this square is. Well, occasionally somebody's getting some love in. We want to get inside this building and then right here before that blast gets us. You can take damage from that in that spot and get killed. Ooh. Could be stuck on the loading screen. That would be bad. We don't exist in either location. Could be real bad. Oh, here's a cool... While we're waiting, I'm glancing over at Instagram. An interesting couch configuration. I don't think I would do this, but it looks like a regular couch, right? Kind of put together with obvious finger holes here and here for storage. I imagine these also open for storage. You can see how the flaps are up, but the middle pieces are not secure, so they can slide around. So you can put them facing each other, or a couch. So you can make 2 love seat type sections, or 2 bench sections, or a couch. That is an interesting idea. Having the arm be exactly the same as the back, so you could mix and match. No, I do not want to log out. I very much want to Alright, well apparently I am outside. And just lag is real bad. There we go. Now we're not. But our audio is messed up, so we're probably going to have to restart to deal with the audio being broken. Man, game is having all sorts of fits on us. Really dislike not having audio. Confirm it.
It's the worst.
Well, it's not the worst, but because I used to not play with audio, but I also used to play with music playing. But now, because YouTube and copyright stuff, and now even Twitch and copyright stuff, I can't get away with playing music.
Lobo the Bloody.
There we go. Just didn't have any audio inside that building.
Sacrifices of innocent lives has now
Or that room.
fallen to your wrath.
Fine, take it.
The Bloodlust's crew is awake down here, growling to each other as they search for you.
At least that means we don't have to restart the client.
The hatch to the mine bay looks like it requires the hatch to the mine bay.
The hatch to the mine bay. The hatch to the mine bay.
Secured somewhere else. This is the Bloodlust's mine bay, where kobold engineers tend to the equipment. You will need
It's pretty
to
funny. My a friend and his wife and stuff came to visit today, and they had moved a whole bunch over the last couple of years. I feel like they've moved at least once every year for the last 5 years, maybe even more than that. So I was, I'm like, you know, you guys should just get a house, tiny house, a bus, whatever, bring it along. You know, it would not be that big of a deal for you guys to do that. My friend Witty, no, my wife would never. She would hate it. It would work for about a month, and then it'd be over. So she came over to check out the bus today. Oh my god, I love it. This is adorable. He's like, yeah, you would last about a month.
Man, I'm telling you what, I don't know about a bus, but I would definitely go tiny home if I don't have kids. That's my big thing in it.
Well, that's part of the reason we waited for Remington, right? To get out. No, I do not want to log out. I do, however, want to... Yeah, this quest is just being a real jerk. Maybe we are? Alright, let's just finish out. We didn't die. And the quest is complete. There's no more treasure there, so we can just leave. Hopefully things will be unbusted. Teleport lock enforced. Yeah, maybe we will be restarting the client. But anyway, so she started... Yeah, I guess we're going to try restarting the client. Let me switch over to cam only here. We'll kill the client. But she was like, you know, we get a house, and then I can build a greenhouse, and then I could just set it up as, like, my girl cave. Like, I can help you build a greenhouse. I've built greenhouses before. It is not that difficult to add a little greenhouse. In fact, it's possible that, depending on how well this house sells, that we could just knock down my other property's house and just turn it into a giant greenhouse. Big enough to park the bus in. I bet you I could do that for pretty inexpensively. Alright, client is rebooting. Switch back over here. That is my current plan for when I decide to settle down on the bus, is to just park it inside of a greenhouse. Preferably someplace near a lake. That we can still take it out and do stuff. Hey, looky there. Our hireling broke. Alright, let's jump back to the boat, re-ship up, and get our mana back. Apparently, we got no credit for completing the... Well, I'm assuming we got credit for completing the quest because we still have our experience bar moved. But I don't think we got credit in the sense that that flagged when we actually leave the quest. So we'll refresh all those things. But yeah, I don't know. I got a real kick out of the... Oh, this is amazing. I would love to do that. Like, mm-hmm. Then she started telling me about how they rented a little cabin for their wedding anniversary and they loved it. Like, well, I know plenty of people who do it with 2 small kids. I don't know how they do it. I know plenty of people that have done it, though.
The challenge is like literally just getting rid of that much stuff. Like, my wife and I went through this. We went through from a 3,000 square foot home down to a 1,400 square foot home. And just the pure process of just culling all your stuff is it's more difficult than people think.
Yeah. I mean, when the goal is to keep stuff, right? So... Did you already have the home? Or were you weeding stuff and then you were gonna then when you found out you were gonna move into something, you moved in?
I'm understanding your question. We purchased the home and then we purged as we were moving out of the old home.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Yeah, so I hope... I don't know, because I've just gone from smaller to bigger. I've not gone the other way. I'm hoping that it'll be easier, like, putting stuff physically into the bus and being like, alright, if it doesn't fit something at a certain point, what's in the bus is what's going.
Yes, it will. Because the reason I said that is because when we moved, we physically moved probably about 40% of the stuff we ended up throwing away. Because we thought, oh, it'll fit, and then once you get there and you're really in that situation of you have to do this now, you'll get rid of a lot more stuff.
Right. So in my mind, I'm like, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal for me to weed stuff down because it physically can't fit. Like, if I physically can't put it in there, it's not coming. It's just how it's going to be. Let's grab... I bet it's over here. Let's grab these also. In the off chance that we decide we have to rest. And we don't have a shrine nearby. I'm looking for my... Oh, I guess we should grab these two. Have some mana if we need it. So what I'm actually looking for is the Bears Endurance ones. Huh. I feel like I'd have those. But I certainly don't see it. Oh, there they are. Bear stamina. Your friend Loaf Beef has logged off. Wonder if that means he fell asleep again because he's been really quiet, or if he's just been concentrating doing like high-level Reaper stuff. Guess we'll find out soon enough.
All of that sounds like him.
Well, he made some comments a little bit ago about eating 2 bowls of chili, and now he's really tired. He's also made numerous comments about falling asleep at his computer in the past. So, like the last time he spoke in the chat is probably about the right time to time out, I think. I need Fireball before or some way to set things on fire before I go into this area. Did that last time too. I tried going into this quest without access to Fireball or some sort of fire spell.
Quest is that?
The last one, where you got to set those tents on fire. You can do it without it, but you have to kite / keep the NPC clerics alive until they successfully set the tents on fire, which is a pain. I'd rather just grab my my Staff of Arcane Power, or whatever it's called. Yep, Staff of Arcane Power. It is very much an item after my heart. It's like the multi-tool you didn't know you wanted. Until you didn't. Until you have to have it. And you're like, oh yeah, this is great. I'm so glad I had this. Need some more sweet multi-tool action like that. Oh boy. So do I dare go check out Twitter to see if there's anything interesting going on?
Oh, doubtful. I can tell you what's going to be on it. The Electoral College put in their official votes today, so I'm sure it's inundated.
Well, it wasn't that bad when I looked at it before starting the stream, but I imagine it's probably more today than before. I'd watched a bunch of videos where they were not letting people enter the courthouse. They're like, we're electors. And they're like, nope. GTFO! But we're supposed to be here. And they like hold up paperwork saying they're supposed to be there. Like, nope. GTFO! The big thing, I don't know if you heard. Those of you who don't want to go political, I'm sorry. I'm going to go political for a minute. But for those of you who have not heard, the forensic analysis of the Dominion server in whatever the county is in Michigan came out today, and the report was officially released. Now, it's of course going to be colorized by the media as, you know, Trump supporters, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But this forensic team is from Harvard. Harvard forensic team went through it. And they found, and I don't know if they gave numbers, but they found and reported to the judge, and the judge approved that they have found that the Dominion voting machines are intentionally programmed in such a way to have misleading results. So at a certain point, a person will manually have to go in there and adjust things. And that it appears that a large enough number of the votes have been shifted that at least that county should be removed from the counting or from the totals, and possibly even every county in Michigan that uses this machine and software.
No, the interesting thing is that there's a lot more states than just Michigan that use Dominion.
It is, but they did not get the opportunity to look at all the Dominion. Like they can't necessarily extrapolate this to all Dominion voting machines, just potentially the ones in the state because they all run the same software.
Version 1.23 or whatever.
Yes.
It would be a shame if some
Now,
poisonous
it's possible that this could extrapolate out, or at least give an excuse for someone to legally go through and look at the rest. You know what I mean?
soldiers emerge
Yeah.
from the cave.
Probable cause.
Yeah. Now, whether or not they do, or
No.
it's going to matter,
I mean,
or
and, you know, and we've discussed this. I mean, you're fairly libertarian, and I'm extremely conservative. And even that, I don't think it's in the best interest of the country at this moment to do that, because what you're going to be doing is you're going to be causing a civil war of sorts, whether it be fought on a battlefield or not. But you're going to take one side and basically pull their president off the
like spending
presidency.
3 years trying to convince Americans that he's owned by the Russians.
Well, correct. But my point is, Democrats already believe that Biden is president. No matter what we say, no matter what facts are presented before them, that's their president. So it's easier, per se, to just grin and bear this and move on with our life versus proving what may have happened or what, in my opinion, did happen, and then inciting the riot to follow. Is that what's in the best interest of this country? Or are we going to try to fix the problems with the election in the next 4 years and then come back?
Why would the people in power that got put in this position fix anything over the next 4 years?
Well,
So
correct.
this is my problem with that.
But Biden's not necessarily. I mean, it's still yet to be seen if he's going to actually have any power. He still has to get the Senate. So I mean, it could just be a lame duck.
It won't matter. Even if he's a lame duck, it won't matter because, again, it's not a problem at the national level. It's a problem at the state level, and if you don't kick him in the butt right now, right, and be like, look, this is all messed up. They have 4 more years to just do whatever they want, and it's not like the national level under the current administration who, quote unquote, got away with it or whatever you want to call it. You know, is going to make them change the rules and get it cleaned up, right? It's going to come down to individual people at the state level, but people at the state level don't come out to deal with stuff. They typically don't care. They only care about the big ticket guy at the very top, or gal, at the very top, and that's the only reason they bother to come out. So if you don't fix it now, in my opinion, if you don't make a big deal about it and be like, look, this is the kind of crud that we've been dealing with for
I think
years.
you're interpreting it. I'm all 100% for they should fix it, but I don't know if pulling Biden off of the presidency is going to fix it.
I'm not even saying that you take him off the presidency.
That's what I'm saying. You're actually agreeing then.
I agree that the idea. I'm saying that you need to take the time to get shit counted and sorted correctly and make sure that stuff happened by the rules, because you have a large chunk of this country that felt like stuff was not being done by the rules previously, right? Like, again, we had $30 million in 3 years investigating that Russia hacked our election. So you already had a bunch of people who believed it was problematic, including people like John Oliver, who had a very interesting article or expose or whatever you want to call it on the Dominion voting machines. And then 9 months later, like, the Dominion voting machines are perfect. I never said there was a problem. Like, that's literally a quote from his show later. It's like, I never said there was anything wrong with the Dominion voting machines. If the machines are perfectly made to cause frauds, that means they were broken when Trump was elected. I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying that you need to find out what happened. Because some of the things that they were saying were messed up. They were talking about updates. They were talking about things being connected live to the internet. They were talking about votes being flipped consistently. Like, they were running stacks of ballots, 50 through for Trump and 50 through for Biden. And 37 votes from Trump every time consistently would be switched to Biden. Like, consistently. The Russian did affect our election. That was proven that the president was not involved. So, if $3,000 of Facebook ad is enough to sway the election, sure. But we now have China out there laughing and joking that they own Biden.
It's been a very interesting story to follow the last week as well.
Yeah, I'm much more concerned about people from China getting involved with stuff right now than I am with people from Russia. Like, I don't like the idea that Russians involved with anything either, but I'm much more concerned about Chinese interference personally right this minute. So, I mean, again, I'm not saying that when you do a count that Biden doesn't still win. I'm just saying squish all the fears. Take the time, do the counts and making sure that the votes are legal. Because if you look at, and I'm just talking about the stuff from the Voter Integrity Project, they're saying that they have proof, hard evidence of like 50,000 some votes per state in some cases being double voted. If you vote in 2 states, your vote in either state is nullified. They have a significant number of those votes for different places. Nevada in particular is really bad. Georgia was really bad. Like, if that's something, for example, that's crazy. They have evidence that people who are not 18 years old were voting in this election. Again, I'm not saying that Biden is not the winner. I've not said that. I am merely saying that we already had half the country that was upset about the election process before and casting doubt on it. And now those people seem to be like, oh, everything's fine. And the other half of the country who was like, everything's fine, when their guy won, is now upset because their guy lost. And I would like to see that system looked at so people could go forward and have confidence in the election. Because I tell you right now, I know a lot of people who did not vote in previous elections because they felt like their voices didn't matter and that they were going to just do whatever they wanted to do anyway. And now they voted in this election, and now they 100% feel that way again. If such evidence existed, it would have been presented. It is being presented. It's being presented non-stop. Non-stop. Go look at, again, the Voter Integrity Project. They're crowdfunded. I believe they're over $1 million in funding, and they have evidence of significant problems. Significant problems. A lot of it's available on their website and on their Twitter feed, but now that they're involved in a lot of the lawsuits, they've been asked to not release a lot of their new information, but a lot of their other information's out there. A lot of the voter integrity stuff was released before the judges and the courts got involved. So there's already a lot of information that's already out there. I don't think it has anything to do with Trump's lawyers being problematic. I think they are. I think a lot of the Trump's lawyers, they're talking about, they've gone too big. They're talking about a mastermind. I don't think there's a mastermind at all. I mean, there could be a mastermind out there doing something, making all this stuff happen. I think it's far more likely, like the video evidence we saw from Georgia, that there's 3 or 4 people who have done some stuff that is very shady. For example, we've seen a mother-daughter couple or mother-daughter team that work in registration put out a YouTube video about how she's going to go fix all these ballots so they can be counted where she recorded herself doing this and was given a box, a mail crate. I don't know. I've worked on them. They're big and heavy. There's a lot of letters in there. And she's going to go through and rectify all of the return addresses so they could be legally counted if they're for Biden. And then that same mother and daughter couple pull out boxes from underneath the table and run them repeatedly with no witnesses after people are being told to leave. I'm not saying that they're doing anything wrong. I am saying that looks wrong, it feels wrong, and when you have that kind of stuff happening, it makes everything be questioned. So now you just got a bunch of people saying, hey, this stuff is nonsense and we're not going to take it. Everything is super polarized, and I feel like if you don't fix it now, you guarantee shenanigans is going to happen. It's out there, it would be in the judges' laps. Well, the problem is like, the Supreme Court, for example, is never going to rule on anything because, first go-around, they're a appellate court, so they're going to literally only rule on stuff that's already been ruled on before. So they're going to not do that. They've also said that they don't want to be responsible for changing an election. Which again, I don't know if Biden or Trump is the winner. I do know that you see these kind of information and people out there putting more than just their reputations on the line and say, hey, this is proven. Look at this data. This data can be confirmed. Anyone can confirm this data. And, like, when you look at it and you start seeing the numbers and start seeing the stuff, like, it's enough that, again, it could just be a couple people doing stuff here. It could just be a bunch of 17-year-olds going, hey, I'm going to be 18. I want to vote too. And they voted. You know, I'm sorry, that's not legal. I don't care if your birthday is November 5th. You cannot vote if you're not 18. You know, it's just, if a vote doesn't get looked at by both parties when they count it, I'm sorry, it's not a legal vote. Go back through and verify it and vote and let it through. Do that. Go through that process. But if you intentionally hid stuff in such a way that it can't be verified now or can't be done, then those votes have to go. Yeah, every legal vote needs to be counted. Every illegal vote needs to get taken out and set aside saying, I'm sorry, these are not legal. Like, one of my friends is in Arizona right now, and she's was a hardcore Republican, and now she's a hardcore anti-Trumper to the point where she's basically, and I was a hardcore anti-Trumper in 2016. For the record, I was hardcore anti-Trump 2016. I did vote for Trump in 2020 to be on Front Street. And she's like, ha ha ha, the natives are going to turn Arizona blue. And I'm like, cool. If that's who they want to vote for, that's awesome. And then you find out that if you were native and you took a picture of you filling out your ballot for Biden, you got a $250 check. Like, what? What? There are some dead people voting. There are some. They're not as many as a lot of people are saying. But there's always some.
There were no humans on Zendrick back during the time of the Giant Empire. These human bones must be a recent addition to the
It is beyond illegal, and it's 100% true. Again, just like there are TikTok videos out there of people working the ballot stations, and they're going, "Oh, hell no! This Trump vote." That's on TikTok. You can see people doing that. No, the proof, you would think that proof would be on the news. Right? You would think it would be on the news. I agree, it should be on the news. It's not on the news. the news media is so in the well that they'll overlook it. Tim Pool has a great story, because I've become a big Tim Pool fan, even more so in the last... Like, I liked him before, but in the last 6 months, I've become really big Tim Pool fan. And he tells this story, probably more than he should, about... I forget exactly where he's working, whether this was New York Times or wherever. And he was specifically told to only work on stories that their audience would like.
This confrontation will end quickly.
So you don't work on stories that your audience is not interested in. And if you don't think your audience would be into voter fraud stuff, then you don't cover it. I would like to think a competitive station would do that, but it seems like, and I don't watch OEM, I think that's what it's called, but there's plenty of other news outlets that are covering this stuff, but they're not the mainstream outlets. They're not the Fox News, they're not the CNN, but they are private news network. There's plenty of people who are putting this stuff out there. There's plenty of people who are acting as independent actual journalists, and they're just not... They're not getting the airtime, and people aren't seeing it, so people don't believe it. It's just like that Hunter Biden story. You know Hunter Biden has been on again, off again under investigation since 2015? By the FBI. Bet you didn't. Because when oh, what was that? Was it New York Post? New York Post tried to tell you. Facebook, Twitter, shut it down. The major news media just said that's a fake story. It's not real. Like, and I'm not saying it's not their God-given right to tell us what they want to tell us, but there's a reason why news media is the most untrusted network or organization in the United States. Politicians are number 2. Think about that. News media is the most, and politicians are next. That is bonkers. Juliana, blah, 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 blah. Oh. Rich people forget stuff all the... Like, it's very easy for somebody who has money to not worry about something like a laptop anymore. Are you going to tell me that the laptop is fake? Russian disinformation? I can't buy that. What is more likely? That Russians set up a trap years ago just for this situation? Or that some rich dude took his laptop, got high, and forgot to go pick it back up? I'm not saying that he traveled cross country. The man jet set all over the place. You're sitting in your bathroom in some hotel room doing something. Your computer's messed up. You think it's going to be an easy fix. You take it, you drop it off. You have a party. You get a little distracted. And you forget where it's at. You're like, oh crap, I left my laptop, or it got... Who knows what I did with it. But I got the money to just go get a new one. Like, it's disposable at that point. Yeah, the money, stuff like that becomes disposable. I find that to be far more likely than Russians set up a clever ploy years in advance. on this old machine. Well, again, if you just spill the soda on it, or whatever happened, it's like, oh, this can't take that long to fix. I've certainly taken machines in and found out after the fact that it was going to be more money than it was to fix it. And I'm like, I'll just buy a new one.
Officer who knew about the mission. That'll do just fine.
Oh, yeah. And I'm not saying that that's... My point is that he has been under investigation numerous times. But you don't know, like, nobody knows that.
It came out in the news that Attorney General Barr was aware of the situation, but yet he chose to keep it quiet also. I'm kind of curious what was he required to keep quiet? What was his... Was he just truly not trying to have an effect on the election? Was he in the pockets of Democrats?
I don't think that's the case. I think Barr is probably a guy who's...
It seems like he has time.
Is that second one. He's like, this... We don't know what the evidence is for this. Like, we don't want it to color the election if it's not true. If it is true, then we'll get to it in due course. Like, I feel like that's probably what Barr was thinking.
Mm-hmm. Did you see he put his resignation in today?
I did. But that's not uncommon for...
No, it's not. But I mean, a week ago he pledged to stay it out through the Trump presidency. I think now he's just kind of had enough.
Well, I think he's...
Not necessarily up, just enough of all of it.
I just mean I think he put in like a month or something, right? Like he's going through the inauguration.
No, he'll be on next week.
Oh, is it? Was it that quick? I didn't think it was that quick.
Yeah, next week.
That's a little bit surprising to me. So again, I don't know if there's something wrong. I know there's a lot of individual stories that are coming out here and there and here and there and here. And some have various degree of hard evidence. Like, again, the report today that was officially released from the Dominion voting machines. That is extremely hard evidence from experts. Again, computer programming experts from Harvard. But they're being labeled as Trump supporters. Well, they're the people who
from Harvard.
Yeah, but those are the people who did. There can be Harvard people that are Trump supporters. I'm not.
Yeah, but fair enough. The vast majority of Harvard has come out very obviously not for Trump or conservatives in general, just based off of what they allow to speak on their campus.
Sure, but my point is that these are experts, but because they are ruling or their opinion is not in the way that people think it probably should or whatever. They're saying stuff like, "Oh, well, these are Trump-supporting people." It's like, it seems like a weird way to put it. All right, I do need a little bit more experience. If you'd like to, I can go start that other part.
Well, I'm already in Ravenloft chain 3. If you want to jump in that, otherwise, I'm gonna keep on trucking along.
I don't think I can do any Ravenloft. I'd have to go do part 1, and that would mess with my first times, I believe.
Yeah, my party just filled anyhow.
Oh, it's so good. I don't know. Again, I feel like you already had a big chunk of the country concerned about the election for years, the whole time. Hillary Clinton still goes on about it being an illegitimate election taken away from her by the Russians. Okay, maybe she's right. I don't know. We had a big investigation, and they determined that there was no wrongdoing and that it was not significant, that it was there, but it was not necessarily significant, is how I understand it was ruled. But I can appreciate it. And then at the same time, like, now you have the other half of the country. It's flipped. I'm just like, can we just put in the work to make sure that everybody is satisfied right now, so we don't have people who are irritated, agitated, and sit on a knife's edge for years.
Definitely needs to be addressed now. Put to bed.
Exactly. And again, whoever wins, whoever wins.
Well, because
otherwise,
the Democrats had the same complaint in 2016 regarding election.
2016, 2017, 2018.
Yeah, it's every election. So if there's that much then let's finally effing shut up and come together on something.
Yeah, who's
Put
the
together some
governor
policy in place.
or the
Voice calling for death to
the woman from Georgia who still claims to be the governor
Adams, is that her last name?
or no?
Get this one.
There's a I think they and CNN even like puts her on the show as governor of Georgia or something,
Yeah.
but she didn't win. Like, but she still tells people that because of voter fraud, she's supposed to be the governor of Georgia. I think that's still on her like CNN credentials. Just we have to clean some of this stuff up. I had mentioned before that I think we should probably have some standards set now for national elections. State elections can continue to do whatever, but national elections are crazy. LOL, if you go to the Dominion website, they have a full statement explaining that counties in questions did not use digital adjustment of votes. Well, apparently they did, because some of those are the states that are in question, but the main one is where the report was come from is specifically because of their handling. That's specifically them. There's one county, I forget the exact county, but it's...
Yeah, it's a rural county, too.
I don't think so. I don't think
The
it's
one
a
they were
rural-
going to investigate about a week ago was going to be a different one.
I don't think it's a rural county. But again, the problem is that the digital county machines are having problems where they have manual
As
changes.
the salty tang in the air grows stronger, you notice a bamboo
There you go. Then pull out the paper votes, verify, and count.
back towards Henrita's camp.
Yeah, I no longer believe anything. And that's just part of the problem. I don't believe anything that Dominion says.
Warn Henrita of the danger to storm
No, what do they have to gain from coming out and claiming that?
to camp without
The-
encountering
that-
Rowan forces.
That their things are all messed up.
Yeah.
Nothing. Like why would
Exactly.
why would
Why
their
would they do that?
why would their website say that? Like, or say that, oh yeah, we messed up real bad.
Sorry, guys.
That's what we're saying. If they were to come out and say that it was messed up, where would be the advantage of that?
Of these dead creatures matches the ones on the beach.
As reported by the county, I don't care what the county says either.
Hostile reaction
I
to
only
the
care about the evidence that was released by the
conservation
court
theory.
that says this is fact. I don't care what the county says. I don't care what Dominion says. I don't care what the state says. I care what the court has come out and said. This is evidence that we are accepting. Boop. That is fact. I don't buy it. I do not buy it. This is the problem. This is what I'm saying. This is the problem. Because there's, again, evidence taken from other places that say something else. I don't know what to believe. Right now, they could tell me the sky's blue, and I don't think I'd believe Dominion. I'm just moving goalposts now. I'm not. I want to make everything consistent. I want to be comfortable and confident in the elections. And just because one person says this is not true and another person says, hey, this is true,
With any luck, the guard didn't
I don't know.
the
I don't know which is true.
Patriots.
What's up?
Bored.
Just bored? If they said they didn't use the machine, I don't care. I don't care what they say. The evidence from the report shows that they did. So if the forensic analysis says it's messed up and that they used it, and they said, oh, we didn't use it. Like, I don't care. I don't know who to believe. Because I've been told for years to trust the science. The science says they lied and cheated. But you don't ever deny. Right? Isn't there even a song? Isn't there a song where you just deny, like, you caught me with some woman? Hey, baby, that wasn't me.
Was it me? Yeah.
Wasn't me. You just deny. The evidence says the machine was broken, not that it was used. Okay. That's not what I understood, but okay. So if the machine's broken and... Are you going to jump in? You're going to get on camera and be
I'm
quiet.
not gonna get. I'm just saying.
If
that,
you're not going to be part of the conversation, don't be butting in.
Well, the machine was used if they were testing it. Fine, we'll leave it. Let's go. Why would they test it if they didn't use it? Stupid.
I don't disagree with you. I know. Again, it's a weird spot. It's a weird spot, and people are down their party lines. Whether they want X person to win / Y person to lose, or Y person to win, next person to lose. And I'm really trying not to do that. I'm just trying to be like, look, man, I don't know who to believe, because there's evidence leaning heavily one way, and there's evidence leaning heavily the other way. If I'm a person that looks at both sides of the stuff and I'm just like, I don't know. This seems more credible to me than that. If the voting machines are proven to be bad, okay, maybe that one county. Let's say that one county they didn't use it. But the software matches for the whole state, and it was used in 47 other counties.
Crumbling ruins rest on the plateau above. While the stones are ancient, the tents and banners around them...
If it was credible in the Supreme Court, as we talked about earlier, does not want to be first to adjudicate a case. They only want to be an appellate court. They also don't want to be responsible for deciding a presidential election. So they are going to pass it off and hand it down and everything they possibly can, as much as possible, until they have to. And they don't have to. They can do what they want.
Soldiers of Droam, stand down. The war captain wishes to parley with the intruders.
So they also admitted that they probably won't take a case unless it's a 9-0. We'll take it. And you can't get a 9-0 of anything right now, except for we're not going to take it. So again, it's just a big old catch-22. And it's going to take a whole lot more for people to convince me that it's all in the up and up. Because I don't know. To me, it feels like a not me situation. Do you have any kids, the stigma? Because I guarantee you, this is a moment that every parent has. Something breaks and goes squirrely, and not me did it.
We had that exact discussion in my house last night.
Also, that it feels like a not
got
me.
for a lot of shit.
Yeah, not me has done a lot of messed up stuff.
Yesterday, not me chewed some gum and put it in mom's bed. That bastard.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, but again, it's not Republican party lines, because there are plenty of Republicans out there who don't like Trump. It's people who want to go with the political machine, and there's people who don't want to go with the political machine. Believe me, there are plenty of Republicans who just want to shut up, move on, and be part of the political machine.
Large majority. Well, I don't know about majority. There's a large portion.
Again, not a Republican. Libertarian. Pretty hardcore. Voted for Gary Johnson. Actively voted, campaigned for Gary Johnson. I would have voted for JoJo if she wouldn't say crazy fascist shit every time she opened her mouth.
I love you, Sam.
It's not my... She did, every time. I would have. All she had to do was not talk about basically locking everybody down non-stop, and I would have been on board. Oh, that's not the button I wanted to push. This is the button I want to push.
I wonder what you'll pick. So many choices.
Oh. Hope I'm not stabbed. The wife's just real good at cutting me off nonstop. And she doesn't want to sit down and be part of the conversation, then she needs to not do that. I don't know. Anyway, I just would like things to be gone through and looked at. Because we know that from the past that we've had at least one presidential candidate stole their election. Well, I guess he wasn't running for president, though. He was running for vice president at the time, I think. Lyndon Johnson. And it wasn't presidential. It was like a governorship or something. We know for a fact now, umpteen years later, that he in fact did steal that election. But the damage was done. He was already before we knew it, before we could prove it and do anything about it. Not Al Gore. Al Gore got his presidency stolen also. I don't know if I buy that. Because again, Florida did do some stuff that was like screwed up and they went back through to do stuff. But that's another place where they had evidence where people were knocking holes in ballots, if I remember correctly. Right? Because they had the old system with the Chads. And then they were interpreting whether or not somebody wanted a vote for this person or that person based off of where they clicked on the button. Like, there was a lot of shenanigans with that. I was old enough to vote in that election. Right? Yeah. And I don't remember who I voted for in that election. I may have abstained from that election, to be honest. Or voted for whoever the Libertarian was at the time. Is more likely what happened. Hey, Tim. Welcome to the stream. Really don't want any... Well, Powered Blind's good. Haze of Exhaustion is okay, but not really what we're looking for. I don't know. All I know for certain is it feels wrong, and a lot of people don't care because their guy won. And would I be as passionate if there's the same question, like if Trump won and these questions were called by the Democrats into play? I hope so. I really do. Am I doing Deep Gnome again? Yes. I'm going to be doing... I'm going to get all my Deep Gnomes cleaned up at a time, and then I'll move on to the next Iconic, and we'll clean up all of those, and so on and so forth. That's just how I like to tidy things. Let's get that locked down. I also will say that I try to be more active in my local politics at the state and local level. I'm not always the best at that, though. Alright, I feel like that's probably enough to get things shaked out. Mostly I wanted to ask Rhett what he was kind of aware of, what was going on, and I didn't want to like dive super deep down a rabbit hole. It does happen though, because I'm again confused and worried.
I've read it a little bit. I'll be honest, I'm kind of swamped at work and got a grad project due that I'm behind on, so I haven't really been able to do as much reading as usual.
Yeah, like I said, I've kind of lived in a big hole for most of the day. I haven't caught up with everything that I probably should have. Yeah, we're gonna go deeper in Eldritch Knight and try to be more melee focused, and I think we're going to spend some time trying to get our specifically enchantment DCs up and see if we can land like mass hold monster and stuff like that specifically. I don't know how likely that is, but that's going to be the plan, I think, for this particular 1 to 30.
Yeah, I gave up on enchant DCs and I just went after Greater Color Spray. It's cheaper and easier.
It is all of those things right now. I agree.
I love how you edit right now. Please don't do it. Don't nerf it.
I mean, you cannot be upset when something is incorrect and they go to fix it.
Yeah, I know it's inevitable, but I hope they fix Alchemist first.
Color Spray is the OP. That is correct. I believe that is very true. I think they'll change it when they think the sales have dried up.
Yeah, I think that they'll wait. I think it'll be just like this for about a year. I don't think it's going to go anywhere for a while.
But,
See, the hobgoblins have fortified this area and put it to good use.
if there's something messed up, you can't, and you take advantage of, like, you're playing within the rules as written.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the few things that Fey Dark Illusionist has. Fey Dark Illusionist is a pretty powerful tree in my opinion.
It's got some other stuff too. I'm telling you that there's lots of stuff in that tree that's quite nice, and my Bard build is immensely better than it was.
Yeah, I feel like, especially if you're charisma based, or you want to play with force in particular, I think there's quite a bit in that tree for a lot of people.
Just the added defense side of it are better than expected.
Also true. I think for a lot of people, being able to be immune to magic missiles by spending what?
11-ish.
Yeah, it's a tier 2. So 7 points. I think a lot of people get some value out of that. I'm maining it, but the power in the tree has other things stronger. The tree itself isn't as impressive in a bubble. Again, it's hard. Like, when you look at some of the other universal trees, for example, when you look at, like, especially Acquisitive in particular, it's probably lower on the power curve, but it's also significantly greater than, say, like, Archmage, right? Like, you have more than enough in it than, like, Force Mage by comparison. So there's plenty of good in there. You like the extra 10 MMRPR? Exactly. Like, those are things. Magic Missile Protection, Perma Blur in a universal tree. 100 spell points for, like, next to nothing.
Tier 5, I wouldn't go that high. Like, I don't think the tier 5 is that great, but I think the low hanging fruit is really strong.
I don't know, right? Like,
I guess
like
maybe
if permanent displacement is pretty solid.
Yeah, I would say if you're on a tune that doesn't already have a displacement option, then yes, I can see where we could. If you're on a tune that already has one, then I don't see the point in going. Like, displacement makes or breaks tier 5.
Well, I mean, it certainly helps a lot. Yeah, and I'm not I'm not going to say that it's necessary. If you consider Inquisitive 10 out of 10, it's probably not 10 out of 10.
No, it doesn't
But
stand alone.
It's certainly big enough that it's significant. Like it's probably somewhere in that 8s.
Yeah, I'd say it's a 7 or 8.
I think it's probably more than the 7. It's probably a low 8 in my mind. And the fact that it's a universal tree, like charisma to hit and damage, is pretty powerful for a lot of classes. Like, there's a lot of ways to get either your charisma to hit or your charisma to damage for certain classes, certain groups, but both is generally not an option. Like, you can't get both on a warlock or on a sork or a what am I thinking of? Can't get either on a bard or a sork. You often can't get unless you're PDK great sword person. You really can't get them on an effective weapon on a paladin, for example, like stuff like that. I guess what I'm saying is if you use Fate Arc by itself, it's not great, but if you're using Inquisitive by itself in that way, it's better standing. Sure, again, Inquisitive is a 10 out of 10. Not arguing with 10 out of 10-ness. Like, there's always going to be a best universal tree, there's always going to be a worse universal tree. And it's certainly, Inquisitive is certainly the best. Where the rest fall on that scale is certainly open to interpretation. Like, I really like the dagger tree. I really like the knife fighter tree. Huh?
Vistani?
Vishanti. We're going on a sea Vishanti. I was stabbing bitches in the face with my daggers.
I don't think I've ever used that tree.
Oh yeah, it's a great tree. It's got a lot of really interesting things in it, especially low. I happen to like it higher up as well. I suspect you could find builds that would be more than happy to play the Fate Arc on its own. Like Strimtom right now has got a massive, yeah, it's Evening Stream, hard on for the Fate Arc Illusionist tree. I don't know if he's been tier 5ing it or not, but I would not be surprised to find out if he is. Huh?
I think he made some kind of a Fate Arc cleric, didn't he?
I would not be surprised if he does. I do not keep up with all of his builds. I wish they could switch charisma to hit and damage with Harper. Well, the idea behind Harper is obviously that those are more of like your miscellaneous spellcasters banding together. It's certainly closer to Harper than it is Inquisitive in power level.
What are you running now, Farhan?
I took 16, so now I'm working on the 14s in Giant Hold.
Oh, okay.
I don't bank levels. That's a archaic, unnecessary thing that hillbillies do in the past.
You know. You know. I don't bank on purpose. It just ends up happening.
Mm-hmm. Having a lot of fun with it, and it's very strong. Yeah, the Illusionist. Yeah, I would like to tweak stuff. I just have a hard time finding a way to kind of fit in everything I really want to fit in. Your standing with no buffs is 120 with Illusionist, and I couldn't have that without Fate Arc. Yeah, I was at 119, and I was not maxed out on my Fate Arc. And I don't have Yugo pots. I also don't have all of the like raid filigrees for +2 intelligence as opposed to +1s. Oh no, I got really pissed over the weekend when I spent a lot of time and energy trying to get my PK where I wanted it. And I could temporarily boost to 125 or something like that, 126, but I couldn't. I still didn't feel like I was over 80% on PKs. I was really mad. My point is that Illusionist is classically an intelligence class, but Harper seems to be more like a bard tree. So the bard, the Harper is basically based off of the Harper Secret Society in Faerun. And they're definitely modeling that very directly from one of the Harper, or some book from Faerun, I'm sure. Did I miss a guy? I did miss a guy, didn't I? I didn't kill the second guy up top. That's what happens when you get joshing. But the Illusionist tree could be either way, I think. I think the lore more lines up with the fact that wizards tend to be Harpers in Faerun. Again, that's a world-specific themed kind of destiny or whatever. But I do acknowledge and respect your opinion on that. Because I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I just think because of where they're basing it out of, it's the way they didn't decide to go that way. Yeah, I calculated there's a trinket from, what is it? There's a quality intelligence, I think it's quality trinket, intelligence trinket from the new druid chain. New for me still. Very old school. Yeah, that thing. If I get that, and I do a little bit of the work to put the +2 profane bonus into a slot, that would give me a standing 21. And then raid filigrees would raise it 4. And then if you do the shenanigans where you put a filigree in your ring and the same filigree in your weapon, you can double up on the same filigree. So you could raise it an extra, your intelligence an extra 8, which of course would be an extra 4. So like, you could get the DCs up there, it's just a matter of how much you want to work at it. Right now I'm working my way through past lives. Oh, plus now with the Deep Gnome thing turned on, I'd be 20 with the same gear set up today. So that'll go up to 22 without farming up all that gear. I just would like to find the spot, because it's very likely my final build is going to end up something probably 18-2, potentially pure. I don't know yet. I like having rogue skills. I really, really like it. But I don't know if I'll be able to keep it there. But yeah, there's a couple of small pieces of gear that I could probably switch. I was not as deep in my Fade Arc Illusionist to pick up that extra +1 because I was much deeper in some of the other trees. And I was 41 points in Pale Master, and I would kind of like to get more out of
This is a place to avoid. The crater
out of
will
the
drive you mad, and only will bring
the Archmage
peace.
tree. I'm really tempted to go 5 in Archmage, but the SLA or the capstone's just not as good in my opinion as the Embrace the Void. Passive +4 to intelligence and 2 to spell pin is 2 to intelligence and 5 to spellcraft. The metamagic thing is definitely good, but I don't know if it's good enough to make up for 2 to intelligence.
On a bluff
It's
high
close.
above the giant chieftain, Blaze calls out after you. Find the
Yeah, I don't
spear.
have a way to put 41 points in
This madness before we tear ourselves.
the way that I played last life. It's quite possible that I will take another life and I will go that deep again. And I'll try other variations. But instead I was doing 10 to 12,000 points of negative energy damage for like no mana with boom boom stuff in like Reaper 6. Less than that in the Reaper 8s, but we didn't do very many Reaper 8s, so. And I felt very survivable. And then on Reaper 4, I was able to solo pretty comfortably. It took a little bit, and I had to shrine, but I never really felt like I was in danger. I didn't even have a hireling with me to cast the occasional heal or anything. I just straight up soloed. Which is not usually something I do particularly often. Meteor Swarm is very strong with Fade Arc. Yeah, see, I didn't even think about it. I took Meteor Swarm specifically to do a raid. I don't remember what raid. It was my first time doing a couple of these raids. And I was like put on gunner duty and like working puzzles and stuff.
In the
So
passage beneath the crater,
I needed some way to kill robots efficiently.
rolls up from the floor.
Yeah, I mean, following somebody else's plan is reasonable. Like, I don't have a problem reading it. I'll read it later, but I'll find my own plan for sure. Because again, my playstyle and other people's playstyles are not the same. Oh, for the gear? We could look at the gear really quick. Is there an updated gear list? Yeah, so he's got his DC up to 154. That's pretty good.
There are no signs of a spellcaster.
I said I was able to get to, I said like 125 or something, which could be at least easily one higher. Just by having Yugo pots, which I didn't bother to do.
And beyond, a living giant.
By putting points into PM for this build, I don't know how many points I'm going to put into it, but I am putting some points into Pellmaster now. It may not go any more than this. I tend to not go more than this on my Eldritch Knight builds.
These guardians
But it is possible.
do magic, says the seer.
Again, I'm not a person. I don't usually have a set plan. I usually try to like find what feels right according to the build that I'm playing at the time. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work more raids in. Again, my problem is that I've got so much work to do still that I'm not there. So again, just with the stuff, if I follow everything exactly the way I have it right now, with no changes, I'm at 20 I'll be at 23. I pick up Yugo pots. I'm at 24. During Yugo pot boost, I pick up that +5 trinket. That's 2 more. So where are we at now? We're at 26. I get a couple of, like, also I'm just using my 4. So I was using this right here. That just has 4 slots on it. And my 3 slotted artifact. So I had 7, but I have one that's almost done. Like I need I need the memory or whatever, or not the memory, the next thing to unlock the 9. Then I could slot stuff. So like, feel like I can get to where I want to get to. I feel like that 54 is definitely achievable. This guy gonna pop out. Is he gonna do literally nothing?
The seer stands before the southern crystal. Come, says the seer. Defend me. I must shatter this evil thing.
Where's my dork? Come here. Get wrecked, son. Alright. Get this party started. These guys don't light bright. You should web though. Shrimp Talk did test out some tier 5 FL, Flayed Arc Illusionist builds. Yeah, I haven't... Again, when you stream as much as I do, you don't get a chance to check out everybody else's stuff that streams as much as you do. So, I need to... develop a slightly bigger team for going from 15 to 20. Well, 15 to 30, really. Something I was curious about is I saw that Undead gives some Assassinate. Has anyone tried a full melee Assassin Wizard using Shadow Dancer Tree? I have done something similar to that before, but you don't go full Wizard. You typically... Because your Assassin still runs off of your Rogue levels. So you usually end up something like 5 Wizard and the rest some combination of Rogue. In the way back when I still played other characters, I have a 614, I believe. But it's 6 levels of Ranger for the 2-weapon fighting stuff and the bow stuff. So it 2-weapon fighted for when it was time to assassinate, and then the rest of the time I kind of used bows and mini shot for sneak attack stuff. Yeah, I don't know how I would get away with it. I mean, I guess you could use Consume to kind of make some of that stuff happen, but I don't think Consume cares about your... No, it does care about your Assassinate DC. I don't know, maybe. Like, if you're mostly just using your consume ability.
The seer dance heavily. I feel the magic source. It is near, I am sure.
There's a lot of good stuff from your Shadow Dancer tree. I just don't know if it would make sense.
The dust and debris underfoot suggests
But someone could definitely try it.
undisturbed
I would
for a
be
very long time.
interested in seeing how it works. Alts became extinct with racial lies and Reaper points.
To an extent.
Not extinct, but certainly endangered.
It encouraged me not to do it, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I would definitely say endangered. Like there are plenty of people out there who really enjoy raiding, and they're bringing people out specifically to raid again, especially with some of the changes that they've made to some of the gear that comes from older raids now. Like they've made some very positive changes, and having alts for raiding is pretty reasonable again. But I've heard one person very loudly talk about how they wish Reaper points were account-wide and not character-wide.
Time to find the crystal.
I've heard a couple people say that in other situations, but mostly one person very loudly. You want to get that Mage Right set? I don't know what set you're talking about. Copy. Video wiki. Mage Right. I like the cloak and the spectacles. Mage Right expertise. That does not look like a hard set to come by. Mage Right cloak and Mage Right spectacles. Should be able to put that together pretty quick.
Cascade of lava plummets from
It's not. Are those even from the raids? Hey, Thotkar. Oh, do you have to upgrade it in the raid? Or with the raid stuff? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, you don't have to do anything with the raids to get that set, I don't think. Yeah, they're just both from Power Play, aren't they? Oh no, the goggles don't even come from, they just come from the rare encounter. Yeah, you could put that together. The legendary ones are, okay. I've not looked at the legendary ones. I just googled, or not googled, but I looked at the wiki for Mage Right, and I didn't look. CMECU is raiding with a party of one. Huzzah, welcome.
rise up to the central crystal. This will be a difficult position to defend. Crystal must be destroyed, says the seer.
I like how they think this spot's a hard spot to defend. I think this is the easiest. Well, second easiest of all of them. This party started.
Seer turns.
Boo 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 boo.
I do the ritual. You keep me safe.
Kill that guy. Oh, I killed it. Alright, this guy's about ready to go. Those guys are all mad at me already. I can get this guy mad at me, and... okay, I didn't kill him. He should be mad at me now. Those guys should all be fine. Yeah, we should be good now. You almost have runes for Artificer. Yeah, I have never cashed anything in for runes yet.
Keep them at bay.
I probably don't have enough runes to get myself out of a paper bag. Pardon me while I adjust my massive ball sack. I removed this one at a pretty quick pace, actually. I got a haircut too. I cut it myself, like I have been for the last... since coronavirus started.
Almost done, Lucia screams.
I don't know if it looks good, but we're getting closer and closer to that fat mohawk that I want. I just need to figure out how to trim the length down a little nicer. But if I were to put some stuff in it, I could spike it up into a nice little mohawk. Nobody tell my wife, if she figures out what it is I'm trying to do, she's gonna get mad. She's already like, why do you want to be bald? Like, I don't want to be bald. But I do want to have a mohawk. I didn't have a mohawk for a long time. Speaking of the wife, the dog is down here.
Lucia looks dismal and faint. I could feel him, the caster of the spell. It is not what we think. But first, the crystal.
I'm gonna text her real quick and make sure that when her dog is down here, then, and she is not, I get a little paranoid. The dog is like attached to her bosom, for lack of a better word.
The tunnel rises ahead, winding up.
She doesn't text back in a minute. I'm gonna go check on her. Also says she was active 33 minutes ago, and I don't hear a TV show running.
From beyond the open,
From beyond.
footsteps, dry as rattling bones.
I'm using currently a Tail of the Scorpion, slotted with like a level 12 acid spell power augmenting gem.
Bones, grumbles the seer, made to fight against me. Time we ended this outrage.
she's already gone to bed. And my helper died somewhere. If the helpers died, do I need to shrine? Probably.
Unseen cracks in the ceiling. This is a good place for a short respite.
Oh, you're still up on top. Yeah, you're not coming back from that, are you? I think that's so much for doing pop this run.
Arrows shower down from the entrance to the crater's northern slope.
I don't have to kill this stuff, but I want this collectible. And I might as well, I guess. We're gonna try to invis through this fight. I think there's enough people with eyeballs that they're gonna come after us anyway, but maybe not. You had to run Madness twice this life because of the Thelanis problem. I don't know what the Thelanis problem is. Is that just people don't know how to do the quest, or is that something else equally weird?
The seer awaits your order. The seer turns to you. The ritual begins.
Really just want to love tap these guys so they come after us and not the other guy. Should be pretty easy because he's invisible, so they shouldn't. Ah, great. I shouldn't see him right away. These guys up top, anyhow. Make sure that these guys down here on the bottom aggro on me and not him. Just waiting for this other guy to like walk up the top here. Re-aggro on me. Alright, that should be enough. We should probably be fine. Stand here and hack down some firewood. Oh. Got a good pop-in right there. That may have been my problem for like the last week. I only hope. They had to reload this. Oh, that's right. I heard that. Like they ended up rolling back until like 4 in the morning or something. Did you ever get an explanation as to why? So I don't think I ever heard why. No. Yeah, I don't... I remember seeing a tweet about it, but that was all I saw. don't care about this optional. Kind of want to use the restroom and check on the wife. So I think what we're going to do is just D-door and rush this infight here. Hey. Hey, Chunky Monkey. These guys are all giants. Do they not count? Only full-grown giants count? Sounds racist.
The crater's large central spire lies beyond the Gate of Bone. Does the castle
We may have to switch to the mall or something here too. I'm not sure. We'll see how things land, I guess.
The Madstone spell awaits. A skeletal warlock. This must be the source of the Madstone spell.
It's only got 3,000 hit points. I don't think it matters if we're a little bit low. We'll hack through this quick enough, I think.
The skeleton warlock is casting the Madstone spell is no more. But why was it here in the first place? Perhaps Blaze and his seers have answers.
Hi, D-door. I'm Samus. Oh, found you. Alright, I think, I'm going to go ahead and go all the way back to Giant Hold. Actually, I'm just going to go all the way back to the boat. I go back to the boat. I'm going to reset my enhancements, my enchantments.
Upon their heads.
My resist. Hey, there we go. That's the word. I'm gonna get resists and boat buffs and all that jazz. I'm gonna come back this direction and pick up the Giant Hold hit points as well. We'll do pop, stuff like that. So I'm gonna take a couple minute AFK here. I am gonna run a minute ad break. Help me out. Stick around through the ad break. Feel free to like mute the tab or whatever. Just don't mute the actual ad because then I don't get credit for it. But we'll be back in a minute or two. Quick little AFK here. Be right back, everybody.
What up, man?
He just went AFK.
What are you guys running?
Oh, I'm not sure what he's doing. I think he's doing Giant Hold. I am running a Lord right now.
I don't know. Maybe I'll hop in and play with him. Even though it's 4:30 in the morning here.
Where are you at?
I moved to England, London last week.
Okay.
Yeah. Looks like the United States is still alive since I left. It hasn't blown up yet.
Not yet. Give it some time.
Yeah. And my girlfriend and my niece are struggling with the time. And told them they didn't want to listen. You know, going from California to like Mexico and Canada, you know, or to the East Coast is not like, you know, going across the pond. You know what level Sam is? Is he 16, 17?
Yeah, he's 16.
Oh, right on. I thought he'd be like 18 by now or something. How you been, Rat? How you doing? How's Texas?
Oh, God's country, my friend, God's country.
Everybody's moving there, it seems like, huh?
Hmm. Makes me a little bit worried for the future of it, but that's okay.
Yeah, I lived in Dallas for about a year. I had a good time. It was great. Too many Cowboy fans. You know, I'm a Niner fan, so.
Yeah, that part's annoying. Especially now that they suck so bad.
And it's funny because it's like their owner, the whole thing. It's like he curses them every year. It's like you haven't been good since '95, '96. You know, Tony Romo had a couple good years where they were decent, but the fumbled snap on the field goal and just I mean, just never.
It's just one bundle after another. They've become comic relief.
Well, it's because I think they want to try and get all these big free agents. So some of those guys are really good, but they also fit a scheme. You can't have a three technique tackle playing a one technique. You can't. These guys don't play those positions. You got to find what fits your team.
Exactly.
Oh God, did I walk into the sports hour?
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I've got to go anyhow. The baby just woke up, and so I gotta go be daddy. Y'all have a good night, guys.
You too. Have a
All
good
right,
one.
good talking to you.
Always a pleasure.
All right.
Giant hold on my way.
Yeah, I've got one more to do to finish up out there.
Tour.
No. I guess two more. I have Pop and Tour. Rogers is number?
Huh?
I don't know. I don't know what that means. I'm not currently proficient in my Thought Goer dictionary.
Oh, but my Aaron Rodgers maybe. He's having a good year. Maybe that's what you're talking about. But he's in Wisconsin, Green Bay Packers, Wisconsin. All right, I'm at the door to the wilderness.
Okay. It'll be a moment. I've got to talk to a woman about some hit points.
Oh, you're not in Giant Hold yet?
No, I'll be there in a
Oh,
moment.
okay. Sweet. So when I get in Giant Hold, I turn left, right? I'm going to the left side?
No, you'll be going to the right side.
Oh, so where I usually go. Okay. I'm gonna go kill some stuff. I'm not
I
gonna bring
will
my...
not be very long. A minute less, probably.
Yeah, I'm almost leveled up. I thought I had an idea.
Likely Tour will level you up.
Oh, better. I'm holding you freaking liable. So this build I got's pretty fun, man.
That's what you were saying. You're saying you were enjoying it.
Yeah, I think you would enjoy it too.
All this hate and
Your
I think you would
SLA
build
build?
it maybe a little. I think you would build it a little differently than I did, but
burns within
having
all
5 SLAs is pretty nice, you know. And now if I don't use SLAs, I'm just using my crossbow.
only solution is the one
Yeah, I
I
mean,
see
having lots of
before me.
SLAs are good as long as they stay strong.
To us all.
Yeah, so far I've been doing good with mine. I mean, I do Nimbus of Light, and then I do the Greater Domain of Sun, which is the Sunbolt there, and then Searing Light, and then Sunbolt, all in a row. And if something's left standing, I just shoot it with my crossbow. So I'm using the, dang it, I fell off. I just couldn't make that jump.
So I just ride around.
Oh, okay, I can circle back. Alright, there we go.
Yeah, I know. It seems like fine in heroics and not very good in epics or reapers.
That's possible. Well, doesn't the Sunbolt and stuff works on the Reapers pretty good, doesn't it?
I mean, it works as well as like some of the other spells, but
I mean,
know,
I'm
it
doing
just
like
gets wonky.
200 to like 1,000, and I'm like not even. I have like a lot of starter gear from Iconics. Yeah, so I'm sure it could really wreck some poop. I mean, like my highest spell power is light at 105.
What is your light spell power?
105.
Yeah, so whatever it is, it should, like, you should be easily very close to 300 by now, probably.
Yeah, I have one item that gives me like 60 light spell power. That's about all I got.
Yeah,
I
you
have
could
potency
even
item.
slot better than that, like from the DDO store or from Giant Hold even. at
Yeah, I
level
agree.
12.
I just need to get some of those relics and different stuff. Things I need.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Again, like I was getting my negative energy SLA up to, we were talking about earlier, to like around 10,000 last life, and even that didn't really do enough to like really crunch into a lot of stuff. So I at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't know. It could be great. Like
my sunbolt right there just did 298.
Okay, well,
That one did one. That's my steering light did 141. Like I said, I have no gear. That's so I mean, I could imagine it would if I had spell power, how much it really would do.
yeah. So to put that in comparison, if I crit with my falchion, and I'm not even that good at it, I do 220. Up, down, down. Up, down, down. Up,
Yeah, I want
down,
that.
down.
See, I can't find anybody on my other server to run those quests to help me farm that stupid weapon you're using. Everyone's like, oh, I did it this life. I only do it once a life. I'm like, dude, really? But I help you, like, this one guy pissed me off today because I go, man, you text me to get on and help you run stuff, and we farm all kinds of stuff for you, but he goes, yeah, but I'm like, the time schedule. I'm like, well, then don't ask me to help you anymore. You're not going to return the favor.
Some people are not good about going two ways, and that's what you gotta do.
I mean, I'm playing the game, so I have fun playing the game, so I don't mind doing it. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big gear farmer. Typically, I'm like, get what I get when I get it. But I do like occasionally taking a shot at some stuff. Like, so Brella and I did a little bit of gear farming this life. Not a lot, a little bit. Didn't even ransack chests. We just kind of like ran until we were tired of doing those
I'm not saying
things.
throwing this quest like 8 times in a row, but, you know, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe. You know.
Yeah, but that quest where this drops is shit.
No, I know, it's, but, you know, but that's how I was trying to get a good group, you know. I try to find pugs, and that's...
Just have to
just
be able
hard,
to do
man.
it yourself is all. Do it yourself and bring people along, or
Yeah, I started doing stuff on normal, but people are like, I can't mess my streak up. I'm like, you do know that after 50 it doesn't matter, so you're not missing anything.
well, it
There's
used to
some
matter.
mental retardation thing that they need to like have this mental block. They're actually doing something better. So be it, I guess. But
Just don't think it comes into effect. But you can do it on normal solo, then just do it on normal, man. Like, ain't no thing. I remember one day Jerry was kind of struggle busing with it, so then I like logged on and went and did it on my character, like on Reaper 1. Up, down, down.
chest, champ chest.
Yeah, I saw it. And I was just like, yeah, this will be sweet. I'll just go knock this out real fast for Jerry.
15 remnants and some coins, right on. I need to get my jump better. My jump is horrible. I don't even have the jump spell.
8 receptors cover the walls of the large central chamber. It is likely
Yeah, it's rough on a first life to do all the things you want to do.
Where did you go? Oh, you go back
Down
up.
to the
Oh,
first
wait.
door.
I went all the way to the bottom. Sorry.
Yeah, that's where you want to go. Go all the way down to the bottom and then up that first ramp to the first door where you see Nimbus's
Oh, gotcha.
bottom. I believe I'm lawful good, so I'm going to go do this first door.
Alignment. I'm lawful good.
It's fine, I got it.
receptors hold blue orbs lit
Did
by
you somehow click the wrong? You did.
Me?
No.
Oh.
I don't know what alignment your person is.
My paladin? He's probably lawful good.
Oh, he's a paladin. Alright, that's fine then.
as the
Oh shit, kill him fast!
dawn reopens. Small topiaries in perfectly aligned shrubberies fill the room. An old man sitting atop a fountain calls you closer. As the bearer of justice and honor falls, the room returns to
You didn't kill him very fast, V-Love.
the
Sorry,
orbs
man.
in the
I was
receptacles
lagging. It's 4:30 in the morning here.
still.
It should be much smoother there then, right? Then no one else is awake using the internet. Yeah, I thought it was probably balls early for you.
I was just doing some work. I was like, yeah, I'm wide awake still. Camera was snoring, so I was like,
This
yeah, I can't sleep.
chamber is marked by the symbol of Dolar and the smell, the portal to the plane of
Yeah, I've had weird sleep patterns the last couple of days.
as the last of the dead are laid to rest.
Last week, really.
The room returns to its original state.
I'll like sleep for an hour and then
Room are no
be wide
longer
awake for
engaged.
several hours and then sleep again for a little while.
So, Cam found this game. This girl who streams DDO. Her name is like Silken Gamer, I think her name is. You know who that is?
The symbol for the plane
On Twitch. I actually watched her stream last night. I was like, wow, she's actually really good. She's funny. She has like the great radio voice. Like she should be. Her name's Nikki.
Yeah, I don't know.
She's got past lives. She like knows what she's doing, but she's like, yeah, Cam really likes her. She's like, I like her a lot.
Good. Yeah, I don't know everybody who streams. If she's somebody that I can throw things to, I might give her a go. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Silken Gamer, I think her name is.
chamber marked by the symbol of Lamont
She plays on Wayfinder.
covered in long
Has a guild, like at level 60. I mean,
as the portal
I had never seen her before.
I don't know.
Everybody, where's your lay on hands, buddy? There we go.
I probably used it to heal me like an hour ago. Alright, are you attackable yet? No.
wither and disappear as the twilight
Negative level. What kind of bullshit is that?
the orbs and the receptors
Oh, I got my burst here I can use.
Yeah, there's quite a few ladies who play DDO and more than a couple that stream. I just, I don't know them all, unfortunate.
I think you'd like her. Because you work radio like I did. She has that total radio. She like talks to her peeps. I mean, I don't know, just
the symbol
it's
of
fun as cracking up. Cameras all watching all intense.
the dim light within
It's good. I mean, if you find somebody who like is on your wavelength, then it's pretty sweet.
Whoa.
and the light he returns and the shadows recede as the endless night is banished. The orbs in the room are free for the taking.
That's a pretty terrible chest.
Oh, is that one of lightning bolts? No thanks. I'll give that to you.
That's alright.
remnants.
I would just get rid of want consumables like that. Okay, well, what? I don't understand. What are you belly aching about, Thakar? I cannot
For the plane of
psychopathically understand what you're talking about.
the room holds a sharp
Use your words.
chill. As the portal to Rizia opens, a rime of frost spreads quickly across the floor and wall.
I've dealt with enough children over the week. Use your words like a grown-up.
Returns to your fingers as the final creature falls.
Where's he at?
I have no idea. He's in the chat.
Oh,
And he like
oh,
started.
here.
He says, "When I lace them up, expect to die. It's just when." Question mark K. Okay, well. Like, I don't understand. That doesn't. Like, I realized during some of those situations you responded to like, "Hey, here's a person, you know, streaming," and you're like, question mark. I'm like, okay, well, he must be curious about the details. Then you gave him details, and then I don't understand. Maybe I'm just imagining that there's no like irritation going on. I'm just imagining it. I just don't understand what's
Lace them up means like putting your cleats
Putting
on,
your
you know,
shoes
but I don't know
on,
what's
yeah.
lacing up.
You find yourself in the center of a battleground
like.
as the plane of
I don't understand what's going on.
Well, you're undead form. I'm trying to heal you.
Yeah, I threw my auras. It'll tick around eventually. So I'm trying to figure out if I can find money to get my wood burning stove ordered before everything falls completely apart.
this room.
How was your heating or your panel thing today or whatever?
Oh, the bus? It was
Yeah.
fine. Like, I have a little propane heater that heats up, like, I don't know, like 6-foot radius around the thing or whatever. You know? But that's not really enough to heat up the bus to, like, sleep in and stuff. Alright, V-Love, you want to work this top lever up here?
Sure.
If not, I'll have the hireling do it. And then, of course, after I get the balls in and pull it, you'll have 10 seconds to get in this room. Last word was girl is good, and she may be a good stream partner. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't, again, I don't know who she is. I may or may not have rated somebody like that before, but,
What lever, brother?
and you should be able to pull it now.
Which one? This core last one right here?
No, I'll go do it. Up at the top, there's a lever in that room, and what we do is we have to collect all the batteries to be able to turn it on. So you got to put all the batteries in down there, and then somebody's got to pull the lever at the very top. So since you you work your way up to the top, if there's 2 people, so I got it now. It's fine.
Okay. Now I know what to do. I know you're not supposed to grab the docent down here and it kills you or something, right?
The second time someone touches the docent, they die. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that before.
But yeah, no, if we see her, I'll mention that she comes recommended and see what's going on. Also, it's possible that if hardcore ever floats around, that I'll be looking for more people to play on the semi-regular.
I just get a good vibe from her.
That's good. Again, I feel like most DDO players in general are pretty good going folks in the most part.
Yeah, I don't know. Come on, heal me, dude. Why is he not healing? His lay on hands must be out, I guess.
Hang on.
Stay alive.
Oh, did you stabilize?
No, not yet. I'm at -4. He's out of lay on hands. That's why he can't heal me.
I just dismissed her. Oh, wait, hang on. I gotta heal. Hang on. You were just rescued by the bard.
Sweet.
Oh, man. Anyway. I don't know. I talked politics earlier today. I probably shouldn't have. My viewers, like half my viewers left. Not half. Maybe half. YouTube apparently is filled with people hanging out, so whatever. Whatever. I'll take them all.
Is there an in chest or no?
It's in that circle. That was it.
Oh, that was it. Okay, I'm fishing out then. Okay, wasn't sure.
Alright, I'm gonna run around and turn in all these quests and then go do tour.
Double recall, alright. I leveled.
Oh, go get it. Go get it! Unless it's more than 16. Shouldn't be.
No, it'll be 16.
Yeah, go get it. There's no reason to bank levels unless they're higher than my level. Do I have to talk to Chick first, or can I just go straight talk to you? Looks like I can just straight talk to you.
I got a red box that one, anyways.
Shouldn't be a huge deal. Shouldn't be a huge deal. So last life, we had enough PKs, we could just PK everything in here for pretty much ever. And that was pretty cool.
I'll also level after this quest.
No, you can go level now, because the beginning here is just a bunch of killing guys for like ever.
Okay.
So it's literally not a big deal. You can
Gather within the circle, he shouts. When you are prepared to swear
Just-
the air around the circle.
lots and lots of getting
The giant's
like
eyes
wave after wave of trash giants for like 5 minutes or something stupid.
Now, the giant says, hear me. The Storm Reaper has refused your lips and bid that you be slain.
We get a better harrowing too.
Oh, so what day stream do you guys want to see some ice skating happen?
Nice, yeah, I'm gonna do some of those things.
Pre level 20, post level 20. Do we want to do it on like tomorrow morning? Do we want to do it like the last little bit of the stream? I probably am not going to do harbor skating right now. I'll probably do the occasional harbor streaming, like on my own. But I will probably mostly be doing the Midwinter Festival stuff right now. I'm gonna tomorrow. So my general thinking is that the cosmetics are still working for you to be able to put the icy rituals on and the fire ritual on and stuff. So I'm gonna make a couple of outfits, hat and armor or whatever. So if you guys have suggestions for like sweet cosmetics, I will take them under account. I kind of want to go farm up that hat from Pool of Fire or whatever it is. I think that'll look sweet. That Indiana Jones hat. I'm kind of down. For something along those lines. And then I'm tempted to also do like either sunglasses or glowy eyes for a hat. And then I have no idea what armors I want. I mentioned it before that I'm kind of a fan of there's a word I'm looking for. Symmetry in armor. It's part of the reason I really like this armor is it's symmetrical. Don't like things with like a giant shield guard or whatever, elbow guard. Like I'm not jousting. I don't need that overworked plate. But I'm not opposed to a big armor. like a plate mail looking thing. I'm not opposed to some other stuff. I just would like suggestions so I can look them up in the wiki and be like, alright, let's go get it. Or if there's like a pay for one that I have to go buy or whatever, feel free to let me know what that is too. I'm not unwilling to, if it's something that I like, unwilling to pay for it.
Step in the bar real quick and put my spells in my slot and go my way.
That's fine. Probably by the time you get up here, you'll just be able to go in and then straight and then to the right. So I'll have the left side done pretty quickly here. Captain Hook, is that an armor or something? I don't know what that is, I guess. I used to be a really big fan of the Captain Chapeau, however you say that.
Yeah, Chapeau, yeah.
Not the world's biggest fan of the Captain's Trihorn. Because it hides the hair. So it looks like you're bald or whatever underneath your hat. I'm not a big fan of that, typically.
In here, head in the air.
I
I was thinking about making a rogue with fighter, and I'm gonna do like more of a vanguard, kind of tanky. And I was thinking I can do 18 fighter, 2 rogue. But I was thinking more like maybe like 3 or 4 rogue, 3 or 4 wizard, and the rest fighter.
I don't understand why you'd want to have a tanky character that can't wear heavy armor because you want to be rogue evasion-y. Unless you just want skills.
Yeah, I'll just use it for rogue. If I need to use evasion, I'll switch in light armor. But most of the I'll just use it for open locks and.
Yeah, I feel like that stuff's hard to splash on a first life character.
Well, I have a guy who's gonna be his 4th life.
That's true.
I have a 1 druid past life and a rogue and a ranger past life.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
The wizard gives you you're still giving me a little bit of self healing and going undead form, you know.
So I'm gonna tell you the thing that I would do if I was you. Would just play a paladin. Just play a charisma based 2-handed fighting paladin. It's so good right now. It's very good. It has self healing. If you want to, you can occasionally swap into like a more heavier armor. You might even have a little bit of room to tap into Vanguard, just like a little bit.
Right now, my 4 center groups I'm playing in, I'm a pure wizard, 2-handed fighter, basically. The Eldritch Knight. I've got a half-orc barbarian, 2-handed. Human fighter, 2-handed. I just want to do something different. I'm just tired of the same thing over and over. That's why I was like, no, make.
The problem is,
you know, weapon and shield.
I wonder if I can find that video really fast. If you look,
we're not doing Reaper, you know.
Sure. I think if you scroll around inside. Yeah, he may not have posted it in my forum, actually, in my Discord. I'll have to see. So Tobrel recorded a video of his paladin doing paladin stuff, and then he like swapped into Vanguard and was doing Vanguard stuff to show you the damage, like what a character difference is between Vanguard and Knight of the Chalice. So like using a 2-handed weapon, using a not. Okay, let me see where you are. You can
so
turn
straight and then right.
left here And I'm gonna go through the hidden passage, and then you'll be in
Well,
the same spot as I am.
The Vanguard that he's using is not really a Vanguard because there's no shield mastery, none of those things.
Again,
So-
my understanding is that he did some work. I don't know how much work. Again, I haven't watched the video as much, but I feel like it would be enough to kind of show you the difference between them. You know, and if it's just, you know, you want to play that style.
Yeah, it's just about
Then-
style of play. It's
then
not, I don't need to be the top damage dealer guy in all DDO on video. I mean, it's just not my. I don't
Yeah,
need
but
that.
I don't know. I just it's better positioned than it was, but it's not very well positioned. And again, I literally just had an argument with Beef earlier about, you know, you don't have to play everything based off of how efficiently it kills a monster, so I get that.
But that's what
but
everybody
there's-
pretty much does, though.
There's going well. That's part of the reason we were discussing it, but it's like if you're too far behind the 8 ball, how satisfied do you become? How easy it is to swap back out? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're interested in a different,
This is for static, or this is a static group.
sure, and maybe that'll be totally fine. Like if your people in your static group are fine.
Because right now we have a Sork, Ice Sork, and we have a Pale Master Wizard, we have a Druid Barbarian guy, and then there's me, and there's guys with pure Rogue, or a
Okay.
crossbow user.
So, being that there's both a Pale Master guy and a Druid guy, I would honestly... You could go either way, but I don't think I would screw around with being a PM. Unless you don't want to take the top core in Vanguard. I don't know. Again, Vanguard has been in such a bad position for so long, I don't know that much about it.
I honestly was thinking about going tier 5 in the Thicker Defender, and then 4 in Kensai and the Vanguard.
Then I would not screw around with Eldritch Knight at all.
With-
I also
even
don't
though
think
the-
I would
okay.
screw around with
Rogue.
Rogue either.
Okay.
I would just plan on being the tanky guy, and maybe I would be an ASMR, so I have lay on hands.
Yeah, I can do that because my race is up to me. So
Yeah, and you could that way you'll have the ability to like do a little healing. You'll be able to do a little bit of other stuff, but you won't be. And you're the guy who goes in and sets the aggro. I thought I saw a bag. Am I hallucinating? But you could go in there, set the aggro, intimidate, shield up, smash some guys occasionally with like your shield or whatever, or even your sword or whatever. You can be the guy that sets the aggro, sets things.
yeah.
If you want to get really crazy, you could figure out some amount of like cleric to put in there.
See, that's what I wanted. I actually wanted, honest to God, I wanted to do like 12 fighter, 8 cleric, and a millionating strike. Heal that way while I'm doing damage in there.
Well,
You
I
know,
think
have
if you're
a
going to do
big
that,
tower
you're probably more cleric than you are anything else. You're probably like 12 cleric, 5 fighter, and or maybe 6 fighter. I don't know where the feet breakdown are.
A
And then
couple
maybe
barbarian levels or something.
probably not barbarian. Probably like
Paladin.
you can do like a warlock or a paladin level, or you could kind of do a little bit of a bunch of things, but you probably
You know, one
warlock,
thing we don't
to
have?
be honest.
We don't have anybody to turn undead at all in the group.
Well, that would be part of the advantage you would have by being that cleric. So, I don't know how much you remember. Oh yeah, I'm not taking this. I don't know how much you remember of Hardcore Season 2. I
I
believe.
don't remember 1 at all, but 2 I remember some too. Yeah.
But there was a pug that started hanging out a lot. His name was Flask. And he played I want to say it was like some amount of warlock, like a couple warlock, maybe 3 warlock, maybe 3 fighter, and the rest were like 14 wizard levels or something, or not wizard, sorry, cleric levels, and he was able to intimidate everything. He had all sorts of like temporary healing. He had a bunch of lay on hands from his race.
Is that the guy from New Zealand? That guy?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I loved his build. He's just like he just intimidates stuff and his turn stuff.
Right. Just do that. Just do that. Because I think you'll... Again, though, the problem is that he couldn't kill his way out of a paper bag.
So many choices.
I feel like having the ability to do some amount of melee DPS is probably important.
I just
alright.
like to have a role. If my role has to be like to wash the horses, I'm good. I have a role.
Sure.
That's why I like playing in
Well-
pug groups. 'Cause sometimes we don't have roles.
And if you want to
Everybody-
if you want to be a tank, an intimidate type thing, I would look at that instead because I feel like that at least was effective. And
Yeah, it's
even though
effective.
he never did, right? Even though he never did, you could still potentially.
Kill stuff if I have to. It might take forever, but
Well, I was just gonna say you could use your magic to do some stuff like. You, especially if you're not in Reaper, you could probably still get away with like blade burying something occasionally. I don't, depending on how many levels you have. You'll have 11, so you'll be able to blade barrier.
what about favorite soul instead of cleric? With the fire?
Clerics can do their stuff in heavy armor, and favored souls cannot.
Okay, so that's 0. Okay.
So
Then you get the domains too.
you get your domains, which you would
Earth
probably want.
domains pretty good because you get the hit points, right?
No, you probably want either animal domain for hit points.
Animal, I meant animal. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, you probably either want animal domain.
I like luck domain. You get that. Is it the displacement SLA you get?
I don't know. There's another
pretty
one
good.
that's good, but I can't think what it is off the top of my head. But I'd probably do animal domain in that build.
Okay.
Because again, you're just going to have a massive pile of hit points. You're going to sit behind your intimidate. You're going to hit the intimidate button. You're not going to have any strength, really. You're not going to have anything else. You're basically going to be charisma,
And wisdom.
a little bit of wisdom, and con.
And I can use the falconry, right, for wisdom hit and damage. So at least I can benefit from that.
I don't know if you're going to have wiggle room, but you can
Okay.
figure it out. I said it's going to be... Again, going from how he was doing things and how he was explaining how his build worked, I felt like it was extremely tight on stuff. But again, he was using racial lay on hands with no racial points. He was using Staunch, I think is what it's called,
Mm-hmm.
from the Warlock stuff. And I think he had a little bit of the Warlock aura stuff going. And then he was like deep in those other things, like have his PR. Like we were doing Reaper 1 and he was tanking like big Reapers and you would barely see his bar move. Like it was very sturdy, but again, like I said, he couldn't kill his way out of a paper bag if you wetted the paper bag down first. That being said, believe it or not, I still think the bear build is probably just straight up stronger for doing the same thing. But
Oh, really? So you're restricted though. Wood armor only, wood shield, does that, leather?
you with the bear tree, you can get around that. The bear tree,
Maybe
I
the
think,
maul.
eventually lets you have a regular thing. Like, I actually really considered a shifter barbarian for hardcore server season 4. And I might
Yeah, I like the
still.
wolf build better. I like the speed of the wolf. I like the fast tack better. for
Yeah,
me.
but I don't think I care that much about that stuff. I think I just... We're on 14s now, by the way. I think,
Okay. Oh, we're going out there?
yeah. I think, again, if you want to play the tanky thing, you play the tanky thing. And like a Healy tanky thing with the Barbarian, you get a little bit of damage in, you get multiple intimidates, especially if you have some shifter stuff going on, and you can get to the second shifter.
No, there's another thing. My group I play with, none of them are UMD users. Like they don't do scrolls of like raised dead. I'm always the one who uses my UMD. I'm always that guy. Like they do not do it.
Well,
They're
then
like that's
just
not part of my build. It just doesn't make sense.
then just
I'll
be
have
a
a
cleric.
hireling.
Just be a cleric or be a. I'm gonna head to Fleshmakers first. Do you know the way, or should I wait for you?
It's the one up in the hill, I think, to the left when you come in, right?
You go left,
I'm in
and
house.
then you go
I'm in
up.
house
Yeah.
three right now, so I'm heading there.
I will summon Ellery at the door, and you can chase her dot, I guess.
Oh, there you go. That'll work.
Yeah, you go. You go left when you first come in, and then you go left about as left as you can go, and then you go to the right. Or in the north west
I'll see her
corner.
tonight, so she'll be at the front door, so that's perfect.
Yeah, again,
Here's the thing about the setter group I don't like is like none of them do that. I mean, like, but it's just frustrating. It's like, well, I don't want to put points into something, you know, it's not part of my build. I'm like, I understand, but like, there's times when we've done a quest, we've been into the quest, everybody's dead, I'm dead, I'm the one who does all the resurrecting. And so we can't do nothing. It's just like done. It's like you gotta, release and start over.
Then you release and start over. That's the consequences to people making greedy decisions.
So I always try to get some UMD where like at least level 10, 11, I can start doing that stuff.
Well, again, if you're 11 or more levels of cleric, you'll just have raised dead.
Yeah.
I don't remember what level the self raise is. I feel like it's kind of high level. I know it's expensive.
And plus, the favorite soul has that tree where you give him his SLA. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, but again, I just don't think you really care. Again, if you want to be a tank, you want to have heavy armor.
Yes. Alright, I'm inside the place. Alright, now I'm heading to the quest.
Again, you go east until you can't go east anymore, and then you start doing north.
Yeah, I think I know right where it is. It's up above everything, if I remember right. Yeah, see, I forget this character. I don't use my feather fall. And when I do, I jump and I fall right down in the water.
It's good. Get used to not having Featherfall, because it's a shitty crutch that'll get you murdered.
You know, it's a crutch. Is always using two-handed weapon fighting only.
I mean, if something's good, you use it while it's good. Because eventually that's not going to be good anymore. And then you move to whatever the next good thing is.
I like
so,
pizza, but I can't eat pizza every day.
You know, there are a lot of people who could eat pizza every day.
I don't know.
There is. There's people who literally eat pizza every day. There's a guy who eats pizza and chicken nuggets every
I actually
day.
like single weapon fighting better than all of them, personally.
Single weapon fighting can be really strong too. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
send
not.
me right to the quest. I knew right where it was. I didn't know where it was. Right on, Jason. Pretty proud of myself.
Said I like mixing things up. I mean, you literally watch me. Often I vote on a new build, right? Like I pick different things every time. But because it's good and it's so good, it doesn't mean that you can't change within a weapon type or a style. You know, like I busted out my mace for a little bit to see if I wanted to do a mace. I looked at my
Right on.
or not my mace, a maul. I looked at
Wow.
I whipped out my Sword of Shadows and I was like, hey, maybe I'll Sword of Shadows, and I was like, I don't know, I'll try this. Beef was like, hey, why don't you try the Tail of the Scorpion, because it has a red slot
Falchion.
and you can I like falchions in general. I've always liked falchions. But it's got a red slot and you'll be able to slot your acid spell power in it, and like that'll help with the acid damage from the Eldritch Knight tree. I'm like, alright, let's try it. Now I'm probably kind of set in this for right now. At least for a couple more levels, then I'll probably go back to Quarterstaff. So like, you can still mix things up even if you're, using a two-handed fighting, or, two-handed fighting weapon style. And the absolute best DPS, I'm told, is probably a Vishanti knife fighter rogue, pure rogue, is probably the single best DPS right now.
Yeah, see how come no one's doing that? I don't see anybody on
A lot of
stream
people are doing it. It's extremely good. But those are
Okay.
people who are busy doing like R10 quests and big raids. Because their build doesn't do anything if they're the sole focus of attention.
Alright.
Or they do it for, 10 seconds at a time, 5 seconds at a time, whatever it is.
I think our just basic play thing is just different, personally.
I'm sure it is. Like, I like
I've just never
doing-
been that thing like, hey, it's popular, it's cool, I'm gonna do it all the time. I've never been that. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make my own thing better and just as cool. I mean, that's my kind of,
Yeah, I mean, I
That makes sense?
understand
That
that
makes sense?
philosophy, but the difference is that people can look over my shoulder to see what and judge what I'm doing. So I try to be like comparable at least to other people. You know what I'm saying? So like from my perspective, I'm not looking over your shoulder telling you what's good or what's bad. And honestly, when we play, I don't even care. You could literally kill nothing, or you could kill everything in the quest. I don't care. That's
Yeah,
not
let's have a
what
good
that's
time.
not what it's about for me having people in my party.
Yeah, just have a good time.
However, when people are in my party or I'm having a situation, I want to continue to move through quests in a timely manner. It doesn't have to be perfect. I want to get through it. I want to have fun doing it. I don't want to feel like I'm struggling doing the difficulty that I want to do things on. Just want to move through, have a good time. When there's time to, like, all right, let's step it up a little bit and try something a little hard. I want to be able to do that and make a go of it. So, like, there's a lot of different things. And I think, even though I give you feedback on, like, man, I don't know if that's good right now. If you were to tell me, hey, Sam, I want to do a two-handed fighting, I don't know, mace using dex-based gnome, I'd be like, maybe with some tweaks you can make something like that happen, right? Like maybe you can do hammers instead of maces, because gnomes at least have a hammer tree. Maybe instead of dex based on your gnome, you go int based on your gnome. You know what I mean? Like, we can find some tweaks to kind of find that middle ground that you're looking for. But I'm if people are going to ask me what I think, I'm going to tell them. And again, if someone looks over my screen right now, they're like, Sam, you're doing like 50 damage on a non-crit in your main, and then like another 80 on your acid. That's terrible. It should be at least this high. I'm like, all right, well, I'll take your advice, like how to get there, like, or at least listen to it. Oh, I need X, Y, and Z. Well, I don't have those things. I'm not going to farm them up for a heroic life. Like, I'm open. Doesn't mean I'm going to follow that advice. Beef gives me advice all the time. Like, I said today that I really like the invisibility SLA. Costs 1 point. It gives me invisibility as much as I want. It lets me hit other people. He's like, you should just drink pots. I'm like, but
Can't high
pots...
level monsters though see the invisibility?
A lot of monsters do, yeah.
Okay. I like the invisibility SLA personally. I use it all the time.
But I can't potion a hireling. I can't. The SLA lasts my level, right? Where that may not seem like a huge deal, but sometimes I need a hireling to be invisible for a while. Like, is it the greatest single thing ever to spend 1 point on? No, but can you get a lot of value out of it? Yes.
Like, you're the first person I've ever heard use a spell that I use, and if you used to make fun of me, is Gust of Wind.
Gust of Wind's a great spell.
But I've heard people say it's just, this typical, it doesn't do anything, it doesn't hurt anything. I'm like, well, it's good for you. It clears a lot of stuff out of the way.
Yeah,
And when you're struggling as a young first, second life guy, That firewall sitting there blocking your way is I guess the one's pretty helpful.
Yeah, some people think all offense. You know, and I'll admit, like, it's not a particularly good offensive spell.
It's a utility spell.
Yeah. And should it be your first spell at any given level? No. It should not be. But, you know.
I'm getting close to you. I'm getting close to you. Wait, no, I don't think you're that way. I think you're this way.
I don't think it really matters too much, reload, which...
Yeah, that
like, you're mostly going to either run into an area where I've already cleaned out the elementals, or an area where I have not cleaned out the elementals. Both of these guys can be dismissed now. They served all of their purposes. And honestly, now you're probably going to run into air elementals regardless which way you go. Or, yeah, air elementals regardless of which way you go.
I got my electric buffs up.
Alright. I'm going to pass all of the bits that I get. There you go. I don't know that we're going to get you a full frame, but we'll at least pass them. Alright, up that ladder and around to the chest. Alright. The next quest will be Ghosts of Perdition, which is more or less directly south from here. So again, it's all about what you want to do. Again, if you want to do a particular style, doing the best variation of that style that you can manage, in my experience, will typically provide you with more fun than like a terrible variation of something.
Yeah, I tell Cameron, she asked me, what's the best for this? And I said, look, you make it the best is your ability. I'm not going to tell you that you have to play only paladins, you have to play only this.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily true.
Right, they're the top-notch thing. God forbid, honey, if you want to play a monk who uses commas. That's one of the last things. You got to be a punchy monk, or this kind of a monk only, or they suck. I tell her all the time, it's not true.
Well, monks are typically not good right now anyway, but a comma monk would definitely be the worst of the monk versions.
But for a girl who plays hard at the max, it's always normal.
Doesn't
or
matter.
Hard.
Doesn't matter. Like, just because you want to do a style doesn't mean you can't do it and have fun at it. But it does mean, hey, I'm asking your advice on what's the best, because I would like to play something that's really good. Like, you know, maybe you're like, hey, what's the best right now? You're like, all right, so the best like combination of survivability and getting things done is a charisma based paladin, dear. You do this, and you take your two-handed fighting stuff, and you have your high survivability, and you have your good DPS, and you go to town. And maybe she like just falls in love with that, because she's like, oh my god, this is like 12 times better than what I was doing before. And instead of playing on hard, maybe she's like, you know what, I could play on elite now. She plays a little bit on elite. Then maybe the next thing you know, she's like, all right, I could do some Reaper. You know, and she like finds that new happy place. All right, how close are you?
I'm just trying to find a fast way to your blue thing.
Head south now. You're gonna go basically south. There's a little bit of a thing.
I can't. There's a mountain directly in front of me. I'm gonna try this way then. Backtrack this way.
Yeah, go that way. I said you're gonna go more or less south. There's a little bit of variation, but it's basically a straight line.
I see the yellow pillars. I think that's it. Whoa.
On the map?
Yeah.
Glacial Abyss? Okay, yeah, it's the Glacial Abyss. But yeah, basically, now you can start going a little bit to the east. There may or may not have been a chest just a little bit more to the south. And then you round that corner, and then it gets basically more south, and it's up this little hill.
I see it up there.
Why won't you let me click on you? But again, you have to just like I don't know Cameron, right? She may be somebody who, when you like, is wants to hear you say, "Oh, you can do whatever you want," or she might be somebody who's like, "No, I want your honest opinion on what's the best right now, so I can evaluate whether or not I'm interested in playing the best."
This is how it is. I would have to teach her how to play basic basketball before I could teach her to play in the NBA. She wants to play in the NBA. I can't give her NBA builds. I can't do those kind of things because she won't get it.
Well, yeah, you can.
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
give her a build
I'm
and
just
point her in the
telling
right
you,
direction.
I know her. I'm telling you.
All right. I'll point her.
She's the one that wants to do, like, doesn't want to do the legwork between.
And the nice thing about following somebody else's build, you don't necessarily have to do the legwork between.
Like, if she watched Jabro play, like, Reaper 10, she'd be like, oh, I want to do that. How long will it take me? I'm like, take you, like, 5 years. It won't take me, like, a week. So, no, like, 5 years. Yes, every past life, every gear, every this, every that. You just can't.
Oh, well, she could. How much
Yeah.
money does she want to put into it?
She's not, that's not the thing.
There's
she's
lots
like,
of
doesn't want-
shortcuts.
She doesn't want to do the willingful legwork, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but she could take Tobrel's build, and you want to step into this, please?
Oh, sorry.
She could take Tobrel's build and follow that stuff, do some gear work, like some mild guild work, or even not even gear work, really. And she could probably do, like, Reaper 1 very easily.
She did really well on her cleric, her quarter-staff cleric. She did really well.
Uh-huh.
Her rogue assassin she tried to do really didn't do too well. She didn't really have the weapons or the gearing for it.
But see, and that's my point, is that there are builds that, like, again, the Paladin just happens to be well positioned where there's some gear for it, but not as much as, say, like,
She was trying to do these ones on Elite like Reaper 1. That's why she wasn't able to really do a lot of stuff. When she went down to normal, she said, oh wow, this actually could, like, it could do something. So yeah, once you get enough gear, you'd be like you playing Reaper 1. So when you're playing on normal, you're actually doing some damage and stuff. You're actually backstabbing something.
Yeah, I feel like
You see what I'm saying?
just got to get the girl in these groups.
It's like
All right.
if we did Reaper 6 right now, I would do like 0 DPS. It'd be like nothing.
Your job is to take this first guy.
Okay.
Go ahead. Stay alive. You make me come back up here to kill it and rescue you. It's gonna be a long one because I don't have ray scrolls right now, so you'll be in my pocket for a while. And you have lots of time because I gotta fight and clear the way down too.
I can't kill him though, right?
You kill him when I tell you.
Okay, because he's getting pretty low.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay, I can't kill him. I gotta stop fighting him now.
All right. Said I'm a little more than halfway down, but it's time for the methods. So. I come from a different school of thought often, I guess, where I feel like if somebody asks me to throw them in the deep end of the pool, I'm gonna put them in the deep end of the pool. And I'm gonna say, and if you want help in the shallow end of the pool, now that you know what the deep end is like, I'll be happy to help you. But if you want to power through on the deep end, we can do that. All right, give me 2 seconds. All right, you can kill the guy when you want.
Dead. Okay.
Alright, this guy's dead. Alright, double check for any breakables on your way down. It should be mostly clear, but there could be one of those ice flinzers hiding somewhere.
Oh, I gotta go down. Head back up like a retard.
Don't think you're allowed to say that.
Say what?
Retard word. I think that people have taken that, even if you are not making fun of the differently abled, but they're putting it in a weird place.
This thing is like 6 years old. Me and my friends. That's crazy. That's
I
funny.
don't think it has anything to do with logic or reason.
Wow. His freedom of speech is gone.
It pretty much is working on it.
Hey, I'm in a country where they don't have that, so hey.
Yeah, you could get arrested.
Yep.
I don't know. It was funny last night. I don't know if I really want to tell this story on stream in the light that it stands out in my brain. So I won't. I'm going to err on the side of caution. But a friend of mine used a phrase that I thought was totally fine. And another friend took offense. And I was just like, really? This is the phrase that has crossed your... Like, it was
Everybody's
not a
sensitive
hostile... Like, it was not disrespectful. It wasn't anything. And I've heard this person recently make jokes that I did thought was, like...
Everybody's sensitive now, or what?
I don't know. Like, it's just... Again, I didn't say anything. Stuff that I didn't I didn't offend me or hurt my feelings in any way. I just was like, you're gonna get upset about that. But you're okay with this. I feel like it was not equivalent. Which again, everyone's got their own sensitivities and logics, points, and all that stuff. But
I understand if you're like directing at somebody, like specifically at somebody being a jerk, but I don't know.
yeah, this was not the case. These were people being good people, doing good things together. They just somebody used a phrase that somebody else kind of like took point on, and I was just like, really? In my mind, I was just like, really? We're gonna throw a fit over this?
Wow.
This didn't make sense at the time. And again, I understand the idea of being erring on the side of respect first. I don't know what you're doing, but you're gonna switch to your crossbows. Or you're gonna feather fall down.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Feather fall on. Feather falls on. Okay.
I am going to fall quickly. You are going to feather fall. You can fall quickly until you are close to the beholder, but you feather fall, float down to shoot the beholder as much as possible.
Okay.
Because unfortunately, I do not have the ability to cast heal on myself. I don't even think I did grab potions. I was gonna say, I don't even think I grabbed
I
potions.
got you.
But I did. Well, I was just worried about stat damage is all. So I'm...
Oh, I got you. Better. You guys had damage?
No. I don't think so.
Okay. I got my burst, so I can take it off you.
Alright, sweet. Yeah, and eventually, this guy will... At some point, we'll probably do like 5,000 points of con damage. He always does at some point. And again, I'm not as... Or maybe I'm immune because I'm undead. Maybe he can't suck my con.
That's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember thinking that at one time in the past. I don't know how likely it is, though. Alright. And... Shooter's dead. Alright.
Ready for con damage? Here we go.
I don't have any con damage. He must have... I must be immune because I'm undead. Alright, there's a frame. So yeah, anyway, there's just... It seems to be completely irrational to what people take offense to. Again, I partly quoting a Rick and Morty sketch right there, and partly just like, I don't know, man. I don't know what the rules are.
Yeah.
YouTube has decided that they're going to take videos down if you talk about what they consider to be election shenanigans. How close
It's
is
just the worst. I would have made them election police, and I don't get it. I don't. Even people here in England have asked me about it, and they don't understand. They totally don't understand it.
They're the election police.
You know, they're having problems right now in Scotland. They're trying to pass a law that in your own home, if you talk about stuff like that, and someone rats you out, they will come arrest you in your own home.
Yeah, no. Okay.
Recalling or
Nope, you come basically more or less straight towards me. There'll be a chest along the way if you want to get it. I waited until I saw you in the Explorer Zone before I killed that guy.
Okay. Oh, I see the chest. There it is.
But like I said, it's weird because part of me would really like to make money on YouTube, but the other part of me doesn't want to feel stifled about things that I feel strongly about. So
The thing that's weird is like it's just
now we
conversation.
come down this hole.
Down the waterfall?
Yep,
Oh, there you
we're
are.
going to go through the waterfall. So I understand the idea of if you don't want to, if you don't want certain misinformation or what you consider to be misinformation to come out on your platform and you're going to suppress that. I understand that if you're a publisher.
I agree.
But if you're a publisher, then you don't get 230 protections and you cannot be considered a platform. So then you give up your 230 protections. Alright, so we're going to go over to Inferno of the Damned. It's right over
I just don't
here.
understand how they think they can get away with doing both and like not getting caught by it.
Well, why not? Their allies are in power. They don't care.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, how can the allies, if they're upsetting people and believe in the Constitution, how can you just... it doesn't make logical sense.
Well, the people that will protect them are currently in power. So they don't have to worry about the rules for at least another 4 years.
But they're also worried about the Supreme Court being one-sided. Because the Supreme Court want to get overturned, so they'll lose anyways.
The Supreme Court won't take a case like that, probably.
You don't think so?
No. Supreme Court they don't want to do that kind of stuff. And that's not for the Supreme Court to decide anyway. That is a legislature duty. Supreme Court job is to come in and say this law is constitutional or not. What they're doing is not going
Well, if
against
it's affecting
laws.
like stuff that's federal, I mean, you know.
It's not going against the law. Again, the Supreme Court is to go in and say this law does in fact follow the rules of the land or not.
But like you said, publisher, non-publisher. There's laws about that, right? So when they wouldn't be able to get in there that way.
So they have what's called the 230 protections,
Yes.
and people are saying, "Hey, we want to repeal their 230 protections." Right now they have them, and I don't think they should. So then they either need to not act like they're a publisher and that they're a platform, or they should not be trying to do this hibernation of both. And right now there's people both on the Republican side and people on the Democratic side that are trying to protect them, and there's people who are trying to stop it. Tulsi Gabbard put out a new thing this week saying, "Hey, this is shenanigans. This needs to go away." Donald Trump is saying, "I'm going to veto a bill unless we figure out something about these 230 protections."
And then you got like the Title 12 about women
And I'm
Don't
just
be
like,
men. being athletes. They're upset because they can't do the sports. I'm like, I don't understand it.
Hmm?
If you're a
Again,
woman, you
these
become a man,
are-
you should be able to go box against other women because you'll beat them up. You're a man. You'll kill them.
I don't have any, like, we're going to take this teleporter. I don't know what's right. That's, again, for the lawmakers to decide, and then the Congress to go, or not Congress, if somebody puts a suit and takes it to the Supreme Court to say, we're not taking that portal anymore, by the way. We're going up this way. Just saw that portal going down. Maybe your NPC was whacking it. So again, some of these laws, and I also don't think need to be laws, like federal laws. They could be state laws. But that doesn't seem to be what people want to do right now. People seem to want to do only federal law work. I'm not really for that either. Alright, do not kill this guy shooting fireballs at me.
Which guy? This guy
I
right
think they're
here?
the ones in red.
Yeah, I'm not going to kill anybody. I'm going to hang out with you.
Alright, well, we're going to get fireballed. That's our goal. Okay, they fireballed your hireling, so either your hireling needs to come more this way or get out of the way in general. She must have whacked him or something.
I got her on doing nothing now.
Alright, well... There we go, got it. Now you can kill those guys if you want. I just don't want to use a bunch of charges off of my wand to do nothing that they can do for free. So again, I have friends that are trans. I feel like it's a tough conversation in general. I have a lot of different feelings about it, but I'm not a lawmaker right now who's setting up sports rules. If I was in charge of sports rules, I would sit down and do really tough thinking about it. You know? So, again, that's kind of me pushing the can up the road a little bit, because, again, I do have thoughts on the matter, but...
Imagine if Tom Brady became a female in the all-female NFL.
Okay.
It wouldn't be fair. He would just destroy every killer.
Again, if it's in the rules, then and he's playing in the rules, then so be it. Again, I'm not the person making the rules. If I was making the rules, I'm inclined to agree with you. But I'm not making the rules. It's somebody else's job to make the rules. I don't think it's Congress's job to make the rules on whether or not things work that way. But, again, people seem to like that idea. I am not those people. Watch out. We're fighting too close to the thing.
Oh, shoot. I'm knocked down. Ooh, there we go. Come on, Harley. How'd you heal me there? Thank you.
Again, I realize it's a little bit cop-outy, but it's just how I feel. I'm pretty loose when it comes to that kind of stuff. Does it come down to... Oh, you killed that guy. We didn't want to kill that guy in red again.
Sorry, man.
It's fine. We'll deal with it.
I got so I can cast.
I got it. It's not that I don't have enough charges. I've just had situations lately where putting out the torches have taken more charges than they should.
Gotcha.
So, if anytime I can use the other guys to blow it down, so we don't have to like drag methods around for 25 minutes to do stuff, then I'm pretty cool with it.
Gotcha.
So I can use the methods, but they are certainly not as easy to use than the guys throwing fireballs at us. Alright, good. Looks like it's going to work today. But again, it's about to be a very different world, B-Love. So... And I'm trying very hard to eventually become monetized on YouTube so I can hopefully make a living over the next couple of years on YouTube stuff. Alright, we're going this way. If not, you're going to be helping me learn to be a songwriter like ASAP. Alright, this is trapped. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to run around this rock because I can't see the thing. Inside this room, there's going to be an acolyte of flame.
Okay.
You're going to get to him and stand next to him at all times. Alright?
Okay.
Let's go. You're going to go rub your wiener on his face. He's right here. This one right here.
Okay.
Right next to me. Come stand on him. Oh, now he's over there. Stand on him.
I see him.
Alright.
He's in the red robes. He's over there now.
Alright, we got him.
And I died.
Oh, we can fix that.
I know. Sorry.
Well, your hireling hopefully can fix that.
Yeah.
Because we're on a rest shrine, not a res shrine.
There we go.
I should probably grab a res clicky or something. Alright. Said the... It might be good that you're in a pretty left-wing place right now. Get used to the new rules because I got bad feels. I feel like a lot of rules are going to get changed in really ways that I'm not going to like.
Think so?
Oh, I guarantee it. We're going this way.
Yeah, just trying to kill that method for you. There we go.
Like, I really dislike the idea that the president and the administration has that much of an impact on my day-to-day life, but it kind of does right now. Especially since, you know, like, people are threatening to demand a national mask mandate. I don't understand the idea of what's good, necessarily a good idea for the people in New York City, and what necessarily makes a good idea for somebody who lives in a town that is the size of an apartment building in New York City. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the same.
Oh, I understand.
You know, if it just doesn't compute to me. Like, it is not the same. It's not the same level. A lot of people are like, is it really that big of a deal? It is. It really does affect my migraines in a major way. It really does. Also, is a person that...
Remnants, my feet.
It's fine. We'll find him. Who often has illness, like injuries. Again, or not injuries, but like anyone who's watched the morning stream knows that my respiratory system is not ideal. First thing in the morning.
Yeah.
You know?
You sneeze a lot, coughing.
Right.
You're blowing your nose a lot.
So now, all of a sudden, wearing a mask all the time, it affects that. You know, something touching my nose messes me up. It really does. Alright, I've disabled the trap up here. We're not doing this portal. We're continuing to walk long.
I just have like a 9 jump skill, so it's just hard for me to get up there. That's all. I'm here. Oh, yeah, monsters chasing you.
Continue to remind me about your lack of jump at a different earlier in the quest. I'll cast jump on you. So, like, yeah, these things do matter to me. They are important. Again, I am relatively certain that I had the coronavirus. I'd had no symptoms, and
Oh,
either that or people in my family had false positives that fired around. Could be either one. But Remington had a positive test. He came over here, spent all day with us during his affection period. Are you standing close enough to this?
Yeah.
Through his infection period, he sat right here on Thursday, and then he and his mom went on a 45-minute one-way car trip to Wichita. Spent the whole day in Wichita screwing around, doing stuff.
Oh, wow. That wasn't good.
So, like, if Remington had it, we got it. None of us in our family had any symptoms whatsoever. But we Lived all of our lives for 2 weeks as if we had it, just to be on the safe side. Your NPC is in not a good spot.
Oh, we're over here.
I missed out on important family visits that I wanted to do. In the off chance that we were contagious. Make sure that family members that were travel. Okay, same thing as before. Actually, do you want this chest? You don't care about this chest, right?
No named items in it?
No. Alright, let's just go over here then. I've been skipping this chest lately. Even when I'm by myself, so... Come on. Come get some. Come get some.
The only thing I have for Reaper is my SLAs. My weapons aren't Reaper ready.
That's fine.
Oh, remnants. Right on.
You have a way to interact. That's more than some people. You know, we also... Now, granted, I think... China's #1 employee is in a position to make trade deals, but we had a really great trade deal with China for my particular state with the $1.5 billion food trade deal with China.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to continue to exist under this new administration. I have the feeling it won't, because it was pretty much pro...
Dang, that fucker just doesn't want to die, does he?
Hmm? You fighting something?
Mark of law and like another one, a cruel or something.
Are you still up top? Just jump down.
Yeah, this is suckers. Geez, okay, almost got.
Yeah,
Finally
just jump
got
down
him.
here. You don't need to be up there anymore. They'll run around down here and I'll kill them probably.
Alright. So break this thing and go in it, dig it?
No, there's... Just go towards me. Just run towards me.
Oh, okay.
It's a big hole in the wall.
Oh, jump off down here. Oh, I got you, sorry.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of remnants up there. There's like 8 different remnants. I was trying to get them all, and these things kept spawning on me.
You need to call your person because she's going to die. Although she doesn't have any
got it.
mana anyway.
Oh, I got it.
But like, farmers having some money around here would be pretty nice for this small sleepy town economy this year. My mother-in-law's husband, he's a trucker. He would make a lot of extra money shipping around foodstuffs. There's a fragment over here. It would be big game for us. I've already had, I think 3 or 4 of my friends have told me they've gotten calls. They're like, they're active, they were reserved, but now I think they're either not active anymore, or they're about to not be active, one of the two.
Oh, got an atonement. Right on.
And a bunch of them have been asked to re-enlist now. They weren't being asked to re-enlist during the Trump administration because Trump was trying to withdraw all the troops and we're signing off all those Middle East peace deals. Feel like those are going out the window. So I think a lot of my friends are gonna end up re-enlisting. One guy in particular I think would actually be good for him, but I have the feeling that he's gonna get stuck someplace overseas.
Alright, I got no back slot, and
You have an extra center frame, I believe.
oh, this sucker just came back to life. What the heck? There we go. Jeez. Trying to recall, and I forgot the ropes right in front of me like a retard.
Park your hireling. We're gonna go this way a little bit.
A horse. Alright.
So, like, again, there's a lot of things I think that are going to change in my personal life that I normally would not even think that would be the case out of a presidency.
Well, now Biden's having problems with his own party. They're all upset that he's not doing all these executive orders and he's going to go bad on crime. I guess he's saying that he didn't agree to any of that. So AOC's mad.
Oh yeah.
Bernie Sanders is all mad.
I gotta.
Well, you wanted the votes, so to get those people's votes, you had to promise them stuff, and now you can't give it to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I said a lot of my friends that are very far to the left, they're upset because they didn't like Kamala. I want to make sure I say her name as close to right. Kamala. They didn't like her in the first place because they felt like she was, quote, an effing pig.
Yeah. Well.
They voted Green Party because they didn't want to vote for that guy who wrote the crime bill that locked up most of the black people, and and his number one cop. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Trump's out here just pardoning people with that are non-violent crime offenders, mostly black people. That's gonna stop.
Yep.
I don't know. I think a lot of that stuff is gonna affect me and mine in a negative way. Again, I apologize for getting down this hole. I didn't mean to. It's frustrating and it's easy to come back to. Oh, I was gonna go see if I could see the Christmas star. I'll have to go look when I wrap up the stream here. Once every 800 years alignment.
I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Yeah.
Sounds good, because I gotta go do all these traps and everything anyway.
Okay.
Did anyone go out to see the stars? Is it over? I think it's supposed to be for a couple of days, right? I don't know if we have a clear enough sky to see anything. I know the meteor shower is supposed to be tonight as well. Something else too, but I don't remember what. A bunch of sweet stuff was supposed to happen today. Alright. That stuff should all be turned off. We'll pick up our Adventurers pack. We'll run through here and grab the other side. Disarm those traps. Nice. Making good progress today. So I think we can... Well, we can definitely 17 before the night's over. Just don't know if we're going to be able to get too much more tonight.
The only way forward is into the
he didn't resummon his hireling. Like physically pulled him to him, left her outside. I think we'll still be okay though. I hope so. I just don't have res scrolls on me. I'll have to remember to grab that stuff. I think all that stuff's in the bank, but
The seal shudders and opens a voice echoes in your mind. Summon forth
oh, this acid damage is healing him up. Switch.
launches its deadly
So much we can get straight up done before Velo gets back. Get to the shrine cleared at the very least.
Alright.
How
Probably
did
my
you
last
still?
quest. I gotta get some sleep.
It's fine. I don't know if you have time for your hireling or not.
Oh.
She timed out since you went AFK in the quest area, not the explore zone.
Well, I can get back over to the beginning, kind of. It's way up there.
You can if you meet me. I can detour you back up there, but you'd have to know if you can.
Oh yeah. I have another cleric. I have two. I bought two.
All right. Well, then, if you want to, you can. When you meet up with me, I can detour you back to the beginning.
Oh, you jumped down the hole, right?
Yep. I'm down the hole. I just cleared the shrine side, and I'm gonna have to turn around and go back the long way because the door closed. So you just make your way to that middle section with the lever and stand there. Then I'll be there in a second.
Yeah, I'm in the middle section.
More. No, I can't go there. You're gonna have to come down the hole into the middle section with the lever.
Oh, there you are. There you are. I see you.
There you go.
Oh wow, they don't like these light spells, do they?
Most undeads don't like light spells.
A lot of purple there.
All right.
I used to have blade barrier in this one, right on.
For now, just go back to that area where I put that D-door at and
Okay.
kill all those rats. Should spawn for a minute, see if we can get to the Slayer tier or whatever it's called. Why I run through with this area with all these vamps. Shouldn't take too long, but I generally don't take the time to farm the last few kills. This way I don't have to worry about you getting locked out someplace where I'm deep in the thick of it.
Alright, so am I going east?
No, just stay there in the middle with that lever and just kill the rats that'll come around there.
Okay.
You go a little bit to each side if you want to, but for the most part, kind of stay by that
Oh, here comes the rats. Come on, there's a bladeberry over here. Come on, buddies.
An orb shines soft blue light and sacred immenseness, perhaps possible against war.
Oh, good, that door's locked on that side. Oh no. Kind of looking forward to new superhero movie. Thankfully, they're gonna stream it to home. That's nice. I'm not gonna go sit in a movie theater with a mask on to watch it. A couple of movies I really wanted to see. I think The Kingsman got moved back.
Oh, did it?
Well, it got moved from last year to this year, and then I think they moved it again, and now I think it's moved another. I think it's February now instead of Christmas. I really like to see that. I really like those movies. They said that they're going to release 6 more, by the way, after this one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I hope they keep knocking them out. I like him. I like that kid too. I finally got to watch Rocket Man also.
How'd you like that?
I liked it a lot, actually. Not enough that like I immediately regretted not buying it, but like
The high priest ordered
like the other one. Rhapsody. Why can I not think of how you say this first word?
Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yeah, Bohemian Rhapsody. Not like that one. Like that one, I immediately regretted not purchasing, not
Yeah, I
buying
love
it. Yeah, there's a lot of experience out here.
against the act.
But
Oh, I gotta throw shit out of my bag because I got no room for nothing.
well, just make sure you get all these different sigil pieces.
Oh, yeah, I am. Middle, they're not
Because
coins
you'll need one more slot after that too, because you should be fairly close to done. Maybe not totally done, but you should be close. You only need one of each one,
Okay.
but you should be close to having the sigil. And you can just double recall back and turn in quests. Also need the weather's not too bad. I might try going out to the bus tomorrow to get some stuff done. I don't know, we'll see.
No rain or snow or nothing?
Well, it's turned cold. And again, the little
Yeah.
propane heater heats up like about 6 feet. You know, and the bus is a little more than that. So it can get warm, but I'm
And the
gonna have
weather
to.
here is so funny. Because it'd be like a high of 44 and low of tonight of 43. So it's exactly the same, day or night, it doesn't matter.
Well, you're extremely close to the water, right? At a certain altitude,
Yeah, it's pretty low, yeah.
or longitude, or whatever. So it's pretty consistent. All right, when you're back, before you pick
I'm
up your
back.
rewards, talk to this dude, Sir Rollenstein, or whatever his name is. And he's going to give you a sigil frame, and that's where you put all your little sigil pieces.
Oh, okay.
You just collect that a couple of times until you get one that's all the way done, and then when you turn it in once it's all the way full, you'll be able to keep it forever. Then the full one. So just put all those pieces in it, and then that should free up 6 or 7 slots, and then you can do some other stuff. You can pick up your rewards or whatever after that. Chop, chop. Let's see, I need a little bit more experience to get to 17, but not a lot. Alright, go to the boat,
So I need number 2, 3, 6, and 8.
You must have doubled up on a couple, I guess.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, the fourth one.
Because I know that I had a different one for every...
The left frame, I have 2.
Yeah, I know that I was different ones for every time. That's alright. Like I said, it might take a life or two, or you may come out and, if you want to get flagged, go and do the Explorer chests out there, and you can get those out of there too.
That's true.
Give you something to do when you're bored, and
And
you have
the
other
shield
stuff you wanna
frames,
do on
those
other
2.
characters.
Tome of Bindings, I have none.
If you decide that you want one of those shields, or you want a weapon, let me know. I have plenty of those things.
I'd like to get a razor in. That'd be kind of cool.
Well, if you decide you have a character that is going to use one, I will help you get one.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool with
Not a big deal.
And double strike.
Guess I'd go do some Age of Rage stuff, because that's the other 14s, or Grim and Barrett. Although I think the Grim and Barrett stuff I can wait for first time, because they're 30s. Yeah, well, these are 31s.
Charisma 8, Command 5, Parrying 2. In there.
Yeah, I think just do like 1 or 2 of these Age of Rage quests, and it should get me to 17. Chapstick has gone missing, Home Spice. I do not know where it is. I don't know if that means I grabbed it for last Friday and I didn't put it back, or it rolled off my table. Ah, I found it. It was hidden. Excuse me. Alright, Age of Rage. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab a helper for Age of Rage, I think. Right. Well, the first couple are not a big deal at all. It's a little bit later they get extreme.
I wonder what you'll pick. So many choices.
Gonna have to figure out what to do with chipped bone talismans pretty soon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're overflowing out of my collectibles bag. So I'm gonna have to go turn them in and sell them or something pretty soon. Speaking of, while we're thinking about V-Love and how he gets slaughtered, I think we're gonna pick up some resurrection scrolls. I guess we only have 4. That's not very many.
I gotta do my 4 enhancements here.
Grab some heal scrolls. Can I actually use these with a reasonable chance? I can. Let's grab those and put those back. assume that. Oh, it doesn't just get in my bag. I wish people would figure out how to combine these things so I don't have to do it all the time. It's not a big deal, it's just a little bit irritating that they...
That
can't
inflame
seem
is a
to
pretty
do it.
good thing to have. It's useful too.
Inflame?
Yeah. From the wizard, the priest tree, radiant servant. It gives you guys 3 action boost bonus to your AC, attack rolls, and damage for 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's
It's in the war priest tree. Smite weakness, and it's also an inflame, and then
oh, it's part of what warms. Like it's part of the turn on your thing, your smite stronger.
yeah, the next level up gives you guys +4 to your allies, and you and allies. Action boost to damage, armor class, attack rolls, and damage for 30 seconds. The ameliorating strike is pretty nice though. I got that on
I
my
should be
cleric.
running this arcane siphon actually. What am I doing?
Radiant flourish. I'll be taking that next. The range version.
Let's try putting that in the 7. Try putting this in the 2.
I wish my crossbow was my favorite weapon, a righteous weapon.
Can't you do that in the Inquisitor tree somewhere? I think can't. Maybe it's the Paladin tree that lets you do that. I don't know for sure.
Nothing so far. I'm reading.
You arrive outside the night market just as darkness falls. You should discuss your mission with your companion from the 12. You've been told the disciples of Rage are planning some kind of attack on the city. The guards of the local shopkeepers may be able to tell you where to find them. The manager of the night market stands nearby, peering up the evening sky.
I gotta go level. You gonna be next level by tomorrow? You gonna be 17 tomorrow?
I'm gonna be 17 in the next like 2 quests.
Oh, right on. Then go level then.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not gonna take me that long to get there. Whether I have to do 2 of these quests or if I can get away with 1, I'm not sure yet. But it should be pretty quick.
Lana.
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 Danger zone.
Hey Warble, thanks for the raid, my friend. Those of you who may not know me, I'm Samus. Welcome very much. We've been doing Iconic Lives over here on the Sarlona server. I'm currently screwing around with a Wizard Rogue Splashed shenanigans pile here. You too, man. Have a good one.
I do hope that you find what you're looking for tonight, my friend.
It is a wizard with a couple levels of rogue doing Eldritch Knight things.
The tavern owner insists that you get rid of the thugs outside the blazing beacon before he lets you inside.
AK, it's kind of like a, I don't know, like a semi-enchantment focused mess, I guess. I don't know.
Hot mess.
I don't know. Gets the job done. So in other topics, Titan says. Well, all I know is if you're not part of the problem, you're part of the solution. I need to go tell Duder that the things are clear. Is it somebody that you like do things with? Because if not, then it's probably not your problem. We have people who do that sometimes. I guess Beef's Guild in particular has a person that their kids play on or play their characters a lot, and they love the pumpkin stuff.
No, the pumpkins of each other.
He got banned, and then when he complained to the DDO HQ and complained. Okay. Well, if he was harassing people, then there's nothing for them to do. Like, you violated the code of conduct for harassing people. You're done. Bye-bye. Well, don't harass people. Like the code of conduct is very simple, simply written on the EULA. You violate the EULA rules, then well, if you find it bad enough to report, then you report it. I have people literally mail me junk in the mail because they know I don't like it. I have people cast Featherfall on me because they know I don't like it.
Who would do that?
At the end of the day, not that big of a deal. Well, then it's not a problem. He's gone. Okay. That's how somebody wants to operate, then that's up to them. It's up to you to decide how you want to deal with it. If it's bothering you to the point that you want to report them for harassment, then report them. If it's not a big deal and you're grown up about it, then you deal with it. Like I said, these people mail me stuff non-stop. You just realize it's a little friendly harassing or a little friendly razzling because they don't mean it with negative intent. Or you take it personal because it is meant with negative intent. Did you report it as harassment? Because if you have reported it as harassment, I guarantee you they will do something about it. Then it's likely that they will do something about it if they can prove who it is. Yeah, it may take time. There's a difference between getting, like a whole guild worth of people reporting a problem and one individual reporting a problem. Again, if it seems like this individual was the source of the problem and he's now removed, then there's no more problem, right? Okay, well you theorize that it's the same guy, but you don't know. Also, if this has been a problem for years, you can get the potions of the party pooper. That's just what Tobrel does. Again, like I said, there's a young person in, I think, Beef's Guild. I don't know them personally. I know them a little bit. Beef's Guildies. I know some of them, but I don't know all of them. And this person spams the potions. Well, Terrell just loaded up on the potions of Party Pooper. So when the person does that...
That's crazy.
Like, if... I mean, the devs built a griefing mechanic. There's not a lot you can do about that. If they added a griefing mechanic, then they added it. You know what I mean? It's not in the rules. Why would they IP ban somebody? You drink the party pooper pot and it goes away and you can't be reinfected. The same people who they could turned it off. It's their griefer mechanic now. If they stopped selling them, they would eventually, like, selling them. If they stopped making those something you could get, then they would go away. Yes, yes. That's why they sell the pots. Isn't the pots like an hour or something? Again, I don't know because I haven't actually been thrown at one of those things for a long time because it doesn't affect me. It doesn't bother me. So, I don't know. Figure if someone wants to waste their hard-earned time and energy to throw a thing on me that makes me have a pumpkin head for 15 minutes or whatever it is, it's not that big of a deal. So what I'm hearing is somebody literally sent you potions to deal with the problem. I feel like I'm gonna have to look up these potions of Party Pooper now. Yeah, I know. Cosmetic things. Yeah, you get an hour. Drinking a potion of Party Poop will remove all entertaining heads from you and ward against them for 1 hour. And you were given some? I feel like they did a somewhat reasonable job. Again, I don't like them adding griefing mechanics to the game in general, or maintaining griefing mechanics in the game in general, but it was meant with good fun, so people who grief are definitely taking advantage of the system. I know, bud. If it becomes a problem, just report them again. And just every time it happens, you just file a replace. If it bothers you that much, these are steps that you're allowed to take. And if it continues to happen, then maybe they will do something more about it. I don't know, V-Love, what do you think?
Oh, what?
So, Titan feels like he's being harassed by an individual who logs on, hits him with a pumpkin mask or whatever, and then logs off again.
And the party pooper things aren't working?
I'm under the impression they work.
Well, I first found out they're a little kid, like a little 10-year-old, 11-year-old kid. On their
Apparently
mom and
this
dad's
person
account
just
being
logs
tricked.
on, does it, and logs back off again.
He doesn't know who they are?
He suspects it's a person who recently got a ban for doing such a thing.
Yeah, I would just report them. Drink a party pooper thing and then report them.
There you go. Like I said, if it's a problem, just click the report button. Sure it is. Drink a party pooper thing, it removes the active thing, and you report him. Who cares? You'll either eventually get tired of it, or you'll just keep telling people like, hey, I need more party poopers because this guy's still harassing me. And you just put that in your ticket. If you eventually run out of party pooper potions and he's still doing it, ask for more party pooper potions. Is it an inconvenience and an annoyance that you have to go through these things? Yes. I agree with you. There you go. Like I said, that's all you can do. How this guy finds you when you're logged on, hunts you down, and throws this thing at you, kind of makes me wonder if it's somebody who knows you. And it's like an alt account that
Could be
they're...
Sam.
Oh,
Could be you.
It's definitely me. It should not have dragged on that long. I agree. If you're being harassed, it's not cool.
Well, how does he know when you're logging on all the time, too? That's another thing I wonder.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's got to be somebody who knows him or someone in a
You're saying,
guild that's
hey, everybody, I'm
similar.
logging on in about 10 minutes.
I mean, you could also just have him on your friends list. So, like, for example, if I wanted to know when V-Love's on, I could just add you to my friends list, and then I would be like, oh yeah, V-Love's logged on. Then I gotta find you. That's the thing that I don't understand. Is how he tracks you down in a public instance. Like, so then he's gotta type in your name and be like, all right, where's he at? And then you gotta run down and get him.
Try logging out in different places, areas.
If he's stalking your social media, then he knows who you are. You can block him. Just block him on social media. Don't worry about it. It's probably tight. It's probably It's probably Shoot.
Right, Ogdor.
I don't think Thakar had. Well, he might spend some time on Thelanis. I don't know. I don't think he would be bothering with somebody for 2 years. It doesn't sound like
Hey, I'm
that.
on Thelanis most of the time.
Well, there you go. Maybe it's you.
I'll help you find him. That's where my static groups are.
I don't know, man. Again, if you report and nothing happens, then you've done all you can.
Yeah, that's it.
After that, like, just be as grown up about the situation as you can. Again, if they're sending you
him with a
potions, then use the potions. If it becomes a problem after that, you run out of potions or whatever, just tell them. You're like, hey, you still haven't caught that guy who's harassing me. I'm out of the party pooper potions. Please send me another dozen or whatever.
Or then just do it to him. Start bombarding him.
No, you do not fight harassment by harassing other people.
Well, I used to be all the time. People say they had stalkers. I would just tell them, like, you have to stalk me. I'll tell you right where I'm at. You know? Then there's no more fun in the game for them. There's no more stalking because they're telling you where they're at. Like, hey, you know, otherwise stalking me. I'm at home. You know, I'm going to Walmart in 20 minutes. After a while, they get tired of it because there's no fun in it for them. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. Cam's gonna be getting up pretty soon, and I'm gonna go to bed.
Alright, my man, you have a good one.
Yeah, I'll try to catch you on tomorrow morning sometime.
You know, and I'll be around. Hopefully I'll be on the full time tomorrow. I don't have any plans to do anything else, so should be on my usual time. If the weather's kind of nice, I'm gonna see about working on the toilet and stuff.
Nice. Alright guys, you guys have fun.
Oh, good night, bud.
Later.
She doesn't have the energy for this kind of otherworldly dedication. I don't know. I feel like the ability to irritate is a specialty that people don't give Shu enough credit for. Now, also Shu's spending his full time with his kids right now, kind of the shenanigans that he's going through. Should reach out and see. Not that I have a lot of spare funds right now, but I should reach out to see if he how he's doing for Christmas. Yeah, I might check on him. I know he's been streaming every once in a while with his daughter in the Discord channel, so I might pop over there one of these days and just check on things. Okay. Like I said, just unfortunately that is the way that adults handle situations like this. I mean, let's pretend it was happening in real life, right? What would you do? You'd file a police report, ask for a restraining order, and then if you were worried about your life, then I would recommend that you get your handgun training and your carried concealed permit, so in the event that stuff turns violent, you can deal with it, right? Well, so how would you deal with DDO? You report them to the authorities, and then you feel like it's not going to be resolved in a way that prevents you from being worried about it in the past or again in the future. So you become armed with the ability to deal with it. Well, that's all you can do. You did literally everything you can. Unfortunately, at some point, you live in an imperfect world with imperfect systems. That guy managed to get close enough to me that it messed up my ball. I think he did. That sucked. I think I'm going to save that chest. I'm just going to fire off my death doors here and, or sorry, that shrine, and just come back to it if I need to. I don't think we will, but I'd rather have it not need it than burn it now when I'm barely sure I don't need it. So just a resource that is not necessarily needed. And again, SSG doesn't want you to feel bad, so keep that in mind. My map shows a whole bunch of guys right here, but I don't see them. There they come. Wonder if my ticket got closed, actually. I put in a ticket not that long. Well, it was a couple lives ago now. Well, this says a woman, or a GM has responded to the ticket. So let me... Let's actually click on that in a second here and see what it says. Oh, they refunded my points. There we go. Yeah, see, they're still showing a red guy there on the map, but I didn't see him. Nice. I didn't even see the GM say anything or do anything, so they must have did it while I was offline.
Some sort of connection between the scorpion venom and the madness caused by the curse.
I honestly had mostly forgotten about it. Had you not brought up tickets, Titan, I don't think I would have, or this problem, I don't think I'd remembered to even check my ticket. Oh, we're gonna need more quests? Well, I think we would need more than 2 of these quests. I guess we're gonna need 3. These are not the best quests for experience that I thought they were. Nice, actually. I don't have this. And this will make the other half of that set. Which we may not use a lot, but we may use it occasionally. Yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to use it, but it's nice. Alright, I'm going to take 30 seconds and use the restroom really quick. I'll be back, everybody. 30-second ad break, please. Alright, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful evening. If you have something you'd like to talk about or throw to the conversation, please feel free to hit us up here. Looks like Severlin's going to be on the chat with Jerry. That's cool. Not something that I'm super worried about, but it's still cool. Grill is still on, doing things. Yeah, none of these. Huh, I wonder what level these kids are. Oh, they're big kids. They are big kids now. Alright, let's go find me some Rom Pits. We're going to have a little bit of problems because our concentration is not super good. So we may have to fight these giants. I would rather not if I can help it, but we may just not have a choice in the matter.
Don't these brutes have a wash?
Oh, we're plus 43. We seem to be okay. Alright. That's the Lawbringer. Actually, I want to look this one up. When I was doing this one consistently, I had this down, but now I'm... Alright, so if this is the final Guardian, that's the Lawbringer. And the final Guardian. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
The spirit appears before you.
Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And then the last one is the... No, I guess it's not the last one. The next one is the Jungle Leaves, and then the Bloody Spear. The Bloody S. Nope. Wow, those guys didn't blind? I thought they had eyes. The Jungle Leaves.
If only for a moment of peace.
Alright, and we want to side with Anna, Princess Una Patata. It's my hassle-free philosophy. Stand in the strike through. Oh yeah. I feel like this needs to be quickened. Let's pick up this bag. We're looking for a spear with a giant head on it. We're looking for spear with a giant skull. I think we found it. And that's the bloody spear altar. The bloody spear.
As you take the burned giant skull from the pike, you hear a voice coming from the bushes.
Hey, come here. Right here, buddy. Stand in the strike through. Alright, we're gonna have to go. I thought I saw Bronpit's leg up there for a minute. A little bit weird. A little bit weird. Excuse me, pardon me. The bloody spear.
If only for a moment of peace.
Like the fire elementals are mad, but whatever, who cares? Who cares if the fire elementals are mad? Driftwood log. Yada da da.
We found a piece of driftwood wrapped in a spiderweb. A careless place for a spider.
Yeah, I feel like we're moving through the quest at a pretty good rate. We have Didor, so we can pop back up and go find the mama's tail. The mama's tail. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I like having people in the stream and in the group hanging out doing stuff, but sometimes it's also nice to just make random nonsense noise to the chat. I mean, if chat ever wants to discuss anything in particular, you're feel free to throw stuff in the chat. I'm perfectly down to have a conversation, as long as it is polite. About pretty much any subject. Conversation, maybe, I don't know anything about that, but do my best. Try to cover a lot of the key things right now. At least touch on them. See Brawn Daddy anywhere? Oh, there's Brawn Father. Hey, Brawn Daddy. You wanna meet me in your tent for some shenanigans? Ooh. Who doesn't love shenanigans? Alright, I'm gonna grab this fungus. We're gonna re-invis. Oh, fingers are cold. Look at all this shenanigans. Feel like they know where I am. Oh, that is not the spell that I was looking for. Alright, let's clean up this. Let's clean up her. Fortunately, that's a scumbag we can't just finger of death. Alright, Brawn Pits. Hello. There's Brawn Daddy. The last friendly giant's at the end. Alright. We did find them all, right? I feel like we did. The log, the... Yeah, we did. We're good. Trying to decide if I'm brave enough to hit the Twitter button. I guess we will. Couple of retweets, which I appreciate.
Why, the forge! The fire giant stammers as he stares at you in disbelief. What are you doing here?
Stand in this. Not cleaves. Well, kind of cleaves. Stand in the strikers. Really feel bad for these. Some of these guys here. Hey, Brawn Pits. They're already dead, but you just keep smashing them until you feel better, buddy. You just keep on keeping on. Alright, there's a chest in here. With a wild flame! Mythic 4 wild flame. Maybe better than the corresponding, like the level 15 other pot, I'm not sure. Alright, we did it. We made it to level 17. So we're going to take it. At 17, we can take a look at potentially re-gearing in a bunch of different fun and interesting ways. At the end of the day, though, I think we're probably going to continue to be in part of the family. I don't know, it's close. Okay. Let's take a look at this wizard action. Wizard goodness here. We definitely want more spellcraft. I think that's a no-brainer. We're working on keeping up our rogue skills. That seems like a no-brainer. I honestly don't know how much open lock we really need to hit stuff at the very end. Our UMD is definitely fine. We probably could have stopped at 10. I'm being honest. So we just keep playing catch up on heal for a little bit. And then that'll max out, and then we what? Worry about bluff or something, I guess. Woo! Alright, I think we have to take Heighten. I know have to is a very strong word, but I think we have to. I think we also want Sunburst. It's close. Can we continue to defer our pleasure up here from Eldritch Tempest, Radiant Force Field, and Force's Edge? Yeah, we can. So we're going to pick up 3, 4, 5, 6 potentially. At least 5. Because I'm not taking this. I'm not the biggest fan of these. Although it is quite strong. I don't think I want to deal with that all the time. Alright, so there's a few easy level 17 things to consider, right? Because things that we would consider would be coming from specifically the level 17 Doris chain. So we just kind of need to take a look at level 17 stuff and see what's there. The main thing is a cloak upgrade if we're going to continue to kind of focus on enchantment stuff. Even though we're not really focusing on enchantment now, but we will be focusing on enchantment in the near future. The other thing to keep in mind is that we could have switched a ring at level 17, and we didn't, the Scold ring. So that's another thing that we could have considered. So 16 to 17. So we can put on our Glossamer Weave. Probably the one that we have over here. I believe it's got a... I think it's got a power in it. We also have a... We could switch to gray leathers. Or sorry, not... Yeah, gray leathers. And we could switch to the Dreadkeeper set. We pick up 2 intelligence and an extra +1 to spell DCs. So if we want to focus on our spell DCs, but if we want to play with like helpless and melee power, it's really the double strike, right? It's really the double strike. It is close. We have the Necromancer's Bracers. Don't think we're currently wearing a Oh, yeah, we have a little Necromancer item, right? We just have this. So we could give up Greater Elemental Spell Power, Concordant Opposition, Elemental Spell Power. So we're giving up 150 spell points. 6 Wisdom, Diplomacy, Haggle, Blindness, Immunity, etc. For 101 Nullification, Big Nulloy, Parrying 3, Insightful Sheltering, and a Mythic boost. What we're going to do is we're going to put some stuff over here. We can't wear both sets, obviously. So we definitely end up losing our Hammer Fist gloves, which give us some amount of words, I believe. Vitality, which we could get a different thing. Double Strike, Cannith, Combat Infusion, Seeker 8, and Insightful Deadly 2. We could exchange that for Vitality, Physical Spell Resistance, Quality Sheltering, and Protection 7. Let's see. Our Gossamer Weave, I think, is probably reasonably likely to come in. Parrying, Dodge, Insightful Seeker. It is possible that these boots switch out for these. I feel like it's likely if we switch to this set. I don't know how likely it is if we don't switch. Again, my ears are chilly. I'm just trying to warm them up a little bit. It's possible that we switch away from this trinket and into this trinket, and that switches our goggles into our con goggles. So if those become con, so con goes here, int goes here. We lose 3 Insightful Intelligence. That doesn't seem good. Just for the low price of cleaning up our ring slot. Don't currently have plans to like go into single weapon zappy zap mode, but we might at some point. I definitely want to grab our Vile Blasphemy, though. I want to have that on hand. Haha! For times where we're running low on mana. We're not PKing, so we're not as worried about deep demise. Yeah, so normally wear the blackmail, but in this case we would probably use the gray leathers instead. So we are actually playing a lot more swordy than I thought we would. That might have a lot to do with the fact that we're in the part of the family. Should we actually check the raw numbers and just see? So out here it is a straight upgrade there. So this should be a 2 int increase if I was paying attention, which I wasn't, just to be on honest street. 2 int, at least one extra DC on top of that. But I just don't think we're casting that much. It's also a PRR increase. Should, again, where do those other boots go? Oh, they're right here. I'm just blind and dumb. We could slide these boots in. Apparently does nothing. What? So let's just switch out our double strike and dodge. What is our current double strike? 6. 12. So we don't have any double strike going on. But it does take our negative spell power up to almost 400. It also frees up our necklace slot, potentially. Although, armor piercing, deadly, true seeing, like all those things are good things. It's not like we have a bigger necklace that we want to put on anyway right now, I don't think. Unless one of these is like an acid, which I don't think there is. And I kind of want to put on the level 16 Scold Ring, which I don't see anywhere. Have I been carrying it around? I have. Yeah, I think that's the wrong direction, though. I think we just want to continue to be a little bit more on the melee side. So if we don't switch into this, we're better off with our previous gear. What is our 360 versus 270? Yeah, I think this trade is probably still worth it, though. Just as the individual piece of gear. It seems really odd, but I think that's going to end up being correct. So now, going from 26 to 20 double strike, is that a big enough deal for picking up 1 to our enchantment and spell? Because it does, it's going to supersede this. It also covers our spell pin and stuff. I feel like it's really strong. It's also possible we want to put on this Feywild Dreamer set. Honestly, just not that sure. So we could have Feycraft Mail, Gossamer Weave, and Delicate Thimble Tips. They're like the same thing as the other one. And this gives Magical Efficiency, Insightful Penetration, Conjuration Focus. Yeah, this feels like more of a Throwing Alchemist type set to me. And I think the only piece of it we have is this Feyweave robe. I don't think we have this Feycraft mail. Profane Experiment would be good. Alright, what's all this? Spectre Boots, Lenses, Experimental Goggles, Research Leathers. We have these boots. I'm pretty sure. Lenses of the Dark Depths. We have. Or the Experimental Goggles, which we also have. Yeah, I think we can assemble this. Right? There's the Dark Depths. Research Leathers. So we're missing some boots? I feel like we have these boots. What's the icon on these boots again? Like little pink poop kickers. How much do I care? How likely am I to switch to this? 2 sneak attack dice, which means nothing. 10% artifact to double strike and double shot, which is a break even. 2 to constitution and intelligence. It's pretty good. Yeah, I feel like this is the set we're looking at. You're looking at an Eldritch Knight? I am unfortunately playing an Eldritch Knight. We are a 2-wizard splash, Eldritch Knight. Just enough Pale Master to kind of turn on self-healing. Just enough Harper to get intelligence to damage. We went ahead and took the int to hit over here instead. To give us a couple more free points in Eldritch Knight. And now we've creeped our way up to the point where we can actually start taking Eldritch Tempest, Force's Edge, etc. Oh! Again, I'm just not sure how likely I would be to put those boots on if I had a pair. I feel like likely, right? Like, would lose 10 to melee power, the 5 to helpless, and the fortification bypass in exchange for an extra int and an extra con. God, it's so close. It's very close. Just TR'd out of a Wizard PM Eldritch Knight. Yeah, I am in a Deep Gnome path for a little while. And I think what we're going to do is we're just going to experiment with different variations of wizard builds over the next little bit. So we'll have one more next go around when we epic TR back to 20. And then we'll have 2 more next Iconic Life when we go from 15 to 30 and then 20 to 30. So we're gonna be doing a couple of Wizard Lives. Did they fix Fade Art Color Spray? If by fix you mean it's still amazing, then yes. If fix you mean by monsters are allowed to have saving throws, then no. Alright. Let's just go answer the question. Let's just go answer the question. If we can find these silly booties or not. Because I don't have these delicate thimble tips, I don't think. Bom bom. Feel like if I had these, they'd probably be on cosmetic. Not that cosmetic should be carrying around named items, but she does. Oh, things do not look good for our home team, folks. Oh, is it these? No. It's the same icon, though. Dang it. Urgh. Maybe this is what I was thinking of. Is there literally anybody else who may have these boots? I don't think so. Can't think of anybody else off the top of my head that would potentially have the heroic version. There's a chance Java's got them, but it seems extremely low. Definitely less than a 10% chance, I think. If anyone on Solona happens to need some collapse portable holes, let me know. Hook you up. I don't see. I don't see them. If I have them, I don't know where they are. I suppose that makes life easier, though, doesn't it? Before I move off of Java, though, I feel like let's grab this burn scar stash and stick it in there. Anyway, I feel like Java had a cosmetic that he used to wear a lot. And I'm curious if I can find it and what it had on it and what it was. No, it's stupid encrusted ring. Wow, less than 1% in Java found it. Go patience. Oh my god. Alright, maybe we switch. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I did not expect to find them. This feels very close. Jeez. Feels very, very close. This might be a significant enough upgrade. I don't know. Alright, so we're giving up Insightful 3 intelligence for actually all of our intelligence. For Insightful Dodge, UMD, Blindness Median, Speed 27. None of that matters. So this is literally put stuff on so we can wear the other thing. This is a minor upgrade to the armor. And these boots are 9 Double Strike and 8 Seeker. But we no longer would be able to wear these, so it'd free up our glove slots all the time. If we wanted them freed. We could switch this hat, though, for the con hat. Or no, the intelligence hat. That just feels bad, too, doesn't it? I know, I feel like there's definitely an option here to switch. I just don't think we want that. It's very close. is so close too. Is Alright, let's look at our spell powers for a second. Acid is just under 300 and negative is just over. If I switch belts, it puts acid at 350 and it puts negative under. That's fine. We can set our negative energy stuff when we need it, I think, and it'll be fine. Meanwhile, that just boosts our acid damage like by a ton, right? Like more than 100 and, well, 150%. I think that's probably worth. Get an idea of what our damage would be like. Our acid part of the damage. It's almost 100 points of acid damage. 137. It's down to 66. 114. It's kind of all over the place, huh? I don't know, it feels reasonable there. God. Alright, I guess we're going to leave it like that. I don't know if it's correct. Let's check out our level 8 spells. Neither one of these require our DCs being slightly larger. I think we're going to add another bar now. Because I believe I'm used to this being over here now. Quicken and heighten. Should not have an effect on the heighten. 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 For the saving throw, this doesn't matter, but we'll heighten it anyway. This needs heightened. This needs heightened. And quickened. Jeez. This will need heightened. This needs everything turned. Wow, I haven't even. Must not even have cast this. Looks like my big boy heal stuff. The rest is probably fine. We get an extra 5th level spell, which we don't even have room for, so we'll have to go pick up another 5th level spell. I'm not even really casting Hold Monster. Let's try a little harder, maybe? They just sound disgusting. Try a little harder to cast Hold Monster. Let's do this. Let's carry both. I think this is just our main. Just wear the melee one all the time. I don't know, I don't really have a plan for this, so we're kind of faking that part. Speaking of faking things, I also think we get to add a Reaper point too. Yeah, we do. Six dodge. We max out now at 6 dodge. Perfect. Alright, leave it alone. Don't touch it, tell an adult. Just like if you find a firearm someplace, kids. Alright, we have time for like one more quest, I think. Zavon! Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. There's some people doing chain 2 of Sharn, unfortunately. We have to go do a quick chain 1 to be able to join them. Oh, and it's Sig even? And Voodoo's doing R8s even? This son of a... These monsters. I'm gonna tell this guy. Okay. Ho equals how. How I been? It's been a bit since you've been here. You have been gone a little bit. Haven't you? I'm doing good. We're struggling and experimenting with some stuffs. Did I not grab my Sharn teleporter and my key and all those things? Okay. EKPM Rogue, yeah, we're mostly in the Eldritch Knight category. We're doing a little bit of screwing around with just enough Pale Master to kind of get the useful super low level perks out of it. We got a little bit of Fey Dark Illusionist going on and enough Harper Tree to get our int to damage. So now we're going to put a bunch of, well, not a bunch. We're going to put somewhere between 5 and 6 points into Eldritch Tempest, picking up our Eldritch Tempest and picking up our Force's Edge for sure, and then maybe Radiant Force Field 2. I haven't completely decided. And then I don't know what I want to do. I honestly don't after that. Alright, I don't actually see myself using that in the near future. It's possible we would switch into this for the near future. I don't see us using that. So that clears a little bit of space. Let's move this and this up here. Okay. And then just because I don't want to listen to this thing complain at me anymore, let's go get another level 5 spell. Let's go get another level 5 spell. Just memorize it. It doesn't matter what it is. I can actually see us casting Dominate Person. Do like Dominate Person. Can't you save enhancement and enchantment points if you take color spray from the deep gnome tree? I could. But deep gnome tree is not as good. Winky face. Winky face. Also, the other things we're getting out of Fate Arc Illusionist are actually quite good. We're picking up 10 extra MMR PRR. We're picking up an extra +1 to hit and damage all the time. We're picking up an extra intelligence. And we're picking up 100 spell points for 3 points. So it's actually quite... like, all this is very good for a build overall. So I could, in theory, do some shaving, but... I don't think it would work out as well for us as we would like. I think we're pretty much on the ideal track right now for what's going on. Apologize for everyone's ears. I'll move as fast as I can. Both of those are things that we're considering keeping, or considering throwing in the trash. Is this guy on timer? It is. Summon it. Summon it.
Isabet Tremont waits for you here, atop one of Sharon's lofty towers. She can help you contact Lucian Fall.
Is it better than +1 crit, multi 20 melee power, and base attack bonus equal to your level, which also increases your PR? Yes. It's better than everything right now. It is currently the best thing you could be doing in DDO. Put your chili in the slow cooker? Oh. I like a good chili. I do. I really do like a good chili. My problem is I don't like tomatoes in my chili. And a lot of people think that chilies and tomatoes go together. And those people are monsters. I'm like mono peppers in my chili, man. I like okra in my chili to make it thicker. I'm all about not putting tomatoes in my chili. Whatever it takes. Hashtag whatever it takes. Texas style has almost no tomato. That's almost the right amount of tomato. I put literally 0 tomato in my chili. Don't like tomatoes. Yeah, we're in the Lich. +2 to int and +2 to con are... It's very, very close to Pale Master, to Wraith form without the Feather Fall. Like, I could see people going either direction if they really wanted. Pale Master is, or Pale Master. Lich, or not Lich. Wraith form is probably slightly better. If I were to put them in order, it would be pale. It would be. That's how much I associate. It's like I can't even say Wraith because I just like Pale Master means Wraith form. Wraith form, then Lich. Then it gets really subjective. People have asked me to try Vampire. I probably will. It may be during Epics. It may be after we TR. I'm not sure yet. But, they want me to give it a shot and see how I like it. The 4 key, we're going to hold out for our big boom with the Tempest. Still not 100% used to Color Spray being on the 3 key, but we're currently making it work. I don't know if I remember to cast that or not. And we're at the 400 acid spell power. I'll take it. I will take it. So what is that? That's 4 times the damage off of whatever this is. Which is at... We're level 15. So we're at 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5d6. It's not bad. I go with Wraith because I like floating. LOL, and also the mischance is fine. Yeah, I like Wraith a lot, but I dislike the Falling. I like everything else about it. Oh hey, it's the Pale Master Wizrogue. That is true. I have a bunch of different Pale Master Wizrogue stuff. This one's different than usual. But it's closer to what a lot of other people tend to run. I think. I don't know, actually. I suspect it's closer to what other people tend to run. All this trash. I want to get the trash cleaned up, and I also want to cast spells on them so I can build up my extra plus to hit. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe that big boom becomes the 7 key, and the acid ball goes back to the 8. I don't know. I think there's lots of ways to sear vegetables that are fine and acceptable at Thakgar.
The figure on the skycoach ahead matches the description of Lucien Vaughn. He seems unruffled by the attack.
I have a message for you,
Says Vaughn.
The beacon belongs to me. I paid the Boromar clan good money to get it, after all. Don't think for a moment you can challenge me on this. You're just setting yourself
I can't believe we found those boots and decided not to put it in.
Gesture and a terrace collapses beneath you.
Alright, let's see how many of these we can get through before we wrap up. We're definitely getting close.
You step into Zelf Prospire's tidy office. The Inquisitive calls out to you. Step inside, quickly. There are eyes everywhere.
I hate how they hid that one, so you can't just F1 through that.
You hear the scrape of stone on stone as the concealed back door slides open. You walk out into the streets of Cogsgate. Towers loom high above, so tall they block out the night sky. Anyone who knows what's good for them will stay indoors tonight. Rain of blood is falling here, and it's up to you to mop up the mess. Despite the slurred words, you've learned more about the Dask-Boromar rivalry from the poor man. I wonder what the other residents of the neighborhood might have to say.
Alright, I've noticed that my friends have started going this way first. I guess I'm going to try it. I usually go the other way. But, maybe it's a server preference, or maybe it's, maybe I learned this quest differently than everybody else. I don't know, but I usually go the other way first. I don't think we're hasted. Let's switch to our belts, cast our healing spells, switch our belts back for damage.
You push open the door to the apartment. The surprisingly well-decorated rooms show signs of a struggle. Your stomach clenches in anticipation as you near the crime scene.
That's a bookshelf, you guys. That's not a...
After examining the corpse, you can see that he was killed by a poisoned crossbow bolt. His last gambling ticket lies just out of reach. Felon must have spent his recent winnings digging himself out of debt. Imagine meeting your end right after getting yourself clear. At least he died in the black. Felon had just won big, cleaning up on a match in an underground fighting ring down at the Cogs.
Really?
Despite clear attempts to make this look like a break-in, all of Felon's valuables are still in their proper places. As you mull this over, you hear voices from the direction of the front door.
Haha, did it.
Get past the Dask thugs.
87 times a charm.
Let you pass, thanks to your quick tongue and winning.
How did I get Christiality to notice me? Did it work? No, it didn't work. I didn't. I'm hoping I will. Yamura 4, welcome to the stream, my friend. I love Christiality. I let her search my Spock, you know what I mean? If for no other reason than the story, get your heads out. No. Get your heads out of the gutter. Christiality is a classy lady. She wouldn't want to do anything about this heathen. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Its chairs are empty, though the nearby tables
I'm
are covered with food and drink. Looks like
in a weird mental place about the whole thing,
chest full
and I'm
of coins was
trying not to be a negative Nelly about it. So,
find a
We got into a conversation about the Wisconsin forensic examination. I think Wisconsin. No, Michigan. Came out earlier, and I like lost half of my viewers. So we just now kind of got people back. So I'm not going to try to bring it up again. As much as I love you right now, DDO Central, I don't want to anger these wonderful people. Near Christmas, most I think about is your aunt's food. Ah, no, I'm ready for my food break. Next week we're gonna take a keto break. We're gonna eat crap for the next week, maybe 2. Then we're gonna get back hardcore on the keto. Whoa, that's a big lag spike. We're gonna get back hardcore on the keto again. I'm actually gonna set a weight loss goal for next year. I'd like to get to as close to 200 pounds as I can. Basically, I want to lose this tum-tum here. And, means I'm going to have to really work at it. Yeah, I've lost about 50 pounds so far. Give or take. If you go with... So my scale is kind of a jerk. It won't give me a consistent weight. Even if I, like, weigh myself, step off, take a, inhale, exhale, step back on, it changes the weight. So I've just I averaged it when I started at the start of the year. My heaviest was 320. That was my absolute heaviest. And that wasn't my average, but that was my heaviest. And now we're about 269. So I've been calling it about 50 pounds. And I've been sticking to the keto pretty religiously, but we haven't increased our exercise all that much. So one of the things that I'm going to do is I think I'm going to just bring in some cinder blocks and turn my desk permanently into a standing desk as part of that. And we're going to see. Revenant just started DDO, made a Warlock Tiefling, currently level 8. Awesome, congratulations. I know a lot of people like Tiefling, or Warlocks. I'm not a big Warlock fan personally, but they can be a lot of fun, especially the Tiefling Warlock Fire ones. Can be a lot of fun. You're about 10 pounds overweight, and you'll be 49 in March. Yeah, I'm going pretty hardcore on getting stuff in shape for the bus. I want to be in the best shape I can be for transferring into the bus full time. Try an uplift desk, much better to move them up and down. So, I have a desk picked out for the bus. I could get it now, but I've dumped all of the money that I've currently been donated lately into the bus and 1 or 2 extra games for the stream. So, like, almost 100% has gone into the bus lately. So, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, my wife and I decided a couple of years ago that when my son moved out, we were going to buy a school bus and start converting it ourselves into a tiny house. And we've been working on it, doing stuff, saving up. I sold a bunch of my magic cards to actually pay for the initial bus. And now I need to sell off basically the rest of my collection. I need to... basically, we're dumping every spare dollar we have into the bus, minus our emergency funds and stuff like that. And we're getting close. We're getting close. Your stepson is 30 plus, 6'4", and 150 pounds. I wish I had his metabolism. Yeah, that'll change. Hopefully he'll, hopefully for his sake he'll continue to just be able to do it. But also, they were saying that somebody at 6 foot tall burns 2,200 calories a day. So if he's eating, you know, a regular 2,000 calorie diet, he's running at roughly a deficit every day. And assuming that he overeats some amount of the time. Have a good night, DDO Central. Yeah, I'm looking at getting an adjustable desk for the school bus. And when we get to the point where I can afford it here, I will pull the trigger on it also. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Almost saw it too late. You're 6 foot 270. You drink more than 2,000 calories in Mountain Dew alone. That was my problem. That's where most of this came from. To be really honest, I self-treated my migraines with Mountain Dew for too long. When I realized that's what was going on, thanks to my doctor kind of pointing that out, I got off of Mountain Dew, and I've been fluctuating a little bit ever since then. But I need to adjust it some. You have a question. Main stats have a cap. They do not. But you do have a cap. Starting cap based off of your race? No, I think that Mountain Dew came out after I gave up stuff. It's really good stevia sweetened replacement. I'll have to check it out because stevia is on my okay list. Let's make this thing mad. But I've actually, when I want a soda, which I've been doing a little bit more lately than usual, I've actually switched to the Sprite Zero. It's actually not too bad. It's got a little bit of that weird aftertaste going on. And I'm trying not to have a lot of it. But there are days when I crave it more than other days. Specifically like D&D days. Mostly I just drink this big ol' pitcher of tea. But when you're sitting around playing Dungeons & Dragons with your friends on the internet, it's pretty easy to just reach over and crack a Sprite or whatever soda. So I usually drink 2 to 3 of these a day, which is 8 cups of water. So I'm generally really super hydrated. Part again because I learned that I was drinking so much soda, I was partially dehydrated all the time and blah blah blah. So just made sense. Dance, monkey, dance. Noticed I put gear on with Constitution and sometimes the stat doesn't go higher. So, you only get the highest of a particular bonus type. So let's say you have a +3 Constitution item. Most of the time, item enchantments are enchantment. Where, if you found a second +2 Constitution item, it would not add to your stat because you're already wearing a +2 item. Now, if you have an item that says gives an exceptional stat bonus, or a profane stat bonus, or one of the, you know, just a different type of bonus, then that would stack together. So, like, for example, these goggles have Intelligence 8 and Insightful Intelligence 3. So putting them on adjusts my intelligence by 11. But, do I have another intelligence item? I do not. But if I had a different intelligence item, say like my belt for some reason gave me intelligence, it would have to be greater than this 8 or be a different bonus for it to stack on. What ring is this? Oh, this is my Scold ring.
Zelda shakes her head. Sometimes it's a stranger who holds the knife. Sometimes it's family. I let blood cloud my judgment.
Your sister said in dental school that soda rots your teeth. So it's the sugar that stays on that gives the bacteria in your mouth something to grow on. So if you brushed your teeth after having a soda and you brushed it properly, you probably would be okay. But I used to just guzzle Mountain Dew like crazy. I've told this story before about how bad my Mountain Dew habit was. I don't really want to get into it again, but it was really bad. Yeah, so DDO is based roughly on the 3.5 edition rules, which can be difficult. Also, it's been around for a really long time, so it has a long history. So playing catch-up is pretty complicated. I mean, the game is going to have its 15th year anniversary this year, I think. That's a long time for an MMO.
If you just follow me, I'm off when it's time for us to part ways. What you do after that is none of my business. Sounds good.
Oh, man. I'm not ready for this next quest. Nothing color sprays. Everything has to be webbed. Alright, let's go break some stuff, huh? Oh, nice. We found what we're looking for.
According to this legend, all of the blueprints have been moved to the office upstairs for shredding. You need to get in there.
So I don't understand this get in quickly thing.
Hear a scream of pain from above. Scream cut short.
I guess it didn't. Maybe we already got it?
Hear a gruff voice howl.
I don't actually know. Alright.
More measured voice response.
Purple is triangle. February will be the 15th anniversary. There you go. Coming up on our 15th year anniversary then.
Surrounds the handsome man, who appears to be their leader. Let's pick up the pace, shall we? We still have to destroy the lab downstairs. Portal, please. Why not just take the stairs? Ask the tiefling. Portal! Now! Snap the beam of Martin.
Nope, you're 100% correct. You get more con, you get more hit points. That is absolutely correct. All you gotta do is get more con that stacks. The 13 cloaks ended in December of 19. Yeah, I could not remember that kind of stuff forever. Are you kidding? What are these robot scum not taking poison damage? Oh, I think I gotta go irritate this guy. I just know we're coming up to that 15th year anniversary. Yeah, depending on your servers, it's either extremely easy to find people doing stuff at higher level or a little bit more difficult. Just the secret is to let people know that you're new and you're willing to follow instructions and learn. And 9 times out of 10, people are going to be able to help you. That being said, I'm going to link my YouTube here really quick. Over on my YouTube channel, if you get stuck, there's a guide section, quest guides, with not every quest from level 1 to 17, but most of them. There's some new ones that I need to add that I haven't added yet, that I'll take some time to kind of work on. Probably next life, actually. I try to do them all on the same basic frame. And I'll probably end up doing one pretty soon. So we might take some time in our TR process to go and do the quests at level. But quite a few of the quests are... said everything between 1 and 17, I think, are in there. Except for the brand new quests and...
Victor mashes the button on the magical device in frustration.
I'm trying to think. And what? The brand new quests... Oh, Temple of Elemental Evil's not in there. And, because I'm not very familiar with that quest myself. And, one other quest, which again I can't seem to think of right now. Here we go, load that up. So, DDO Quest Playthrough Guide. There's 204 videos in there. But a lot of the quests are grouped together, so like Korthos Village, Harbor Part 1, Harbor Point 2, Harbor Point 3, etc. But a lot of them are broken apart, so you can separate them, search their name or whatever. And if there are multiple quests together, I listed the quest in the description. So, in need of supplies to rescue, secure the area, etc. So, I have no problem tooting my own horn, and this is one of the cases where I'm gonna toot it. No. Dead, right? Yeah, I'm dead. I also have build guides and stuff like that for hardcore server and other just like general builds that I recommend. Please no. Come on. Alright, sweet. Saved one. Jeez. Guys do not seem to give a crap about this, probably because it's not heightened. Definitely a lot of stuff from DDO that modern MMOs could benefit from, like the dungeon puzzles. Literally don't see that in many MMOs these days. There's lots of things that I think a lot of games could learn from each other. DDO has plenty of things to learn. That being said, one of the things that puzzles and stuff like that is definitely one of the things that they tend to get right. Well, first, US microtransactions, maybe. They were very popular in Japan before that. I don't know, for me, the thing that keeps me coming back to DDO is the combat and the character customization. I still have not found a game that you can get as nitty-gritty in that's an MMO. The only other game so far that I have found that has come as close is Pathfinder Kingmaker, and I suspect that there's a large number of people that would say that that's not as nitty-gritty as it should be. We are 100% not getting this now. I think we had to get both of them, is that right? I don't know. This optional is such a pain to get. It's so hard. How about you? How about we hit the spell that needs it? No, huh? Okay. Excuse me. You've been pretty interested in Amazon's new MMO World 2. Honestly, that game should take a look at DDO and implement at least some of these ideas. Possibly. I don't know. Right now, I have a friend who's trying to talk me into Final Fantasy 14. He's like, come, join me. I'm like... Because I mentioned that I'm looking at another game to kind of expand the stream. He's like, join me in the Final Fantasy. I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm not a Final Fantasy guy. That being said, I will be doing a Final Fantasy Tactics playthrough. We're going to be working on that in the new year. Everyone just bear with it. Sorry. I've never gotten to play the game from beginning to end on my own account. I've played the beginning, I've played the other people's end, but I've never played my own. I'm going to make time to do it. I know. I'd play Final Fantasy, except I really can't afford 2 subscription games at the same time. And I know that DDO is free to play, and I don't have to have a subscription. And it's possible that I won't have a subscription when it's time for my renewal. But it's probably going to happen. Like, the odds that I don't play DDO 10,000 million hours a week is pretty unlikely. DDO is my main game. It will be for a long time. Of course, that one's immune to being murdered. Yeah, there's a lot of... Actually, a lot of ones do that. You may be able to use a helm that you can't get. Never mind, I'm going to be quiet. Why am I fighting this guy? Just leave. May have to take a break to go get a drink in a minute. Normally I would have wrapped up by now, but we have so many people hanging out with us today, I feel like it's kind of worth a little bit of time to do that. Do I have the Silver Dragon Armor Cosmetic? I don't think so. I am going to go ahead and throw my Patreon link in the chat as well, for people who may wish to support the stream. A little bit of cash dollars. It's not required, but it is, you know, it is a nice perkums to throw my way. Little as $1 a month. There are some voting perks when we have votes. Unfortunately, that's the main perk right now, just because we're no longer allowed to play music and stuff like that because of copyright shenanigans.
You've arrived at Club Quaffle.
Pick up the sack. Never know when you're going to get a goodie. Never know when you're going to get a goodie. I love this cloak.
But this is Boromar clan territory. Something's brewing. And you're smashed. A group of would-be patrons lingers in the room. They must not be on the guest list. The bouncer opens the front door, allowing you to enter Club Quaffle. The dusk goggles lurking outside have set the assistant's nerves on edge. He wants you to check on Club Quaffle's employees.
Go click on the employees. Hello, employee. Hello, employee. At level 20, we'll have to start carrying around a trapping item, I think. For heroics, we can usually fake it. We're plus 50 on open locks. Pretty good. That still means, yeah, I think that means that we're going to need carry around a trapping item at 20. Definitely by 21.
The employees report nothing terribly unusual. You can tell Fenwick that all is quiet in the nightclub.
Sword.
You can't go back to the
Fenwick is relieved to hear that the club is safe and secure. He gives you permission to approach Regina, Club Clawless manager. A piercing alarm reverberates throughout the hall.
Oh, you're not Death Warden. I still dislike that they're, like, assuming that I'm best at killing things, I guess. What if I'm much better at bringing them back from the dead? He doesn't know. He doesn't know anything about me. Just assumes that I'm good at killing things. It is a nice assumption, though. Oh, I know what that is. People told me what that is, right? It's that one raid that we did. Project Nemesis? Brain doing its thing. Finding answers when I had no vague idea what the hell they were. Let's see. Yep, this way. There's a or a champ dog in here, so we're gonna go ahead and help. Alright, they should handle the rest of that, no problem. And in the kitchen. I know, I'm not gonna lie, I healed it lab quite a bit actually with the rejuvenation.
The main stage must be under attack.
But I also just wanted to be helpful while I stood around and watched people do stuff, so I threw cocoons quite a bit. Because I knew I could contribute that way. But nobody complained. No one told me that you did a bad job or anything, so... Also, though, I don't know if they would have told me if I had done a bad job.
More attacks are on the way. But for now, you have a moment to rest.
Alright, corner top.
Attack on the nightclub has resumed.
That's not the button I meant to push. People are too busy trying to get me to actually be available to do stuff like that, so I don't think they would be... They'd be poo-pooing me too much. Is today Monday? It is, right? There's a chance that I could, like, cap out. By cap out, I mean hit 20, and then there's a chance I could be a reasonable level for some raids tomorrow if I was flagged. That'd be close. Sure, today is Tuesday morning. Time for you to head out. Have a good night. Take care, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. If I don't see you before Christmas, hope you have a wonderful Christmas. Happy Hanukkah if you're a Hanukkah person. I know that we're in the middle of Hanukkah now. Whatever other random holidays you may or may not celebrate. Yeah, for a Wizard Melee, I feel very solid about what's going on right now. Stand over here. I don't want any of your... I mean, I do love it when you make me hard, but not like this. Not in front of everybody. Rub my fang against you, you know what I'm talking about. Alright, I think we'll end with the last quest in this chain, and we'll be in just a nice little bow to wrap up on everything, and we'll call it there. I do really appreciate all you guys hanging out with us tonight. And tomorrow we can start with chain dose. Well, we probably won't start with chain dose. We'll probably finish the walk-ups, the 16s or the 15 walk-ups tomorrow. Then we'll go from there.
One of Sharn's many business districts. The streets are almost
Here for the $3 tour. The $3 tour.
next to a sky barge. About time you got here. Grumbles the
Anyway, while we're waiting for this, I mentioned my Instagram page. I had just gotten my solar panels, half of my solar panels installed. And I'm waiting for the part that actually runs the wires into the bus and around. That needs to show up soon. Right now they're just like jerry-rigged around. But my battery's charged.
I admit that subtlety has allowed the Aurum to do as they please with the Five Nations for many years.
I need to get a new body shot picture for everybody. Because, like, this is what it... still mostly looks like this, I suppose. Some minor differences, but mostly still like that. But anyway, if you're interested in keeping up with the bus stuff, that's the USS Fat Halfling on Instagram.
Now, Isabel, I know you invited our mutual friends from Stormwatch.
I actually spend a reasonable amount of my time on Instagram now, looking at bus update stuff mostly.
This is just business, Isabel. Just business.
Just the business. Just the business. Alright, we should be pretty close. Close enough we can start.
A necessary demonstration of my device. I wanted you to see my movements first.
The long buffs. Probably won't start the short buffs yet, but we can do the long buffs now.
Calibration issue, perhaps. No matter. Urk, Gesh, take Isabel outside. We will adjourn to the yacht. It's time for the next act to begin.
Long's henchman releases a strange whooping bark, and the darkness around you erupts with a choir of menacing responses. An ambush! Damn us for fools! Shouts Casper. The old man produces a bow.
The first place to roll the bus is a beach in Florida? No, the first place we're going when the bus is going is we're going to Colorado. We're going to go visit Tobrel.
Casper wheezes out his words.
For sure.
Reminds me of my days in the last war, but with more.
And then ideally I would like to go visit my brother in Washington. We really loved the Northwest up there. We went up there to visit for a while. The wife worked worked up there for a hospital for a couple of months when she was doing remote work. She really liked the area. So we'd probably go back to that area and kind of explore around and stuff. But a bunch of our friends live on the East Coast, a bunch of our friends live in Texas, a bunch of our friends kind of like live in various areas of the country that we're gonna see about going and visiting. A lot of our friends live in Texas. Obviously, there's a going up to Boston / Needleham area would probably be okay for a little while as well. I'm kind of hoping to get like a DM position at SSG for like a temporary one for a few months. Learns the ins and outs of the system so I can do a better job of kind of help troubleshooting those kind of things. Yeah, we'll be fine. Again, right now the bus has a limiter on it of 65. If I can get that pulled off, or at least changed to 75, I would be pretty pleased. So I'm not super worried about it. I think we'll be okay. The main problem is, in the event that there's a problem, say like something weird happens and we roll it, not only did we roll our bus, but we rolled our house. So we Maybe a little bit on the safe side. I was really expecting that to do a lot more damage right now. I think 5 weapon dice would attack would be pretty big. Well, the weight of the bus is fine. It's actually probably lighter than it was when we got it. Plus what it's weighted for with kids and stuff. Like, whew. Meld and pray, meld and pray. Oh wait, that doesn't work. Still more bats out here. Nobody. Why are you bringing it on yourself? Why are you bringing this extra burden on yourself? Like, who's going to explain things to the City Watch? So I didn't even know you could go in this room for the longest time. And then they're like, yeah, this is where the breakables are. I'm like, ooh. Oh. Probably not going to cleave quite that far.
An air skiff equipped with a mage fire cannon waits for you near Old Holly Tower. Goblins swarm into the tower itself.
I know there's some traps at the base of the stairs. I'm just not sure where else they are. I want to be careful so they don't explode and I can get this trap bonus. Still no bonus. Am I missing something? I wonder if this would be better off pounding on with the quarterstaff here.
Must have been holding that in reserve. Those things are
Yeah, I don't know.
expensive. On we go. An iron defender crowns the story. To get rid of it, you need to be a key place. Three sky skiffs descend, and a supporting patrol of gnolls moves to block your path. Is there any end to Vaughn's mercenary army?
Let's bring them down here behind the boat. Now I can see them screaming. That's a stone guard, so that's gonna make sense for sure. Oh yeah, we're doing way more damage with this against constructs for sure. Let's make sure that gets cleaned up. So, I think I found how some streamers, at least, are covering music, by the way. I think what they're doing is they're making a bot command called /music that will take them into their Discord. And in the Discord, they have a channel called Music that is a listen-only place, and it basically plays the music in that Discord. I don't know if that's something that I'm interested in doing, but it's something that is an option we could potentially explore. But if I were to do that, I would be inclined to have like I couldn't do it through it would have to go through some weird program, or I would have to figure out how to isolate that music from Discord, and then we would not have or from the stream, and then we would not have Discord on the stream. From my current knowledge of how to make that work. But it is an idea that I believe I've seen. At least that would make sense from what I have seen. If that makes sense. I've seen some other streamers do a similar thing.
quick gesture over the tiefling at your north to vanish from your sight. The goblin's voice calls to you across the gap.
That went about how I expected, so that leaves just little old me. A great big bounty, no partner to split it with, and some nice payback on the side. I'm all ready for you, so come on over.
High above the construction yard, the soar sled slowly drifts out. Elizabeth's body lies upon the sled, completely still. The goblin is looking to the sea.
Get him, lads!
Screams are heard as it pusses down the smoke bomb. The shrill voices of more goblins pierce the night air.
Alright, so I want to run around and break these things. We're actually at Mischief already. We might be able to get to 10%. I've never got above 8 in this quest. So I wonder what breakables we broke that I skipped previously. Yeah, we got to 10. Wow. So what breakables did we find that wasn't here the last couple times we've been in here? Because we still haven't broken this barrel. That wasn't enough. I'm really curious now. Go, Urk. There he is. That was my bad. That was my mistake. Should have chased his hard right there. We knew that was a mistake, and we did it anyhow. Get wrecked. Get wrecked, Gablin. Quickly! She's still warm! Ew. Alright. That's not bad. We'll take this. Take it. Alright, looks like unfortunately I'm the only DDO streamer running at the moment. Which I would love to just keep going for you guys all night long, but unfortunately we're coming up on, let's see, just over 8 hours, so I think we're gonna pretty much call it an evening here. So that's 10-ish hours today. You go back to youtube.com/SamusGrobo. You can get all that sweet action, any that you may have missed. And again, you guys can severely help us out over at patreon.com as well as youtube.com/SamusGrobo. Hitting those buttons, interacting with those videos, signing up to become a Patreon. All amazing ways to help support the stream, and I really do appreciate it. That being said, the plan is to be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, aka 8 hours from now, approximately. And I hope you guys all make it. Are we stuck? Well, it didn't say recovering from failed teleport. It's a recalling again. And we're recalling. Am I seriously just not allowed to leave? Wow, look how slow it's going. There There we go. There we go. Alright, well, just the business complete. So like I said, we have a couple of walk-ups to do tomorrow. That's just probably not going to quite get us where we need to go, but it'll be a big dent for sure. And we're going to take that. Bring it to our bar. Yeah, I think that's where we're going to call it right there. All right, everybody. Peace. Much love. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. I appreciate it. And we'll see you guys on the morrow. Toodles.